Welcome back, race fans, to the 2023 Firecracker 400 presented by Thrustmaster. It feels like we just left you earlier today because, well, technically we did. in a stream that saw multiple platforms and a lot of racing. We're back, baby, for night 2 of the prelims here. David Schildhouse along with Parker Kligerman and a new face and voice. Well, at least for some portion of the night, the whole night, we don't know. It's Sean Butler. He's here with us live.
Hello.
On the moon in our moon studio.
Quite
it's
shocking.
Been a weird night.
Well,
yeah,
quite shocking, by the way. I was expecting Landon, Cassill, and I wasn't sure if Landon had just gotten an entirely different haircut or was an entirely different person. But now it's now confirmed, thankfully, with the fonting below that is not Landon Cassill.
Good it is me. Yes, yeah, I'm not Landon. I am me. So hello. It's been a while for me on E-Racer, but good to be back, especially for this race.
Awesome.
Good
Love
to have
it.
you.
Yeah.
Good to have you, Sean. Ed.
David, real quick.
Yeah.
We were put
Which side are you on? You're over here.
Wherever I am. We were put on Twitch jail or into Twitch jail last night. That was part of the flavor. What it basically signifies is the Firecracker 400 is too cool even for Twitch at times. They put us in jail. We got out of jail. We went in there. We litigated many lawyers. It involved numerous. I think that might be where Landon is, actually. Is he still at...
He hasn't gotten out of Twitch jail yet. He's still there.
Well, he's still in court back there, but we have been let out of jail. And I think that's really something to celebrate tonight, on top of it being night 2 of the Firecracker 400. So, anyway, I just want to put that out there. I'll let you jump into what we have ahead of us tonight.
There's nothing left to talk about. That's it. That was the whole show. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for showing up. All right, so we've already had some technical issues tonight, but we're working through it. Everything's great as far as we're concerned. It's the same thing of what you saw last night. But if you weren't here last night, you don't know what any of that is. So, first order of business here is a consolation race. That is what you're looking at now. This is the 15-lap race where the top 10 will make it into the feature for prelim number 5. As we take a look at the starting lineup here, it's Steven Taranto. Sean, what do you think?
This is going to be another good one, man. If anything,
I was looking for a pronunciation.
Steven Taranto. Well, I don't know. Okay. Actually, we call him Toronto. He doesn't mind it, so we'll go with that.
All right. So I was right. All right. Well, there you go. You see the rest of the names: Scott Mayhew, Daniel Adam, checking in from Germany.
Philip Bupp.
Yes. Brandon Sox, noted 1987 racer. Joshua Sutherland, Davis Warren, Matthew Baker, Anthony Orlando. So we got Orlando, we got Toronto. We got a lot of cities represented here tonight.
Speaking of locations, Jack Mace is another one. UK Jack Mace. So he is across the pond for us. Thanks for being here, Jack.
We love the international flair.
Yeah.
Billy Fisher, James Kaufman, row 8. I'll let you take over, David.
B-Cop, Brandon Coppinger, Chai Kuba. What a great name.
That's awesome.
Tori Thompson and Joe Morganti. I think that's it. 10 rows, 20 cars deep, 15 laps, top 10. We'll move on to prelim feature number 5. That's the 40-lap big one where you need to finish in the top 11. So an international taste here in this consolation race. Remember, how these guys got here was through the heat races. If they didn't finish in the top 6 of their heat races, they end up here for one last chance to make it into the prelim feature. So here we go. We're ready to rock. Sean, if you would do the honors.
Oh, of course. Pace car will duck in. We are ready to get started with our first prelim of the night. Green flag is out. Steven Taranto, Matthew or Maurice Glazer will get us started tonight. Oh, we got trouble already.
That's a big one. Caution flies immediately. James Kaufman involved as other cars slid. And Sean, we talked about this. We hammered this point home so many damn times last night. Restarts. Probably the worst part of each one of these races is restarts because nobody knows how to shift in these cars. As somebody who drives the 1987 car quite a bit, why is it so hard?
Because it's so hard to shift these things, because back in 1987, it was hard to shift these things. You got to use the clutch. It is so sensitive on these cars. And if you miss it just barely, even if you're an input late, you're going to be missing a gear, revving, and you're going to get run over. So, and that's exactly what we saw here. We'll get a replay in just a second, but I'm looking through and it looks like our culprit, so to speak.
Uh-oh.
I can't really tell in this one, actually.
It starts with Joshua Sutherland and Matthew Baker. It's those are the two cars that I see
We're
really.
getting a look at it.
What's the blue car on the inside? I think
Stacks.
it was.
Oh,
Stacks.
it's
Does it Philip up?
Well, it's a bit of an accordion, right? Which
Yeah.
can be shifting, but I really think it's just anticipating the start a little bit too early, right? And you had two cars that were connected. There was no room for error, and then obviously there's a slight checkup, and that causes everyone to get spun around. So, you know what? I put that up to also. It's the start of the race. Why are you that close? Even in real life, we give a little bit. We just give you that little bit on the start. I would say more often than not, I'm coming to the start of a NASCAR race. I'm thinking, all right, if I'm not in the front 5, 6, maybe 4 rows, I'm giving a little bit here, because the worst thing could happen is someone here hasn't shifted their gears for a minute. They haven't they haven't put the full throttle down on this surface. They don't know if they're going to spin their tires. I'm just going to give a little leeway. So there, they didn't have the leeway. Oh, we got one right. Look, that's the rear brake, 42%. A lot of I think guys are starting with in terms of rear brake. So you're going to see that. That
was Greg Hendricks in the 82. Are you saying, Parker, that real life etiquette in racing applies to sim racing as well? Who'd have thought?
It should. Yeah, no. Even the Firecracker 400, we try to emulate a lot of real things, right? And iRacing does a great job of that. Provide us the tools to do it. But yeah, you got to treat this. It's more often than not when we watch these races, and we watch this whole 3-week deal. To me, the drivers who treat it seriously, that treat it like it is real, like this is something tangible and the race cars are real, they seem to have more success, and I think there's something to that.
Just trying to figure out what makes you qualified to talk about this, Parker.
Wow. Nothing whatsoever.
Wow.
All right. Okay. All right.
David in mid-season form tonight. Love to see it.
Yep.
Listen, I learned a lot of painful lessons last night about just going too hard too early in a 6-hour broadcast. I'm paying for it a little bit today. Still going to bring the energy, but I'm going to dial it back a little bit, because we're going to be here probably until tomorrow again.
Well, we've had.
I'm not trying to be pessimistic. I'm just being realistic.
Well, what did we get? 20. We were 20 minutes behind schedule for this Conci, so
it's okay.
You have lost 20.
Well, Parker said he got up early and did a boxing workout this morning. So, I mean, he by far did the most out of any of us today.
Yep.
I mean, I got up early and took my car to the dealership to get its oil changed.
Whoa.
And I had breakfast.
Lucky you.
That's tough.
Well, okay, hold on. What time did you wake up, Parker?
6 a.m.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Sean, what time did you wake up?
I woke up at 7:30.
My whoop says I slept 6 hours or 5 hours.
And I was in prelim 4, so I have just as much excuse as you are. We're going back racing, guys.
Let's go. We got one on the inside. Oh, who was that had the damage?
That was Greg Hendricks again.
Yep, so now he's back in. That was an odd thing, but see if race control sees any issues with that. I don't think they will, since he got back in line. Maybe he was just trying to be courteous to his fellow competitors with the issue he had. Yeah, it looks like he's got a little issue. So he's just being courteous. That's nice. You can see up in the top right, for viewers that weren't here last night, NASCAR Hall of Fame transfer spot. Great supporter of the Firecracker 400. Allows us to really lean into this race being sort of a retro throwback with their support. So thank you, NASCAR Hall of Fame. And of course, by the way, we haven't shouted it out. This race, Thrustmaster Firecracker 400. Use exclamation point giveaway or exclamation point T818 to get into the giveaway for a Thrustmaster T818, which I tried for the first time earlier today. This thing's insane. It's incredible. These drivers, every single one we're watching this Conci, would have a way better chance if they had a T818. I can tell you I would have won a lot more sim races, and I'm not saying that just because Thrustmaster obviously is with this event. I'm telling you, this is the best wheel I've ever driven in sim racing. So, pretty awesome.
Oh, we got a little bit of trouble in the backstretch. Brandon sucks.
Oh, boy.
Oh, we're everywhere.
That was Matthew G. Baker's involved. Hold on, there's still one down in the grass. He's come back up across the track. Look out! Oh, my God. Barely missed him back there with Anthony Orlando. That was exciting. We stay green because, remember, relaxed yellows in these Conci races. Relaxed yellows.
I believe the term is lenient. Lenient.
Sorry. Lenient, relaxed.
That is going to be a big benefit for these guys up front. The top 5, they could probably just sit in line and what's that famous phrase from NR, David? Stay in line, work together.
Right. Start hitting the 7 key. Stay in line and work together.
Spam that 7 key. But I don't know, the guys behind him, if they get formed up, Brandon Sox back there, Billy Fisher, if they can get warmed up, we'll see a replay. Watch this black and orange car on the bottom. We can't really see him now, but you'll see him sideways here in just a second. Oh, car just trying to get back in line.
Pick the rear tires up off the ground.
That'll happen. These pesky noses in these cars will do that. So really unfortunate for everybody involved, but everybody up front, as I don't want to say it, but they love to see that. This will only benefit them.
Yeah, and it's
6-car breakaway.
Well, it's going to make the transfer cam even more important here because we've got about, 2.4 seconds back from the leader. It looks like they're separated to a different pack back there, that second pack you see. So that group right now, that's your transfer spot. Philip Bupp. How do you say it? Bupp.
Bupp.
Bupp. Bupp. Bupp. He's in the transfer spot. Sutherland wants it. Sox wants it. Orlando. Kaufman. Kaufman's a little too far back, so is Orlando. So it's going to be Sox and Sutherland. They're the ones, unless Orlando and Kaufman can sort of link up and try and make some fast laps here.
Sox and Sutherland sound like a law firm in the Southeast.
It does.
I think I drive past that when I go into the shop. I see it down there in Mooresville. Sox and Sutherland, attorneys at law.
Sox and Sutherland.
Now, why you gotta make him sound like that?
It's in the Southeast. Speaking of Philip Bupp earlier, he and Joe Morganti are side by side. This is for 9th. Joe started last, keep in mind, in this race, and he's already in the transfer. So good work by Joe to get in there.
That is good work by Joe. That reminds me of when I raced at Millbridge last week. I started last in my B main, and I made it up to transfer. So
oh no,
I can do it.
Oh, he got tight. Oh, he hit the wall off a 4. I'm going to shut up now.
Thank you, Sean.
Sorry.
We appreciate
Trying to tell a story here about my personal accomplishments.
I'm trying to call the action,
anytime
David.
you can interrupt David talking about his own personal racing, that's
Listen, I have so little to talk about in that vein. Like, I have so much to talk about in that genre. Come on now. This is a great battle for the transfer spot. I mean, this is incredible.
This is awesome. They are, you got the Sutherland and Sox law firm.
Well, the Sox version of that has kind of fallen back a little bit, but the Sutherland's still repping for him. He's going for the transfer.
Sox is out of this one, so Sutherland's repping the law firm for them. We actually used them in our legal battle against Twitch this morning.
That's how we got into this race. Didn't even pay. Just Parker said, "Come on in."
Get on in here. We're not paying legal fees.
We paid them all yesterday to Twitch.
That's true.
Haven't missed anything up front here. Steven Toronto, Maurice Glazer still leading the field. Nick Roten. All these guys have been single file. They're convinced to make this the most boring race ever just for their personal gain, and we don't blame them.
Don't blame them at all. I actually agree with it. Every time I see that, I think that's the way it should be done. We're in a consi. You're just trying to get to the next round of this as the transfer spot amongst these three is heating up.
Man, they're throwing haymakers at each other. We still got 5 laps to go, but Bupp, Sutherland, and Morganti are they're going at it. Every time I look at that 53, I think it's Josh Balicki in the Ziegler car. It's just Josh Balicki Jr., basically.
I also do love this camera that looks back at the cars. It's just so retro to me. I feel like that is classic NASCAR of this era, maybe more 90s, but still, I just love that. It looks awesome. You see the cars bounce around, what they're fighting. We're on board with Toronto there looking at Glazer. So cool.
You just made Zach Johnson the happiest man in the world for the next 10 minutes at least.
That's great. One day he'll be able to get me sound as well.
Bupp is in the wall off a 4. That might take him out of this thing.
Oh.
We don't like to see that.
No.
The transfer spot was getting hot and heavy.
Now, Sean, let me ask you this.
Sure.
Why did he do that?
Because these cars are a little on the tight side, David. You can overdrive them, believe it or not. And if the run goes on long enough, you'll see guys start to get loose and start wrecking potentially. As here comes Sutherland for that transfer spot. Looks to the inside of Morganti. He's got it. But dirty air is a big thing in these cars. I don't know if we could see it from on board with Joe here. But if you're straight behind somebody or maybe to the little bit of the right of their car, you're going to feel that nose get a lot of air on it, and that nose is going to push off the corner. And that's exactly what we're going to see a lot of tonight, and we saw a bunch of it last night as well.
Did you see that camera? That was cool, too.
Good job, Zach.
We were inside the car. Who knew we had all these options?
Zach Johnson, that's who.
Yep.
And the rest of the amazing staff here at E-Racer that are bringing you all the coverage, continuing coverage tonight, next week, and the week after. And remember, continue the conversation about the Firecracker 400 on social media using hashtag Firecracker400. Go on Twitter, go on Instagram, go on Threads, whatever the hell that is, and tell people that you're watching the Firecracker 400. Use the hashtag. Tell us where you're watching from. Tag me, tag Parker, tag Sean. Don't tag Landon because he's not here.
Yeah,
tag E-Racer.
And tell him he's not here.
Oh, yeah. Tag Landon and tell him he's not here. But yeah, let us know where you're watching from. We love to interact with you guys on social media. I'll be keeping an eye on things. And look, you get to see our faces during the race. This is a big step up from yesterday. We didn't have this yesterday.
Did Landon say when his hearing is done? I haven't really gotten back from that yet. The Twitch court hasn't really said anything when Landon's going to be released. So
hey, we're on camera again.
Thank you, Parker.
Don't look now. Philip Bupp is taking over 10th spot.
Oh.
With 2 laps to go. Where did he come from? Joe Morganti has faded. He put the anchor out hard.
You love this. This is wild.
White flag. One more lap around here. Steven Toronto leads this pack of 6 cars with 2 lapped cars ahead of him. Here comes the move for the lead from Maurice Glazer. He's not satisfied. Oh, up into the wall. No, he's sideways. Toronto sideways, the leader. He wrecks. He grabs another car with him. His other cars scatter. That's Danny Cochran, the other car involved. Oh, Bupp just barely misses him. Oh, my God. Why? Why is it every time on the last lap the leader wrecks?
Why can't they just finish the Conti races?
It literally doesn't matter if you win or anything. If you finish 10th or better, you're in.
You get to the next round.
Oh, my God.
This is
all you have to do is finish.
Well, I think Daniel Adam just won, so good for him.
And Anthony Orlando just snuck his way in to the prelim.
Oh, my God. Orlando, who was wrecking through the grass earlier in this race, just finished 10th.
Wow. And Sutherland and Sox are going to have to separate. Sox won't make it. Sutherland gets all the way to 5th. He went from in the transfer to 5th.
Steven Toronto is going to be punching air.
Can we get a replay? I want to see what happened to Steve first. Let's see if we could decipher what happened. There's no reason for this. He gets made... Okay, the 4 goes low, Glazer goes low, and he just overdrives it in the corner like I was saying. Oh, man, that's rough. The bottom is so gripped here. If you go into the middle, you got to be prepared. It's like marbles in real life. You know, you're going to get a little tighter on that middle, and you see he just washes up, grazes the wall, and that's it. So that's a tough break there, especially.
That's really rough. Okay, we saw a gigantic L last night in Connor Harrington wrecking himself across the nose of Colton Salick for the lead on the final lap and failing to transfer. That is right up there with just what he like that NFL segment. Come on, man.
Come on, man. Well, there's your results.
Break it down for us.
Daniel Adam, Maurice Glazer, Jack Mace made it in, as we mentioned, from the UK. Good job by Jack. Brandon Coppinger made it in. Josh Sutherland, especially one half of the law firm. Nick Roten, Billy Fisher made it in. Philip Bupp made it in. Joe Morganti is in. Anthony Orlando is in. And tough break for Brandon Sox. Runs these things so many times in official competition, he will just miss out. James Kaufman, Matthew Baker, Steven Toronto again, Stott Mayhew Jr., Davis Warren, Danny Cochran, Greg Hendricks, Torrey Thompson, and Shai Kuba will round out this field. And this thing, boys, what a start to the night. First race.
That was, it lived up to everything we saw last night, which is we had an early wreck. We had the long sort of single file affair, right? We thought, okay, they're tame. They're going to take it easy. It's going to be great. Everyone's just going to finish this thing out. We'll move into the prelim. And then once again, a leader somewhere in the top 2 or 3 spins out on the final lap to cause mayhem and lose their chance at the Firecracker 400. That is a running theme. That's a running theme
Yeah.
here in these first 2 nights.
We've seen it more often than not, and here's the other shoe that's going to drop on this one. And Sean, you're going to appreciate this. Steve in Toronto in the chat after the race, blaming everybody else for it.
Oh my goodness!
No.
Yeah,
Well,
he's blaming everybody else for it.
he
For
wanted
racing
everyone
at
to.
the end.
He wanted everyone to stay in line and work together, and they didn't stay in line and work together. So I could see his frustration.
Sure.
But at the same time, he could have still maybe let him go, and he still would have been in. But everyone wants to race. I mean, you want to win, especially with this many people watching. So you want to do well, and that's like I said, tough break for Steve. And he's, as you said, he's going to be a punch in air after this one.
It is. That is always the great decision you have to make in these moments. Is do you race? Do you lift? Do you play it safe? Do you go aggressive? It's risk management. How much risk do you want to take on with literally nothing on the line other than just a finishing position that's really not going to alter that much? But if you get it wrong, you're out. You're done. That's the end of the road for you. So is it worth risking that for 1 spot, 2 spots that don't matter? Man, that's tough. But he's going to have a year to think about it.
Yeah, I can't agree with that. Like in the times we've talked about it, when I've been in position to, try and have to qualify for the Daytona 500, which I think of this similar. I know the viewers out there are like, wait, this is a sim race, but I'm telling you, the Firecracker 400 might be even harder than the Daytona 500 to make. It's harder just to get a chance to be a part of something that's going to make the Daytona 500 or be in that position, but probably harder to actually make the Firecracker 400 because of the way this format works and how many cars there are. But when I've been in those positions, when you get to the point of being within the position to transfer, from that moment, you have to switch from offense to a defensive mode of thinking, I'm going to do everything I can to protect the safety zone. And it's so weird because you'll never race like that any other time in your life. You'll never race thinking, I don't want that next spot. I don't want to find more. It's like, no. All that matters is where you are right now and not going backwards. And I think that's a really fascinating thing in psychology of this whole event is that we see these mistakes. We see someone going for more because, yes, do they qualify higher if they finish higher in their consi? Do they get a better starting position for the prelim main? Absolutely. Do they get a better starting position in the heats if they, for the prelim main, if they finish a little higher? Yes. But you got to protect yourself. You got to get to the race. That's the first thing. You can't win a race if you're not in it. And I think a lot of these drivers are forgetting that. And we'll see if that serves a theme tonight because it definitely was a theme yesterday.
Yeah, that's tough. And again, that's something that's going to be weighing on his mind for at least the next year. Again, assuming we're doing this next year, no guarantee. You didn't. Don't take this as we're not committing anything here. The only serious relationship we're committing to here is doing this tonight and next week and the week after that. That's it.
Thank you, David.
You're welcome. Don't clip that. I can already see it now. Well, Schildhouse said that they're doing it next year.
Hey, look, it's more extra coverage here. We've been doing a lot of this through this event last night and tonight, so you're going to see some practice right now.
AKA stalling.
Yeah, you didn't think you were going to get practice coverage. You didn't think you were going to get practice coverage. You're getting it now. Look, you got to thank Thrustmaster. Be sure to enter for all the new viewers out there. Enter in exclamation point T818 or exclamation point giveaway to enter the giveaway for T818, which is their direct drive wheel. I just started using mine today. It's absolutely incredible. This wheel is insane. I'd be surprised if you can win the Firecracker 400 without one of these wheels, and if the winner won't have one of these because it's unbelievable. I've never driven anything like it. So do that. Thank you, NASCAR Hall of Fame as well. You're going to get practice coverage, and we don't do a lot of practice in real life NASCAR anymore. So for all of you that have been missing it, here you go.
I miss it.
Thanks.
This is what practice looks like.
I do miss it. We don't get enough of it, especially at speedways.
Remember happy hour?
I do kind of miss it, to be honest. There's days that it just felt good to drive a race car, Felt really good.
If we're going out there for 20 minutes, we can go out there for 60 minutes.
Hey, something tells me we might have a 4-man booth for a while here.
Uh-oh.
A new face. The same old voice, though. if he's ready,
Oh,
we'll bring him in.
Is it Landon Cassill? Is he back?
Same old. Who's old? Listen, I've been fighting for our lives. This highfalutin, shiny shoe Silicon Valley law firm didn't have nothing for these Southern boys.
That is a great point. Landing straight from the courtroom.
What are you allowed to disclose? What can you talk about?
Fortunately, the judge sealed all the details, which is in their favor.
NDAs.
It's best for the industry. But we're back on the air, baby. We're here.
Let's go.
So I am watching practice here. So what did I miss? Because I feel like there should be a race going on. What's going on in the Firecracker 400 tonight?
Well, we have encountered more technical difficulties as just like last night. We've been having to make multiple versions of the same races, if you know what I mean. So we're gonna show some practice, but this will get directly into the first prelim main after this as they sort out and give people time to join the server.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
You'll never believe it, Landon, but somebody who was in managed to drive themselves out on the last lap.
Oh no. Why does this keep happening? So what happened? Give me the play-by-play. Give me the real thing.
Well, I think he was in second, was he not? It was Steven Toronto. He was second, going into turn 1 on the last lap on the outside, just drove it in real hard, and
then he wasn't.
Then he hit the wall, crashed across the track, and blamed everybody else for it.
Blamed everybody else for it.
Yeah.
Gosh, that's tough. Well,
What a time.
Well, it looks like we're gridding a field here for a prelim. This is a prelim feature, right? So top 11, we need to get focused.
Yep.
That's it.
This matters.
It's feature time, baby. Here we go. Sean, do the honors.
All right, here we go. Kyle puts David L. Brown. David's my pick, by the way, in this race. Spoiler alert, Malik Ray and Parker White, a very talented first 2 rows here. Row number 3, Ben Bafford, Adam Cabot will take us down to 5th and 6th, 7th and 8th. Oh, look at that. Former Firecracker 400 winner Brandon Cattell and Justin Malillo. We saw Justin almost wrecked Parker White to make it, but he's still in. Ryan Doucette, Cosman Yonishu. He's going to tell you that's not how it is pronounced, but it is. Trust me, I've given a hard time about it. Ty McWhorter, Larry Pace, Ty, the best name in iRacing. Gabe Storch, HR. Justin Bolton, former Coke Series driver in row 7. Row 8, Bob Bryant and G. Allen Lewis. And David, row 10, we've got Gilles Chatelain and George Balfans Jr. I think you know him.
I do.
Absolutely.
He changes tires for us.
Does he? Does a good job.
He does a really good job. Rear tire changer. Great guy. Pickle Gang representing.
Row 10,
Jason
Chase
Fellenbaum.
Pierce. Look at Jason Fellenbaum. That's another name, Landon. It's one of the class we had Crash Neon. Fellenbaum's another good name. Justin Forbes, Brett Punkari. Brett's using VR tonight, always does, so that adds a good challenge for himself. Row 12, Dustin Ping, Alex Linney. Row 13, we're going to get right through this. Daniel Adam, Maurice Glazer, a couple of guys from the Consi we just saw here. Jack Mace, Brandon Coppinger, B-Cop, as David pointed out. Josh Sutherland, our law firm, is in 29th. Nick Roten in 30th. Billy Fisher, Philip Bupp, 31st and 32nd. And last row, Joe Morganti and Anthony Orlando, the last couple to qualify in through the Consi, David.
I don't know about you, Sean, but I think Sutherland sounds like a great lawyer, but I think I want Joe Morganti to represent me.
Oh,
there is no stronger law firm in the Northeast than Morganti and Morganti.
Oh boy,
this has become a real legal show.
So here we go. Pace car is off. We are green for the first prelim feature of the night. David Brown, Kyle Putz. As there's a little bit of trouble on the apron there going into turn number 1. Looks like Adam Cabot got a little bit of a little squirrely there. Brandon Cattell's got some traffic out of him. And guys, we're 3 wide already. I don't know if this is ideal or not.
Oh, this is definitely not. You don't want to be 3 wide this early where they are right in the midst of the pack. If we saw last night, these races can get a green affair. We even had green flag stop last night. Let's see what happens, but keep an eye on these cars as they start to move around. They have to lift. The tires will fall off. If they get single file, that will help. Remember, you want to be top 11. That's the NASCAR Hall of Fame transfer spot.
I'll tell you, the problems on the start really originated with Malik Ray, who was a little slow getting up through the gears, and that's a surprise. Not something I thought I'd be saying here, but everyone gets away with it as we complete the first lap of 40. A lot of big names. I mean, we talked about last night some of the huge names in these races, and it just seems like we're kicking off the night with a huge one already, and there's still so many big names yet to run. And they're always fun, great story to watch, but it's the underdog stories, the Cinderellas that we love to talk about. So keep an eye out. I know you got your pick, Sean, but there's some Cinderellas we're going to be keeping an eye on as well.
We're on board with one, and we're on board with one right now. As we got a little bit of trouble in the back towards the transfer spot. Ty McWhirter, Brett Pancari, Alan Lewis. Man.
That is a huge wreck. Huge wreck out of 4. Ryan Doucette's involved. I mean, this is half the field. Jack Mace is involved. Brett Pancari. There was like 2 separate wrecks that took place simultaneously. That's a lot of the field right there.
That is the biggest wreck of the Firecracker 400 so far. Night 2, the prelims, by far the big one, the huge one, as you coined the other night, David. That is a ginormous wreck.
Gargantuan.
So remember, let's update the folks just on some of the, as we look at the replay here, we'll see what happened. Oh, we had someone low.
Just caught the apron, it looks like.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. And
Was
then
that
they
the
just
88?
piled in.
It was G. Allen Lewis in the Fruity Pebbles car.
Unbelievable.
And let's update everyone on sort of what the opportunity is for all these cars that just wrecked. So there is one reset, meaning they can get a whole new car in these prelims. You preferably don't want to use it this early, but now, I mean, most of these drivers will be forced to, obviously, which gives them a whole new car. But then from that point onward, they're at the mercy of having to protect that car and protect it to the end.
Oh, more issues on the apron with Doucette and Ty McWhirter. What in the world happened there?
We've never seen this before.
And Jack Mace is spun around. What the hell's going on?
Uh-oh.
All heck is breaking loose.
Heck.
Temper's flaring.
Ryan Doucette said he doesn't have a left front tire. Okay.
That's some major implications, too, with Doucette. I mean, he's a highly competitive, would be one that I would have put in the top 10, not just for tonight, but for the Firecracker 400 itself.
Altus Esports. What happened? You see the sparks. He has no left front tire there. Does he just push into the field?
Oh no. No. Oh my God. Yeah, they black flagged him for that.
Yeah. That's
you can't have that.
You got a damaged car. You got to get it back to pit road safely. You can't just run into your competitors like that. That ain't gonna work. We've seen a lot of beefs in the chat. I don't know. I mean, whoever he spun out there definitely should have beef. But we like to keep a clean race, keep it clean on track.
This ain't Moon Car, but we hear you.
Yeah.
Just asked David yesterday with all the swear words he was throwing out there, thinking he was on a Moon Car broadcast.
Yikes.
That's not what got us kicked off Twitch. I don't want to hear it.
Whoa. Yeah, we keep it PG over here. We got to stay on Twitch.
That's not what Landon's been in court for the last 6 hours for. So,
well, that's why we pay him the big bucks to fight on my stupid behalf. I want to give a shout out to Justin Malillo, by the way. He is in this race, but he's also been providing excellent coverage of the Firecracker 400 on Twitter, on social media, on his own personal account. He's been doing a great job, like always, taking a lot of great pictures, giving updates throughout the night last night. I know he's going to be doing the same thing here tonight as we take a look at Justin. And the traction car is standard pink and teal traction GG car that he always races, but just providing excellent coverage. So, if you want to know what's going on, who's racing, what the finishing order was, any of that stuff, go give him a follow. Go find him. I don't know what his ad is off the top of my head. It's probably not hard to find. He's verified. But yeah, we appreciate Justin for providing the extra coverage on social media.
He also mentioned he is extremely nervous for tonight's event. So he put that on Twitter as well, but made sure to let us know that. But Justin, very good dude, provides a lot of great sim racing coverage, as David said. And if you can find him, I believe his ad is just at Justin Melillo. So Melillo. So go find him, follow him. A lot of good stuff.
I do believe in 2021 he advanced to the top 88. I feel like we've seen him in the top 88, but might have to a better Firecracker 400 historian might be able to correct me on that.
He's been nervous each time. So
that is for sure. Yeah, I don't recall on making it or not. I don't recall. I try to remember a lot of things, but I also try to forget a lot of things to make room for new memories, you know?
I like that strategy.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
It's a great excuse, David.
Something about always looking ahead, manifest it. That's what
Yeah, I'm with you on that. It's beautiful. It's well said.
Yeah.
I guess one storyline here, guys. Brandon Cattell, brand new paint scheme, running in 15th right now.
Oof.
So out of the transfer, again, if you guys are not familiar, top 11 will transfer out of this race. And there he is. Brand new paint scheme on that car. Witch jumping on board for Brandon, former Firecracker 400 winner. So we'll see how he can navigate traffic to get himself into the big show.
What a good looking car.
Definitely. Just a Firecracker 400 supporter in every fashion. A great champion of this event who has represented it so well. You may have seen some of the videos on social media leading up to this event, him talking about what that meant to him. It's just cool to see him back. I'd expect he's going to be further towards the front here once we get some green flag laps, and most likely going to be a part of the show at the end of this thing.
Every time I talked to him, he said, "Sean, man, I miss the Firecracker."
Did he ask you if your roof was leaking?
Oh, every time too. That was followed by that.
Yeah, understandable.
So a little bit of strategy here. Let's get caught. I know we're just going green, but no takers on pit road, just a couple fuel only. So it's setting up for some interesting strategy if this thing were to go green.
It's true.
Yeah.
We talked about a lot last night. This was sort of the window of when you could pit and try and then stretch it to the end to get to lap 40. We didn't see a lot of people do that. That's a very good observation. What would you have done, Sean?
I mean, I would have came in and take fuel in case there was a green flag pit stop, so I can maybe only take fuel and get away with it to make the stop as short as possible, but tires mean so much. I mean, I think it's just too early to take a set right now. Oh boy, look at Justin Melillo on the outside here, all the way up to third, fourth, now into third. We were talking about him.
Sean, are you saying that because there's only 2 sets of tires?
Yes.
So I think I disagree a little bit because I think that yes, you're limited on sets and there's only 2 sets. I feel like I think 2 is all you need is what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. And so I don't mind burning a set of stickers here. But I mean, fuel only isn't a bad call, but I don't mind burning a set of stickers here. Now you got, fresh tires over some 2-lap tires. And if this thing goes green, it plays into your favor anyways.
The issue with that is, though, if you do that, you burn a set of tires now, you only have 1 more set, and history has shown towards later the race, they'll keep wrecking, if we get down to this thing. So you'll have guys saving a set of tires. I know David Brown is 100% going to do that. He's going to keep as many tires off that race car as he possibly can, besides the one he started on. But it's tough, Landon. I mean, you're right with all that track position's good too, but there's so much variables that go into tire calls. Do you take tires now? Do you wait? What's going to happen? Because you never know. If last night was any indication, you never know what's going to happen in these things. So I think if it comes down to that, you got to be at the right place at the right time.
Where you're right, now that you say that, and I think you're right, is for those who pitted here, there was only a couple that pitted. So if you come down pit road on this previous caution and you watched 15 of the leaders in front of you stay out, and that there's only 3 or 4 of you coming down pit road, then just put fuel only. Because if it goes green all the way and you can make it to the end because you saved or you can short fill, you don't need the tires because you're going to win the race anyways, or you're at least going to transfer.
Right.
So
and we saw that last night too.
Yeah, so that's you're right. That is a good call for those that fuel only.
I believe even in our split, the 4th prelim, Aaron Smith, I believe he was leading and he was running on fumes until the caution came out later in the end. Yeah. So he was thanking his lucky stars for that caution. He even said over the radio. But there's so much that goes into strategy calls here. You never know what's going to happen. And we're going to see it in this race. A lot of these guys, they haven't pit. The front 10 haven't pit. The only guys that really came in for fuel, I would think, are Alex Linney. I see was 7.7 seconds. Justin Bolton, Kyle Putz, and Brandon Cattell. I would say those guys came in to top off. The rest got damage fixed. David, what do you think? You've been quiet for a little bit. We've been kind of cutting up about strategy.
Enjoying the sounds of the experts talking strategy. I mean, I haven't driven these things. I don't know nothing, man. I don't know.
Can I point something out?
Go ahead.
If I was to jump in, one name I'd keep an eye on, Bob Bryant. Got to speak to him before the race earlier here today. He had not done much practice, was literally doing his first laps at about 5:30 p.m. Eastern time.
He's just off the lake.
Half hour before this prelim. Former eNASCAR driver, eNASCAR winner, up in 8th right now. Doing a great job. That 19
Go Bob.
car. So I think it's an all-black car right there. And yeah, keep an eye on him. I think that's a pretty interesting story to keep, tabs on, as we see Cattell, who's already got into the transfer zone from outside in 15th at that restart. Just took him a couple laps, already up to 10th. So he's moving through.
I will say, Sean, to answer your question, I have a lot of drivers reaching out to me today, sort of asking, like, hey, what did you see since you saw every race? Like, what did you see? And my first response to all of them was, well, shame on you for not watching, because that's your homework. Shame on you. But what I told people was, track position means everything. 4 tires is great. 2 tires if you need to take a lot of track position because you're behind. And, but it's all situational, but you can't blow it on pit road. How many people did we see blow it on pit road last night?
Zach Novak.
Moments. Yeah, Zach Novak, a huge one.
Under caution and the green flag stops.
Yeah.
I mean,
you
pit road practice is so important.
What I say, we had 4 checkpoints in a green flag pit stop, getting onto pit road, getting into your stall, not speeding, and then getting back up to speed and not having trouble on the flat on older tires or whatever it is before you get onto the backstretch. And those are the 4 trouble points when you make that whole trip down to pit road, through it, and back up onto the racing surface afterwards.
You're going to go as long as you possibly can, because you do not want to pit on the green. You lose a lap. So essentially what we saw last night. So basically, pitting on the green, you have to be confident that cycle is going to go all the way through. But how hard it is to get on pit lane, we've seen when we've gotten to those green flag stops, not everyone can get on pit lane smoothly. And remember, these tires are going to be wore out at that point. I mean, over 30 laps on a set of tires in these cars. They're lifting a ton at the end of that run. I mean, John, you could probably talk more to it, but it seemed like you guys were having to lift. You're having to use a lot of racetrack, and then you try to slow down from 210 miles an hour onto pit lane. That is not easy to do when no one, I don't think anyone expected those to happen. Like, we haven't seen it before. So they didn't practice it.
Would you believe me when I said I was using brake at Daytona in these cars yesterday?
I was going to ask, because I went on board a couple times and was able to listen to some of these cars up close, and I could tell the amount you guys were having to lift was immense. So brake doesn't surprise me.
A lot of off-throttle time, especially with this setup, and a lot of people love it in this car. I'm one of them. A lot of people don't like it. They want to keep the pedal down as much as they can. But this thing requires a lot of finesse to drive. I know if you're watching this right now, they're just cruising around right now, which, yes, but it's a lot to handle. If you get too much air in the back of these cars, it really upsets the rear end, and you can go around really easily. And you kind of can make passes like Malik Ray's doing right now on Larry Pace. Got a little bit of a dive to the inside, and he's looking. But all these guys are saving fuel right now. So Landon was talking about it, with that caution coming out on lap 6. That is where you kind of don't want to see a caution come out. This is going to be a few mileage race. So
we went back green on lap 6, right? The caution came out on lap 2. They stayed out. Are they saving? This might be a silly question, but if they're saving fuel, that tells me that they think they can make it.
Some of them can. Believe it or not, you'll have some guys clutching, trying to get into the corners, use as less engine as possible. But I'm going to go ahead and call it now, especially the guys over the front. The guys at the front definitely can't make it. The guys that pit maybe think they have a chance. Your Brandon Cattells, your Justin Boltons.
Hey, not to interrupt, but Malillo just got shoved out of the groove there, was put up to the top eyesight. Still
He
can't get
recovered.
down.
He's
Well,
making it work.
You
Look at
got to
this.
push. You got a big.
He's going
push.
to second. What are you
I don't-
talking about? What race are you watching, Parker?
I know. I don't think you want to be there. Everyone's trying to save tires on the bottom. He didn't want to be up top. That was not by design. I could tell.
Okay.
And I mean, if we're saving, you don't want to be David Brown right now, because if you're leading, you're using a lot more. I mean, just like in real life, you know, you guys are in the draft, you're saving, and David Brown's poking that hole in the air with his car, and everyone's benefiting off it. So David 100% can't make it. He wants to see a caution come out again. I'm gonna make a call and just ruin this whole run, but I think we might see green flag stops in this thing. I'm gonna call it now.
Thank you. All right.
Well, that ruined it.
Yep.
All right.
Well, we got to get that out of the way because we're just going to talk it. We're going to talk it into not happening
beat
anyway.
it into the ground.
Let's get that out of the way. Let's get a good call. I like the feel. I like the vibe of it for this potential green flag stop because we wiped out half the field and now you have some people that maybe want to save their cars. It just seems like
Caution's on the speedway. What happened?
There it is.
I know what I'm doing.
Oh, Wreckham just passed the start-finish line. G. Allen Lewis involved again. Oh, Philip Bump absolutely smacks the heck out of Ty McWhirter as well. As a 3-car wreck on the front straightaway here at lap 18. G. Allen Lewis, the first one I saw involved spinning there. Take a look at the replay. Look at Zach Johnson quick on it. That's G. Allen Lewis in that orange car sort of in the middle of the screen. Just gets turned around.
Who was that? That's Justin Forbes in the 11 that ran him over.
Oh no!
What caused that? And then here comes Buck. Oh
Man, you don't want to turn it back into the track.
Yeah, I would have turned it the other way.
Was he holding his brakes?
You have all the. Oh my!
Didn't look like it.
Over.
Look at the rear of that car just lift off, and then what? There's Phillip in that blue car. Just can't see it off frame, but. Can we get an onboard with Philip, Zach? If that's not too much trouble, I kind of want to see what his decision-making process there is to avoid that. Because, okay, thank you, Zach. Stop yelling at us. But I don't know. That's a tricky one, David, because you want to check up, you want to avoid it, but at the same time, you can't tell where that guy's going. He's going to stop. He's going to keep going.
Right.
It's a split-second decision.
It is. It happens really fast, and you're just hoping that they keep the wheel straight or turn it away from the track, not back into the track. And these cars don't stop on a dime. We've documented it a lot. There's a lot of rear brake bias dialed into these cars. We've seen guys get too aggressive on the brake pedal, and then all of a sudden they're swapping ends before they even realize it. So it's tough to slow down, but unfortunate, just really unfortunate. But that brings things to a halt, and that really changes. We look at the
here we go.
The
This'll
onboard
tell
with.
us. This is Bupp. All right, there's the wreck. It's happening. What does he see?
I mean, he's hammered down. He never.
He couldn't really.
You got to slow down, buddy.
He didn't really have any time to
really
react, Landon. But as you said, he sees that smoke. He's got to be on the brakes. I mean, that's protocol for real life driving too, is it not?
Unfortunately, he can't enter that much speed. If he had less speed, he would have turned left, avoided that. There's all that asphalt to the left. So the whole field's gonna be on pit road here, basically.
That throws all the strategy talk out the window as far as fuel goes, because we know everyone's going to be fine on fuel. It's just about how much do you add, and does anybody take 2 tires? Can't overshoot that pit stall. I see one car, that was Adam Cabot, overshoot his pit stall just a little bit. Ryan Doucette misses his. Now who takes 2 tires?
I think it's 4 tires all the way here.
Larry Pace. Pace took 2 tires.
Oh, I saw
one of the world happened there.
I don't like a 2. Well, we can wait. Well, let's see what everybody else does. It looks like everybody's taking 4.
Larry Pace, Bob Bryant took 2 tires, as everyone else apparently took 4.
I don't like that call.
I don't know if I like that call.
I don't like it.
I don't like that call here. I like 4 tires here. I think the new strategy now is if you get a caution in 10 or 12 laps, what do you do?
Right.
I think you got to take 4 here, and then in 10 to 12 laps from now is when you can think about coming down
tires.
for 2.
Yep. I agree.
I don't like the call simply because 2-tire call is for if you need to gain a lot of track position. These guys were already up front.
Yeah,
I mean, we do have. I can see in the Twitch chat, Gonjor Linsky here is looking for some.
He wants
credit.
It worked for him. It was a different
he did make it
situation
work.
than this.
He did
He
make
had
it work.
far fewer laps that he had to go.
He did wreck, but he
I was
still
about
made
to say,
it.
John had one of the most epic wrecks in Firecracker history, I believe, in 2021. So
It actually was It was good to see him walk again and recover too.
John said, "Appreciate it."
Give it another shot this year.
It just seems like a really unforced strategy call when they were already up front to not give themselves 4 tires.
I agree. That's all I'll say about that. I agree.
We'll see how it works out for them. We're halfway through this race right now. We take the green flag. We are halfway through prelim feature number 5. Pace car is off. One of the scariest moments right here. Can everybody get through the gears? Looks like it.
And not
I'm
accordion.
I'm seeing a strategy that I don't recall from previous Firecrackers, and that's the leader kind of peeling down.
Sutherland! Landon, your attorney.
Oh, no.
Little spinner might have been a late accordion. Some contact on that one might have caused it. What I was saying was I'm seeing the leaders kind of, when they take the green, peeling down the tri-oval and shortcutting the tri-oval, which I don't know. I don't think we really race control monitors lane changing. I think we leave it up to iRacing to officiate lane changing on these restarts. But I've noticed kind of the leaders migrating down towards the start-finish line. Anyways,
I did it. If I've gotten penalized, I haven't been notified about it yet. So we'll see.
And I think they're leaving it up to iRacing. I mean, with single file restarts, everyone basically starts against the wall. That's pretty normal, and you go to the bottom to just take the shortest way through there. But
let's
I think
see what happened. See what happened, old Josh here. Just looking back on the restart, and there was a late accordion. He just got hooked. Let's see. Here it is. Watch the white car on the outside, and that's after the green. That's a legal move, and he just gets hooked. Is that Jack Mace?
Yeah.
oof.
They come
Risky
together.
move.
I'm not. That's. Yeah, discretion can be the better part of valor in that moment, you know?
Oh, we had some activities towards the back of the pack. Chase Pierce, way off the pace at the start-finish line, gathers it up. We stay green.
But we've got activity up here. Bob Bryant's so loose right now under Melillo. Oh, he holds on to it. I don't know how he held on to that. He was in a real rock and hard place. I do not think these 2 tires are working for him or Pace at all. I mean, Pace is hung on, but he's a little hard to handle.
Is it a smart call for Bob after just putting in practice today to make a 2-tire call like that in this race?
Yeah,
I would say no.
He's just feeling it out. He's just learning.
Oh, no.
Oh, man.
Oh,
Yeah, that was a hard lick.
Well, lenient cautions, as always,
Jeez.
just for those watching.
Philip Bupp is
I don't
really fast
like
on
that.
the apron.
I don't like
You see
that. I don't like that. Oh! He came up. They avoided him. I did not like that at all. He started jumping, hopping, skipping, bupping.
Oh, no. We're going to make that a verb.
Yeah, in that moment, he was bupping.
Huckle bupping. Hey, look, guys, our guy Justin Melillo, P5 right now.
What a run for him. So
He's
cool.
having a good one.
That's awesome.
Doing a good
I
job.
love
He
that.
just keep doing what he's doing. Like, literally, don't change a thing, man. Just keep driving this race. Be a little more patient. Don't get so excited about moves and hanging on people's quarter panels. It's okay to lift and get back in line behind them. Look at me. I'm going spotter mode.
I love
he's
this.
really
I love
driving
this
a
onboard.
smart race.
He is. And if you go this onboard, just a little shout out, you might see that logo down the left side, the Jetline Systems. They're providing all the computing power for this broadcast throughout the
Technology
Firecracker
partner.
400. Technology partner. Go to jetlinesystems.com. They make a ton of computers for flight simulation, which I'm sure work for sim racing as well. But that is
Quad box. Look at that.
quad box. Look at this. I just want to say, though, I mean, that's the power of what we can do on a Jetline Systems production and on their computers. And they just really appreciate their support. And I was taking a look at their website, jetlinesystems.com. They have some really cool stuff. So if you're in the market for a computer, go check them out. We're going to go 3 wide into turn 1 up in the top quad box.
Oh, it's Bob. Oh, no, he's in the wall.
Oh, Bob, hold on to it.
He's all right. He's all right.
I do believe that was a sneak preview of the E-Racer Sunday ticket package that we can offer you first month for free.
Yeah, what sim racing broadcast do you know that brings you a quad box? Not very many. You can count them on one hand.
I think you can count him on one finger.
Maybe less.
Well,
Well, that
Which
was
finger,
Tom?
David?
then we would never be able to do it.
The pointer finger. Get your mind out of the gutter.
Okay.
Bob Bryant.
We
is
gonna,
Unbelievable.
back.
we gonna crank it up tonight, David?
Oh, we're gonna crank it, buddy.
Not
Don't
again.
you worry.
We
We're
need to
cranking
leave
it.
everything.
If we're
that
gonna do it
happened
twice,
yesterday.
I'm gonna have to do the first one now. Okay.
Oh boy.
Well, you need to make sure you do it at least 30 minutes before you go in the water, okay?
Oh, the internet. Good place. How are the viewers doing out there? I'm seeing the chat's been lighting up. It's been cool to see. Thank you all for coming back tonight.
Michael P. Frisch announced he won his heat. Congratulations. Let's all stop
Congrats.
and
Yeah,
give
let's
him a
just
round
make
of
it about
applause.
him.
Is there a
Yeah.
trophy for that?
Definitely not. Oh, one in the wall off of 4. That was Ryan Doucette again.
He's struggling, man.
He's
Remember,
had
he
a
doesn't
rough
have
go
that
of it.
fast repair either. He's already used his quick repair. He's in 17th, and he just brushed the wall. Not looking so good. He's had really bad history with this event. I'll go lore daddy on you for a minute. Ryan Doucette was the car who 2 years ago showed
man.
up for single car qualifying with a car whose rear was in the ground and nose was up in the air. Do you remember that?
Let's just say
Oh,
the Carolina squat started with Ryan Doucette in that.
Yeah.
So,
That's right.
I remember Landon was not happy about that.
I don't think a lot of people were happy about that.
No, I remember Landon especially was not happy about that.
What was the issue again?
He had
Remind-
prior commitments, I believe, that he wasn't aware of, and that's what I was told, and he just said, okay, well, whatever, I'm going to make this qualifying lap memorable. I'm not going to be racing anyway, and we got that.
Yep, I
Yeah.
remember this now. Well, a notice to competitors. We don't hold grudges, but we may make it
We
known.
do remember.
We remember.
How can you forget that? Let's be real with that.
Oh man, closing it on 10 to go here.
Heating
Cosman
up.
on board with Cosman Yanishu,
So-
looking ahead at Ben Bafford.
So where are we at? We're at like 8 laps in these set. 10. It's starting to even out those 2 tires for Bob Bryant.
Oh, Malillo and Bryant nearly got hooked together off 4 there. That was close.
I think
Brian
Malilla
Ben's
was about to
back
even
car.
out Bob Bryant for him.
Yeah, up at the top side.
Oh, it's getting Larry.
Oh,
Come on, Justin.
We have a new unhinged maniac, and his name is Justin Malillo. The title has been ripped from me, finally. Feels good.
You got to think, he's getting tight on corner exit. Look at him right there. Just came right across the nose of Larry Pace. You got to think he's been wearing that right front out really bad, pushing so hard.
using a lot of racetrack. He was doing that at the end of the run before we got that last caution as well. So you can see the flame coming out of the exhaust. That's just them lifting. They're going to be lifting a ton in this. But I think the thing to keep an eye on is also Bob Bryant has stuck to the high side. He has not really gotten back down to the bottom. He's in 8th, but if he doesn't get some help, he's going to be in a really tough position there, right? That transfer spot, the NASCAR Hall of Fame transfer spot.
He had a hole right there. It opened up as Justin Bolton sort of bobbled a little bit through the trial. He had an opportunity to sort of sneak down behind Ben Bafford in the tide ride. Elected not to do it. Maybe he's feeling that middle lane. Oh, Cosman goes around. He gathers another car right there. Doucette involved as well. That's Doucette. That's Kyle Putz. 3 cars wrecking on the back straightaways. We go under caution with 10 to go.
No.
What do you do now?
Oh, you're coming
do
in
you do now?
100%. Oh man.
4 or 2?
I mean, if you're Bob and Larry, you're taking 4. I think everybody takes 4.
Yeah, I
Really?
think you're definitely taking 4.
If you're like
Well,
15th on back, take
way.
2.
If you're
We look at the
10th on
replay.
back, you got to take 2. You might as well try it. Oh, that's tough on Doucette there. Second incident. We haven't talked much about Kyle Putz, who's been solid in every Firecracker 400, pretty much all of the E-Racer events, including the Car Anomaly 500. Kind of potentially on the outside looking in.
That's a lot of damage to the front of Ryan Doucette. Just taking a look at here's Altus Esports 77 car. A lot of damage to the front end. And no quick repair to fall back on. So he's really in trouble here. But that's tough for Kyle. That's tough for Cosman. That wreck, that's right inside of your top 11 right there that took place. Yeah, there's a line.
Staying out. What do you think about staying out here?
Oh man,
Nah, you'll be eaten alive.
yeah. I don't think you
Yeah.
want to do that at all.
I think we saw it last night. Somebody stayed out, and they were like 3rd by the time they got into turn 1.
Yeah, if the field sees you stay out, they will do whatever they can to as Landon famously said last year, just shuck you out of the way and get you to the back. So you do not want to be the guy that stays out, especially at a time like this.
Did you say that last year?
2 years ago.
Okay.
I'm sorry. The last iteration of this event. It's hard to not. It's not hard not to say last year, David. I'm sorry.
I know.
Getting into the box is going to be big too, especially on these tires
Justin
and
Forbes
these brakes.
stayed out, by the way. Justin Forbes stayed out.
Brett Pancari stayed out.
Oh,
Alan Lewis stayed out.
A lot of people stayed out. Jack May stayed out. Jason Fellenbaum stayed out.
Oh no, Justin Miller missed his box.
Parker White's already gone.
2 tires for Parker White. 2 tires again for Larry Pace.
And Bob Bryant.
And Bob again.
And we've got a
lot of 2 tires.
Out. A lot. I mean, I think you had to. I just don't think you could be risking the track position. You can't risk it.
No.
Hey, you know, Bob Bryant on 2 tires versus somebody that took 4 tires before but taking 2 tires is a lot more level playing field than 2 versus 4. So Bob might have been smarter than us all along. Let's see. Where did he shake out here? You know, obviously we've had a few stay out.
He's going to be 9th.
And we've had 4 stay out.
Yeah, so the tail of the results for this, Forbes, Pancari, Lewis, Fellenbaum, and Mace stayed out. Parker White, Larry Pace. I'm not sure if Brandon Coppinger's on. He's currently being shown in 8th, but Bob Bryant, Justin Malillo, Ryan Doucette, and Justin Bolton are on 2. Everybody else is on 4.
I don't think that Bob's move of 2 tires twice in a row is a bad move.
I think we got a bigger issue. These ones on old tires are going to be a roadblock.
Oh yeah,
being up front is going to help because you'll just survive a little bit. You know.
We'll see. Oh man.
Boy, you guys look good.
Wild.
Strategy calls yesterday, right? Some big strategy calls yesterday. We got another couple today as we go back green. Justin Forbes, Brett Pancari, and Alan Lewis getting after it. But they got a nice little buffer, like you said. Parker White, the first car on tires, in 6th place with 7 laps to go.
Wow, that was a cleaner restart than I did not expect that. I expected calamity immediately off of that. So this is and a little more spread out than I thought would happen. So this could work.
Oh man, Larry Pace to the apron on the backstretch. Oh, he's going to go to the lead.
Oh god, this is not good.
No way. No way.
This is not good. We're in trouble
3
here.
wide, 3 rows deep. Car spinning on the high side.
Oh, here we go.
It's a 57 going around, and that's going to be a lot of cars. Jack Mace is involved. B-Cop is involved. Oh my gosh, that was Jason Fellenbaum, the first one that went around in the 57 car. You knew there was no way that was going to work. 3 wide, 3 rows
there's
deep.
Justin Malillo.
Justin's in it.
Oh, I'm just heartbroken for Justin, who had the best race going.
No,
well,
Justin's okay.
He might be okay, but
Justin's all right. He's actually in 9th.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, he's in 9th.
I was looking at the track.
We saw the same car. That was George.
Oh, is that George? Okay. Well,
yeah, it was George.
Feel for George.
We still feel for George.
Feel for George.
Oh, it's just George.
Sorry,
Poor
George.
Poor George.
Different pink car. Got it.
Big fan of Bal fans.
But you really
very active on the radio right now. George is complaining about people not holding brakes. He's not happy.
Yeah.
Great practice, Landon. For if Justin Malillo does have an issue. Good job.
All right, let's sort this. Let's sort this one out. So Jack Mace, the 57, Jason Fellenbaum, hard hit for Coppinger. They were just too close going into the corner. If you're on the high side, especially on no tires as those guys were, it's not going to turn going into the corner, Landon. And they were just too close for comfort there and just got run over, I think.
I think I could dissect this quite easily, guys. When you send about 15 cars 3 abreast, ill-handling down into a corner at 210 miles an hour, the results most likely will end up exactly how this one did.
Let's see what Justin saw. It had to have been very interesting.
Hey, this is why you guys all know how much I love being on the bottom at a super speedway.
You survived.
That right there is why the bottom is the safest place to be in a high-pressure moment in the super speedways.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's
plan. Gives you an exit.
Let's
Here
take
we
a look
go.
at this at slow-mo.
Super slow.
Watch, I'm not saying every one of them gets through, but just watch the cars in the bottom lane compared to the cars in the middle of the top here once we get into this thing.
There will be a wreck here in a second. Just stay with us.
It's going to be in a minute, but we got lots of time.
We've seen it. We've seen the tape.
Is there any contact though? It looks like Kligerman just gets loose. The air just takes him around.
Well, then he gets into him, sure. But yeah, I mean these cars are so ill handling. Come on.
Did Parker White weasel his way through this?
He
Look
did.
At everybody,
he weaseled.
Look at everybody coming through on the bottom.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Now what happens? Here's the thing though. Now what happens is the track self cleans. And so at this point, well, now we're back to the live shot here.
There we go.
Yeah, thank you. At this point, this is when you want to be on top because now the track is self cleaning. Now you can't control that when somebody doesn't.
Oh, who was
brakes.
that hooked a hard left right there?
They got nailed by that teal car. I don't know who that is in the teal car.
That was Cosman in the teal car.
Yeah, he just nailed the white car.
Our driver Colin Bowden did remind me that the T-shirts are sold up top though. So I don't disagree with that.
That is actually amazing. That is T-shirts are sold up top.
I could hear him saying that.
Yeah.
I think when you got hair like Colin Bowden, you would sell T-shirts no matter what line you run.
All right.
True.
Let's see. Is this going to end under green?
4 to go. A restart with 4 to go. Field in the hands of Larry Pace, who's on 2-tire strategy. Brent Punkari's didn't pit. Oh no!
He had an issue.
Oh, they're wrecking! Oh, it's Alan Lewis. It's Justin Forbes. Neither of them who pitted before. Lewis spinning through the grass. They keep rolling. Everybody goes by. Well, so much for that strategy. We'll be seeing you.
Wow.
Oh, no, that was a storyline I wanted to follow here because I think that was a D license that would have been an ultimate underdog story getting in. I mean, incredible job. But look at
who that benefits? That benefits Brandon Cattell a ton. He was outside of the top 11 on that restart. And he just picked up 2 cheeky spots right there. Look at the run. Parker White all the way below the yellow line to take the lead.
What a move.
He was not going to be stopped right there. I'll tell you that. Larry Pace tried. He thought he was wrong.
Epic.
Cattell underneath Justin Melillo here. He's trying to get in. All these guys are in, but you can't settle now as Brett Pancari's in the wall out of the tri-oval. Oh, man, 3 wide once again. Cattell in the middle. Leak right to the bottom.
This transfer spot is...
David Brown!
Oh, no!
Oh, no! Oh, that's Cabot. That's Bob Bryant. That's Cattell. That's Ben Bafford. All wrecking out of turn 2. More cars piling in. No caution.
No caution.
Oh!
How is that not a caution? Oh, no. We stand by race control, but they are wrecking like hell in turn 3 still.
There's no cars left.
No cars left.
And look who's in 4th. Ryan Doucette is in 4th place.
Caution at the line.
Caution.
There we go. Okay.
At the line.
They were doing.
But it's 2 to go. That's it. It's 2 to go right here.
Yeah, that
Next.
Race control made a good decision. At least them racing out the front. Wow.
So that means Malik Ray transfers in. He finishes 11th.
Right now, unofficially, Malik Ray is in 11th, and that means Cosman just misses out. David Brown misses out. We got to get this sorted. It's unofficial. As we look at the replay, I mean, this is absolute chaos.
Oh,
but the initial contact between David Brown and Bob Bryant, and it's just a parking lot off turn 2. And with no caution flag, you're put in a terrible spot. You have to keep racing, but you got to be.
I don't. Yeah. I know this is tough, but we haven't talked to Josh already to kind of understand his thinking. I'm anxious to hear it, but I don't hate this because you throw a caution right here, the race is over anyways. We're gonna finish under caution. What this allowed the field to do is just straighten themselves out a little bit, let the leaders race to the line, see who gets their momentum back going, and put it out. The race is over.
Yeah, I wasn't going to restart. I don't think either way, but
no.
Oof.
I mean, it's better than it's better than watching the field just pace to the checkered flag. Just
true.
Yep. Yeah.
True.
I mean, this allows And this allows the people that weren't in the wreck to get through the wreck. They're going to earn their positions, and we put it out and finish the race.
Some people put it up on the dash and somehow got into the top 11. I'm pretty sure a couple people fit that description as we
This is
Bob,
Malik.
go on board with Malik
Bob-
Ray. I mean, he was in it. He was literally in the wreck and still kept going.
Yeah, Bob Bryant, most likely.
He's upset. I'll tell you this. Bob Bryant is pissed.
Oh yeah.
He is pissed.
Virtually, he would maybe not exist anymore.
He wouldn't be pissed. He would be a splat.
Yeah, it wouldn't be there anymore.
Uh,
He can be upset. He fought hard on those 2 tires twice. Was in position.
Gosh, that's
It is,
heartbreaking for Justin.
There is certified grade A fresh beef between Bob Bryant and David Brown right now, if you can even believe it.
Wow.
well, it kind of originated with Larry Pace on those old tires. We were mentioning took the 2 tires. He's going to make it in, but he just didn't have the traction the 4 tires did, and they were 3 wide, and there was not enough room for all 3 of those cars at that point in the turn, and that's the start of that. It stinks. That's not how you want Prelim 1 to end, but that's how it's going to shake out.
That's Firecracker, baby.
Oh, you just never know. I know this race is so frustrating for a lot of people. It's so special for a lot of people. I think that tug of war of emotions is what we want. We don't want pure chaos. We still want some professionalism here. We want the drivers to race smart, race hard, with integrity. But man, this race will just rip your heart out, won't it?
I'll take the blame
yeah.
for this one because ever since I said they're going to have green flag stops, all hell has broken loose since then. So I will
Yeah,
take
make
the
it
blame
fun.
for that. Sorry, guys.
Well, so from here on out the rest of the evening, and this is going to be harder for me than it is the rest of you guys, I think, we're just not going to talk about it.
yeah.
Yep.
Lesson learned.
It's taboo. It's as the checker flag flies over Justin Bolton as he gets the win here in prelim feature number 1. My
Wow.
God.
Wow.
Yeah, anxious to see these results here.
Let's see your top 11. I mean, we think we know who it is. It's we can call it official at this point. This race is over. So there it is. Justin Bolton with the win. Parker White, Larry Pace, Ryan Doucette with the biggest comeback in a prelim feature I think we've seen yet. That guy was involved in everything. Still gets through. Daniel Adam from Germany gets through in 5th. Kyle Putz, who also had a wreck. Adam Cabot, the Monday Night Racing champion. Brandon Cattell, the original Firecracker 400 champion, makes it through. Jason Fellenbaum, who was wrecking at one point. Justin Forbes, who didn't go on the last restart. And then that 11th and final position, the most important one here, goes to Malik Ray, missing out.
Wow.
Hausman, David Brown, George,
Wow.
Justin Malillo, who spent the entire race in the top 5,
Ugh.
misses out. And your heart breaks for these guys. I mean, if that isn't the most Firecracker thing you've ever seen, I don't know what is.
Heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. Did everything right. Ugh.
Bob Bryant misses out.
Jules Chatelaine, Maurice Glazer, Sutherland Law Firm didn't make it. Philip Bupp, Ben Baffert, Billy Fisher, Chase Pierce, and Anthony Orlando.
And we appreciate Gilles Chatelaine always coming out. He comes out every year for this in France and misses out on it. A crazy prelim feature 1.
Yeah, Landon's law firm there, Morganti, didn't make it.
Didn't make it either.
Yeah.
What a start. What a start, guys. I mean, we were listening to the radio after the race, of course, a lot of pissed off drivers, but as you guys were saying, that just shows the passion these guys have for the event. They've been waiting so long for it. This is their only chance to get in. And like you guys were saying, heartbreak is the headline for Prelim 1.
It has to be,
It is.
right? I mean, David, think of you think about the anticipation for this event, how many people have wanted us to bring it back, how many times you've been asked, when is it coming back? When are we doing it again? We bring it back, and then you get in and you get all the way to the prelim main, you make it through those rounds, you're in position to make it through, and you don't. It's devastating. But they get to watch a great broadcast here on eRacers Twitch, of course.
They do. I mean, you're not in until you're in. That's the bottom line is until the checker flag flies and you're in the right position, nothing is given to you at all. So, Parker, what do you got going on?
Hey, so this is awesome. I loved last night, love this tonight, but I have to head off from this broadcast. So I'm going to leave this to you guys, the trained professionals, Landon, all of our team. And I'm going to be watching like some of those that didn't make it because I have to go race in real life tomorrow. Practice qualifying up in New Hampshire. I got to drive up there. So I'll be watching though, guys. I can't wait. This is such a cool event. Love this event. I can't wait to see how this all unfolds over the next couple weeks. I'll be back next week. You can't get rid of me entirely. I know many of the chat are like, please shut that guy up. But no, you can't do that. But thank you to Thrustmaster, NASCAR Hall of Fame, Jetline Systems, everyone that's come on board. This is so cool, and I'll be watching all night.
Awesome. Parker, safe travels up to New Hampshire. I won't be there, but just take care around those Alpha Prime cars, please. And have a good run yourself. All right. We'll see you next week. Thanks for being here. That's Parker Kligerman. He'll be back next week, but make sure you cheer him on this weekend while he takes on the Magic Mile up in Loudon, New Hampshire. We'll be back on the other side of this commercial break to take a look at the next prelim number 6. You're watching the 2023 Firecracker 400 presented by Thrustmaster.
NASCAR Hall of Fame, our fans bring enough energy to power a nation. Junior nation, that is.
Feel the passion and thrill of racing with stories and artifacts from the legends who shaped the sport. With over 850 artifacts and 50 interactive exhibits that span generations, everyone will find something for the scrapbook.
Visit the NASCAR Hall of Fame in Charlotte for the ultimate fan-zone experience. NASCAR Hall of Fame, this is our sport. This is our house.
Welcome back to coverage of the 2023 Firecracker 400 presented by Thrustmaster. New face, same place. Landon Cassill has taken over for Parker. He's joined us here in the Moon Center studio. Sean is joining us from parts unknown, Florida, right?
Somewhere in Florida, in or around Florida.
Florida man joins the booth. And again, a big thank you to everyone else behind the scenes. We got Kevin McAdams helping us out with a lot of information. Hell, we might even let Kevin get a couple words in edgewise here before the night is over.
He won't stop. He won't stop.
I know, but it's a 5-hour show, Sean. He can have a couple. Blake is off doing his own thing, so he's not here tonight. But shout out to Josh Mendoza and everybody else that's working the race control, working the cameras, Zach Johnson, our producer, and of course all of you in chat, watching, supporting, being a part of the show here as we take a look at cars on the track for Prelim Consi number 6. Sean, if you would do the honors.
Oh, of course. We got Rocky Hartpence on the pole for this one alongside Dallas Pataska. In row number 2, Austin Paul, Danny Davis in 3rd and 4th. Corey Hutchison, Justin Rector make up row number 3. Brendan Kohler, a little familiar face here in official sessions. He'll make up position number 7. Ryan Pinnell in P8. Keegan Doherty will be in position number 9 alongside David Bonner, finishing out row number 5. Jason Maines, Craig Lautenschlager will roll off in the 12th spot. David Sheets, Mark Vaughn in row number 7. I'm trying to make Zach kind of keep. There we go. Chris Pfeffer in P15. Matthew Byers will make up P16. Zach is yelling at us again. Dean Clavette in P17. Chris Cologne in 18th. And rounding out the final row, Terry Radford's scheduled to be there. I don't see him on the racetrack, unfortunately. And Keith Taylor, David, will round out this field.
Thank you, Sean. Why wouldn't Terry Radford be on the grid?
Either he's starting in the pits, technical issues, a whole host of things could be the reason.
Well, hopefully he gets it sorted out. See, it's not just us. It can be the competitors as well. All right. We've got one slate of races under the belt. Landon, you're up to speed, good enough for government work. Where do we even start on this one? Comparisons to last night versus what we've already seen tonight.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think that the last prelim kind of gave me. We're still going down this vibe of we're capable of chaos, but these cars, there's something about this package or everybody's experience with the Firecracker 400 now, or the balance of the car. We're capable of some long runs and some patience, but man, it just never fails. The heat on this track, the tire fall off, the lack of downforce on these cars, they get slick after 25 laps.
Slick. It's tough. I mean, Sean, we've talked about these cars are plowing tight, burning the right front off, but they're also slick. So you don't have front turn, and you don't have rear grip. It's a very tricky combination.
No, absolutely. I mean, especially as the run goes on, we've seen classic example in the first prelim. Guys just slipping and sliding, pushing. There's a variety of things that affects these cars: air, tire pressure, tire wear. Going to be interesting. So here we go. Green flag is out. Rocky Hartpence, Dallas Pataska, and Prelim 2 Consi is officially underway, David.
Remember. Oh, they're already wrecking. Danny C. Davis gets turned around, and that's going to be most of the field right out of the short chute on the front straightaway. Caution flag flies. I mean, there's 3 cars that weren't wrecked right there. That broke out really quick.
David, so now I'm going to say, I think I've sat through 3 races. This field of drivers tonight has had a harder time getting to lap 3 than we had in any of the races last night.
Yeah.
All right.
Lap 3 is no longer the bugaboo. It's the restart.
Oh, that's a misshift. That right there to me looks like just a catastrophic failure on the restart. Could have blown a tranny, could have missed the gear, could have spun the... I don't know about spinning the tire. I don't know if you're spinning the tires on restarts here with these cars, but...
No, it's a misshift. I mean, it's the hardest part about these cars for so many people, and we're going to continue to talk about it. Talked about it at the top of the show with Sean because he's an expert in these cars. He knows. I've driven them quite a bit in a lot of different ways, and it is. Everyone seems to struggle more than anything with getting through the gears in the 1987 car because you got to use that clutch pedal, and you have to be sort of deliberate about it. I remember, I think it was Sage Karam texted me, like, how do you drive this thing? Why can't it shift? Why am I struggling? I was like, you got to be slower. It's a 1987 transmission. You can't just bang it into gear like instantly. So just throws everybody for a loop. But then, Sean, it makes me question, are they not practicing?
It's probably the key factor here. We're talking about Bob Bryant and how much practice he put in at the last second for this. So a lot of people think with this event, it's Daytona, I can just hop in the car and it's easy. So no, I mean, these cars, probably the toughest oval car on iRacing to drive. I don't want to say probably, it is. There's so many nuances that go into driving it and being successful at it. And at this racetrack as well, there's bumps everywhere. If you haven't driven it, I highly suggest you do. It's a great time. This car combination is by far the best on the oval side. As you have trouble in pit road.
Oh, no. What are we doing back there?
What
it's like last night,
new?
2 cars hit an oil slick at the same spot getting on pit road. And both of them smacked the inside wall. Landon, remember that.
What is going on at pit road entrance? Is there seepage? Or we have weepers down there? Because it did rain. I think it rained pretty heavily in Daytona overnight.
Dean Clavette missed his pit stall by about 6. That's
He
pit road is.
He tried.
Between restarts and pit road, that is the biggest boss fight here at Daytona right now. As we look at
too much speed.
That's just rear brakes. That's just they're not used to the rear brake bias. That preparation. Preparation's so important for this race. You cannot just jump into these cars and do this. You have to prepare for this because you see the results. So word to the wise, if you haven't raced yet, get your butt into a session and practice.
But keep the broadcast up while you do it.
Yeah, please don't kill our viewership numbers. But yeah, if you don't practice, it's going to be evident, and then Sean's going to make fun of you on the broadcast, and you don't want that.
Why do David? Your roast ratio has been better than everybody's in this broadcast. And the last couple, I think you're selling yourself short.
Well, Sean, I'm 5'6". I'm always short.
Wow, I'm glad you caught that one. But anyways, we're coming back to green. I'm sorry, David. You know, I'm a big fan. But as we were talking about, with that pit entry, I guess debacle right there. The brake bias is very much toward the rear in these cars, as Landon was pointing out. When you're braking, you got to use, of course, enough brake to slow down. But if you use too much, you saw exactly what Justin Rector did. You will lose the rear end of that car, and that's
Right.
it. You're done, especially if there's green flag stops. That's all I'll say about that. Green's blackout, by the way.
Indeed, it is. It appears it'll be a more orderly restart here. No problems, no dramas. All right. So,
We'll spread out.
yeah, that's not a bad thing. I'm okay with that.
Ooh. You can
Look
just
back at
hear the
Jason
shift.
Maines.
You can
Yeah,
hear
I
that
mean,
shift right there. That it's just not smooth. It's tough. It's tough to work the transmission on these cars.
No. It sounds cool when you bounce it off the rev limiter,
Does.
but then it's also time to shift.
I always feel like these cars have a long bouncing rev limiter, like dun 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 dun, like not like a really quick rev. Quick
It's 8,000
bouncing off the rev.
RPMs. That's the important thing is it's 8,000 RPMs, and maybe I think that catches some people out because they think it's 9 or 8,500. I don't know.
They weren't turning that many RPMs back in the day, not as many as we turn now. But I would, if you have an H pattern shifter, use it. I mean, you're not getting the full experience of this car unless you have an H pattern. You could use paddles, but it just doesn't feel the same.
I guess we're wrecking a little bit further back in the pack. That's Justin Rector, who is wrecking, and Mark Vaughn wrecking in 1 and 2. There's a tire flying. You see right there.
It was aggressive
That's,
tire.
No yellow.
The tire's gone further than the race car. That's never a good thing.
Look
Go
at
back
this
to this
group.
wad. Oh my God. David Sheets in the 06. Got his sheets in the wind. No, he doesn't. He's actually going backwards. That would have been a good joke if he was going forwards. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, that would make sense because, the wind resistance would take him back, I guess. I don't know.
Not if he was pushing him forward like a sailboat.
I'm just trying to go to bat for you, David. That's all.
Thanks, Sean. I appreciate that.
No problem. All right, so there's a replay. Or is this now?
No, that was Rector wrecking.
That was Mark.
That's still a good
Mark
joke.
Vaughn.
I stand by that. Rector wrecking. I'm standing by that one.
You made that joke 2 times in a lap, David. I just want you to know that.
Well, he wrecked 2 times in a minute because it was a replay. I'm gonna use it.
Understandable. You saw us there for a second. Here's the transfer spot. NASCAR Hall of Fame transfer cam.
Thank you, Sean.
Oh, that is live. Was that Corey Hutchinson?
I don't know, but he might have been.
I think it was. What in the world happened there?
I have no idea. It's a weird Consi race so far.
It's been all over the 03 is missing a right front tire. He just got his faster. What is going on in this?
Chaos. It's pure chaos.
Can I get I just want to get a paint scheme check. We haven't done that yet tonight, but there's one that's caught my eye in particular now that we've sorted everything out. Can we get a close up on you go for it. I'm sure you know what it is.
Hold on. I got to take a look here of what we're going to be looking at. Yeah, I don't know who you want to see. I'm sorry.
All right. So my eye is on the 13 of Craig Lautenschlager.
I knew it.
Why don't you say anything?
I didn't know it.
Unbelievable. But Zach's going to work on getting a shot of this. Here we go. So look at this. What do we think of this? It's got like the green base, but it's got like I can't tell if it's like the Woody wagon pattern on the side. And that number is certainly placed in an interesting spot.
That is a design choice. Now, I got to say, the back of the car is really where my eye goes. And that's because of the vanity license plate, Nam Vet. For Vietnam Vet, he's got a Reagan Bush 84 sticker on there. He's got a Marine sticker on there. And also one that says, oh, they're wrecking.
Ryan Pinnell in the 12 gets hooked. Dean Clavette, the other car involved. There you see him.
Unfortunate. Going back to Craig Lautenschlager, he's got a sticker that says, "My ex-wife's other car is a broom."
Wow. What's he insinuating there?
I don't know, but Rocky Hartpence just smacked the wall off too and lost a lot of spots.
He did.
He just went from the lead back to about 7th, and that's not good when you need to be in the top 10. Well, I guess it's okay.
He's still in it. I mean, it's not recommended if you want to get in. We'll get a replay of this here as we'll see exactly what happened to Rocky in our double box. Just tight. Just not where you want to be, especially if you're leading. And here's one thing, David and Landon. What I've noticed here is a lot of drivers' first reaction, probably not what you want to do. I don't know, maybe what you want to do in a real car. If you get tight, you want to put more wheel into it. Maybe. Landon can confirm or deny it. But that doesn't work in this car. That's drivers' first reaction on what to do is if they see their car not turning, they turn it more, thinking it will. But stuff like that, exactly what happens to Rocky, will happen to you if you do that in this car. You really got to be careful.
Great observation. I'm not going to dispute it. Landon didn't even hear it. He was off fighting the lawyers once more, but he's back. Landon, can you confirm if your car is tight, you turn the wheel more?
Sometimes that helps, but no, I wouldn't say so. I think if you're tight, you're already over the limit of the tires. So, if anything, you need to either slow down or just turn the wheel a little bit less and slow down.
There you go. Are you
Expert
satisfied now,
analysis.
Sean?
I am, actually. That eases my mind, is what I was thinking. Sounds like I was right in my analysis there, too. So having Landon confirm that means a lot to me. So I appreciate that.
All right. Twitch chat right now is telling me that I'm old because bullying people on the internet is apparently back. That's great.
Old man yells at cloud, David Schildhouse.
Oh, man.
Thank you, chat. Always a pleasure to be here with you.
So I think this race is essentially over, David, because the front 10 have broken away from Keegan Doherty and David Sheets. All they have to do is exactly what they're doing right now, is just stay in line, work together, and they're good.
Oh, yeah. And we know...
Yeah, we've seen this movie before.
That is a extremely reliable thing, especially in 3 and 4, coming to the checkered.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it looks like they pulled it off.
If there's any group that I think can pull it off, it's going to be this one.
Gonna be 3 laps to go at the line here. Yeah, we've seen the original. We've seen the sequel. We've seen the trilogy of this, of what race car driver should do versus what race car driver does do.
Mm-hmm.
We saw it in just the last Consi race. The guy that was leading walled himself and missed and got mad at everyone else.
You're going to let it go, David? The man is mad enough already.
I know. I'm just hoping to teach him and coach him up through negative reinforcement.
That always works.
3 of the now 6 Consis have had wrecks at the end. And pretty much all of them meaningless wrecks, I would say.
True. Jordy Lopez, Logan Clampett last night comes to mind.
It was a heat race.
Second place. Second place.
Do we have another one in us?
They've just about did it. Austin Paul was flirting with that apron.
Josh Mendoza comes across the radio, tells him 2 to go.
To be careful.
Please, for the love of God, don't wreck.
Jason Maines has announced his intent to pass coming out of turn 2. Love that.
Ask permission first.
Is it possible that they wreck out of just pure anxiety? Like it's just a mental error. I know it's a silly question, but like, is it a lapse in just mental judgment, like focus?
Yeah, I think so.
It's very possible, especially. I mean, we got a lot of viewers watching the race right now, and these guys want to put on a good show and make themselves available, for the main event. So yeah, of course, we actually might have that happen here. Austin Paul is not having a good time in that 3 car. He's got Keith Taylor underneath him. Why are they racing?
Just hold on, Austin. It doesn't matter. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's fine.
There we go. Shout out to Chris. Shout out to Chris Pfeffer for letting him in right there.
Yeah,
not a lot of guys would have done that.
Are there a real good move right there?
Do iRacing drivers listen to the broadcast of sometimes while they're racing?
Absolutely.
Yeah, some of them. Justin Malillo does. I know that.
I have mentioned numerous times on broadcasts that Chris Overland is racing in that he has no Coke wins, and he has yelled at me for it right after I said it. So.
Well, there you go. That's the end of the Consi race. And to touch on the Overland thing, I used to spot for him at one time in Coke, so that hurts.
Wow,
Never
I'm
got to-
seeing a
never got
lot
to
in the
win with
chat too. A lot of in the Twitch chat are saying that they do. King Phantom,
Yeah.
Big Timer.
I mean, if you're not listening to the broadcast of your race, how are you going to know when some broadcasters smack talking you, right?
I think Austin Paul just replied to me after I said his car was still handling there, so that answers the question.
Yep. There you go. All right, let's take a look at the finishing results here. Your top 10, those moving on to the feature. Dallas Pataska, Jason Maines, Craig Lautenschlager. Love that name. It's such a good name.
We had a lot of great names in this event. Every race has had a great event or a great
Keith
name.
Taylor, Austin Paul, Christopher Pfeffer, Brendan Kohler, sorry, Rocky Hartpence, Matthew Byers, and Devin Bonner. Moving on.
I think we need to do a vote at the end of this thing and
Best name?
vote for the best name in the Firecracker 400.
If Crash Neon doesn't win that by a landslide,
Yeah, I'm really gonna question a lot.
we got a split here, guys.
Oh my God! Well, we saw the inaugural Firecracker 400 champion in the last feature race. This race features the defending Firecracker 400 champion, starting in row 3. But for now, we look at your pole sitter, AJ, the controller king Henderson, Michael P. Frisch, who wanted a participation trophy for winning his heat, the outside of row 1. Row 2, Garrett Maines, Kyler Wynn. There he is, the man, the myth, the legend, the defending Firecracker 400 champion, Michael Cozy Jr. Michael Guest, who is outside. Will Norton, Jacob Schneider make up row 4. Brendan Burcroft, Brad Slaughter Jr. in row 5. Tyrell Baker and Lane Tidwell in row 6. Kwame Scott, Colin Fern, the owner of FRS Racing here in row 7. Dylan Parker, Matt Kloos in row 8. Timmy Pacioli and Ryan Carwile went for a wild ride last year, or 2 years ago rather. Nicholas Warfield, Alfredo Miranda Jr., the Sauce in row 10. Tony Ball, Jonathan Goat. Jacob Reeves, Nick Olson in row 12. Dallas Pataska, Jason Maines. These are your guys that just transferred in from the Consi race. Craig Lautenschlager, Keith Taylor. I don't know why I'm saying it like that. Austin Paul, Christopher Pfeffer, Brendan Kohler, Rocky Hartpence, Matthew Byers, Devin Bonner. Your 34 starters, 17 rows strong. What a group of names, Sean, at the front here. Frisch, Cozy, Wynn, Maines, Guest.
Michael Frisch made a hype video for himself.
He did.
In this race, and he put it on Twitter. So he's putting a lot of pressure on himself. But he's definitely a favorite. As you said, what a split we have. Kyler Wynn, another great plate driver in this car. Michael Cozy Jr., Michael Guest, Coke Series drivers. A lot of talent here in this split eventually.
And that, surprisingly, I feel like this year, the favorites have had a rough go at it. The Coke Series drivers have not had great fortune so far in the prelims.
Oh, it has been a struggle for him. That is for sure. Green flag is out. We were racing for 40 laps. Remember, your top 11, the ones that will move on to qualify next week in the top 88. Good clean getaway. Top 5 sort of getaway with a little break behind Cozy there. No restart issues. Nice to see that.
Michael Frisch not wasting any time getting to the front here. Big veteran in these cars especially. And you guys were harping on it. The Coke drivers having a little bit of an issue in this car lately. I think the Coke drivers in this field are gonna get it done. These guys, the Coke drivers in this field, have a lot of experience in this car. I've seen them around a lot. I think they'll do just fine in this one. I really hope I didn't just jinx them, but here we are.
You You've been in the booth long enough, Sean. I don't understand why you keep doing this.
Listen, I said I acknowledged it. I didn't do it the last time, so we'll see if that kind of flips it a little bit.
It does seem like you're trying to, though.
No, the only one I would
It
actually
really does
jinx
seem
is
deliberate.
the only one I would jinx is Michael Frisch. That's it.
So what do you got against Frisch?
We are both, I guess, video producers. You know, I've done work for eRacer for a while now for content creation for this broadcast even. And you know, Frisch has done independent work for some Coke teams and stuff. So we have a friendly little competition of who makes the best stuff. And I will admit, Frisch's video he made looked pretty good. Landon even retweeted it. So he's got some talent, but we're natural competitors behind the wheel as well. We give each other a hard time, but it's all in a matter of respect. And he's listening right now, and I want you to know I don't mean a word of what I just said.
Oh, you really are an unhinged maniac.
Unbelievable.
You know, a little bit of movement. I feel like there's some jockeying, but not. Doesn't seem like it's coming from a place of aggression, more so reorganization of the lineup. What would you say, David?
Yeah, I think you're 100% spot on. I think you look at who you're starting around and you sort of figure out, yeah, I don't want to be behind them. Maybe I just missed it in the qualifying lap or whatever. You sort of know who you think you should be in front of or who you definitely don't want to be behind. I think you work really hard to put yourself around the people you trust. Sean, I'll defer to you on that. Did you find yourself doing that yesterday of trying to seek out the people you're really comfortable racing around?
Absolutely. I mean, a few of them reach out to you before the race. Hey, we're in the same con scene, or we're in the same prelim. You know, we got to work together. You know, I know we had a bunch of people at the front of the field. We kind of choreographed the last couple of restarts. You know, I'll scratch your back if you scratch mine, vice versa. So these guys, like in real life, Landon, you know, they're going to be making a lot of deals, especially towards the end of these type of races, to say, hey, we're right here. Let's not screw it up, and let's get ourselves into the main event and think big picture.
This is the most choreographed group I've seen so far, where it seems like the field kind of knows each other's agenda. There's some give and take happening, some moves, smart moves. It hasn't really kind of unhinged yet. Also, Sean, I saw a question in the Twitch chat from Useful Spark 82 asked, how much does Mooncar help prepare for the Firecracker 400? I think that was a really good question.
It is a good question. It would help if Travis ran this track more. He usually runs Talladega, but running Mooncar, it gives you a lot of wreck avoidance experience. David can attest to that. We have to avoid it. We help sharpen our skills in avoiding wrecks all the time. But it gives you experience in this car. They don't really drive the same at this track compared to Talladega, but it gives you a hint at what the car likes to do in certain situations. How does it feel when you're going into the corner, someone's right behind you? You know, what's the ideal, you know, place you have to brake going into the pits for green flag stops? That never happens in Mooncar, but you never know. But it gives them a feel of how this car is, and it can help. But, you know, any practice you can get in this car to prepare for this event at a track like this will help no matter what you're doing.
Yeah, I'll second that. You know, just the racecraft, excuse me, that you learn in Mooncar, which is a weird thing to say out loud.
There's racecraft in Mooncar?
Yeah, it might be the lack of racecraft. Oh, trouble. That's the caution right there. They are wrecking big in the middle of 1 and 2. Ryan Carwile is up into the fence. I mean, they're more piling in just further on back. Craig Lautenslager's in it. I mean, they're still wrecking in there. Timmy Pacioli's spinning like a top. What in the world just took place in the middle of turns 1 and 2? I don't know what it was, but it resulted in a lot of damaged race cars. My God.
Jonathan Goke involved. A lot of unhappy drivers after that. See, we just came out of a race with a lot of unhappy drivers going right into one. We'll get a replay of this as soon as Zach can draw one up here. But I think we could give Landon the blame for this one. He said like 2 laps ago, it looks like the most organized race so far, and then here we go.
Yep. That's on
Landon. I also think if you say Mooncar 3 times in a row, a wreck happens.
Ooh, that was weird contact that started. Who was that? Colin Fern, and I couldn't tell who that was in the McDonald's car. Might have been Tyrell Baker that kicked that off. Let me see if I can find it on my end here.
Tyrell Baker is in a McDonald's car, so we'll get another angle of it. We'll see if we can find the origin of this wreck. There are layers to it. but it looks like I'm looking at it for me right now. It looks like it starts. Maybe that is Colin Fern. He looks to make a move to the inside, but then he thinks better of it.
Yeah, I see it. Too late to
Both
make
of the
that move
McDonald's
on
cars.
Schneider. Yeah. So it starts ahead of where the actual big contact was, and it involves a whole lot of other race cars there. And people just continue to pile in. Again, these cars don't stop that great. The self-cleaning effect that Landon alluded to, and then, golly.
I gotta see who maneuvered their way through that wreck. Did you see just someone just emerge from the rubble? I gotta see who this was. But yeah, you see on your screen right there, just absolutely nowhere to go for anybody. I think that was the 57 of Jacob Reeves. If we could somehow get it on board with him, the seas just parted for him on the apron of all places, and he scooted through that wreck, and now he's put himself in position to get towards the transfer. But Landon, I was about to ask Landon,
Paul both did a really good job.
What do you do in a situation like that? There's essentially nowhere to go.
Oh, I know, it's so tough. I mean, at that point, you're just max slowing down. And, like we talked about before, I think you want to be on the bottom. Everybody pitting here looks like a lot of 4 tires. I think a lot of drivers hope and expect that this is the last time they come down pit road. But, one more look at this wreck, and it's just like I was saying before. If you're right in the pack, right? If you're running anywhere from 8th to 15th, you want to be on the bottom. But if you're back here where this guy's at,
oh my gosh,
look at that!
I mean, that's a heck of a drive to get through this wreck. But he would have been a lot safer if he would have went high to miss it.
Pretty good. That was pretty good. Not to get lost in all this, we did have some cars come down pit road. Most of your leaders, not all the lead lap cars, came down. Cozy, Frisch, both took 2 tires. Wait, nope.
I think it's fuel only for Frisch and Cozy.
Yeah, Frisch, fuel only.
Matt Cluse, fuel only?
Frisch and
I hate
Cozy,
that call right now.
only?
I don't either.
Oh. I mean, are they pretty much is this a full commitment that they're going to come back down again?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they're going to pit for tires regardless. I mean, there's no way you can stay out on these tires with how old they get. You're just going to not be anywhere close to the handling you want to be. But if this thing goes green, which history has shown it won't, I don't hate this move, because if you pit, you run the risk of putting yourself back. We've seen all week, that wrecks can happen anywhere. 1st, 2nd, 15th, 20th, anywhere. So if I'm Frisch, I like the call just to keep the track position. Cozy wants to be as close to the front as he can too. I don't hate this call just to get a splash and get back out there.
No, I like it. This was the time to do it. If there ever was one, this was the time to do it. Yeah, not a bad strategy call. They keep their track position. I think they're fine. Honestly, I think they're fine as we get 1 to go. So it will be the restart this time to start lap 11 of 40. Already seen a very, very big wreck take place in 1 and 2. A lot of cars using their 1 fast repair. Remember, all these drivers get 1 fast repair where if they get damaged, they can come into their pit stall and it gives them just a fresh car. They get 1 fresh car. The factory just spits 1 out and reappears and they get a fresh car. But that's it. If they go out, oh God, Dylan Parker in the back of the field coming up on the back of the pack just wrecked.
Oh boy.
The 59 car, 48 in sim, 59 on his car just wrecked, catching the back of the pack. That is embarrassing.
So while they clear that up, something of note, Craig Lautenschlager, we've mentioned his paint scheme, mentioned his great name. He stayed out on this last caution. He did not come into pit. So he's still on his original tires. He's in 4th right now. So I don't know about that call, but I think he's thinking the same thing as we'll get a replay of the last incident. Let's see. How does this happen, Landon?
Oh, I mean, that's just probably was typing in the Twitch chat. I don't know. That's a tough one.
Josh Mendoza's not happy over official chat.
No, I wouldn't be happy either. I like the staying out call. To me, it's very similar to Cozy's call. Obviously, I think you could come down and get fuel at least and top it off to where you're good to the end. But hey, what's the difference? I mean, there's gonna be another caution. That's when you're gonna come down and get tires. And look at this start. They're spreading them out pretty good.
Pretty good restart for the most part. Top two getaway, really, really good there. Remember that car in fourth place, Craig Lautenschlager's got damage to the front of the car. That's going to impact his performance. He cannot get to the back of Matt Kloos, but it's Frisch and Cozy, who are very good friends off the track, play a lot of different games together, and they certainly are very comfortable racing each other like this. They love what they got right now.
I would not expect that 99 to leave the rear bumper at all of that 58, so we'll see how this is going to work for them. But back here, we have a lot of action happening. Michael Guest in that 85 car has made his way through to fourth. Garrett Maines right behind him. AJ Henderson, our pole sitter. And there you see Craig Lautenschlager just kind of, as our popular saying goes in the community, dropping like a cinder block in a 2-foot creek by staying out there.
Ooh.
But back in the field, got a little bit of action happening back here. Nice Pennzoil scheme. Steve Park noted that I'm a big fan of his. Good to see a Pennzoil number 1-ish looking scheme out here.
Look at producer Zach Johnson just kissing up to you, man.
Never does it before, so it's good to see him finally do it. Back up front, the field has caught Cozy and Frisch. I would expect a lot of these guys up at the front here to stay single file as we've seen. Frisch is
they're wrecking on the screen. Good thing we were looking at it. That was Tyrell Baker for the second time tonight. Slides, doesn't hit anything. Back up front. Oh, here we go. Big move. Garrett Maines ducks out of line with help from AJ Henderson. Now Cozy and Frisch respond, and that effectively hangs Michael Guest out on the high lane. And it's amazing. The car from third just manipulated how everyone else approached it. Cozy goes up high. He's going to concede the spot for now, or at least choose that lane. As we take a look at this replay here, going back to Tyrell Baker's spin out of 4, just gets on the apron. And then he gets wrecked by Ross Chastain.
That's Tony Ball in the 84. In the 84, they got into the back of him. But good job by Tyrell.
No relation to Eddie Kerner Ball.
No, definitely not. Two separate individuals there. Back up front, we see Frisch. Garrett Maines right there leading that inside line, David, is on 4 tires. So we're seeing the strategy kind of play out. Frisch took fuel only. Maines on those 4 fresh tires.
It's working. I mean, you wanted some proof of the pudding right there. He just powers to the front. Now, how much of that is him pushing? And how much of that? Oh, Frisch really close to the wall. Cozy gets hit. Cozy gets hit. They keep it straight. He got a little boop in the back from Michael Guest. That's Brad Slaughter taking evasive action. Everyone scatters, checks up. Here we go. Now they're going to be wrecking. They save it against the wall as Christopher Pfeffer. Golly, that was a lot of activity.
How in the world did they not wad it all up there, Landon?
Just pure talent. that was a lot of awareness from the field just now. Unbelievable.
And that's
skill
that
and driving
starts from Frisch, right? That starts from Frisch getting high off of 4. Having and everyone reacts.
I got to hand it to these drivers because I know we've had our moments. We've got a range of skill. We've seen some crashes under cautions and things like that, but that was outstanding awareness by the entire field and some high level of skill by just a couple drivers right there.
Yeah, man. All right. So that I write that down as a moment that might chill this whole field out because they all just got a really good flash of what could have gone wrong right there. Maybe just ride for a little bit.
Is that green Woody? Is that a factory? Is that a factory color?
The split pea soup green?
I would love to know the answer to that.
Is that an OEM color?
Sure looks like it,
Buick?
doesn't it?
I don't know.
Got to do some research on that. That's the paint scheme I pointed out earlier.
That looks custom. I think I don't know if that came from the factory. I don't know if it could be a dealer option. Back in '87, I think that was a dealer option in the Midwest dealers. Chicago, Minneapolis, St. Louis, Kansas City. I think they had a special package there.
Well, we do have the automotive dealership world expert here of Landon Cassill.
Someone in the chat actually says it's it's Jake from State Farm in the chat says it's a little off on tint, but yes, it was OEM back in the day.
Oh, I'm gonna have to get a paint swatch off that thing.
Gotta know the values of that color there.
Take that over to Exalta and see if we can have it made.
Yeah. Get Cosman in here to identify it. I bet his eyes could tell you exactly what it is.
Oh, that's forest green. All right, thanks, Kyle.
Thanks, Cos.
Something else I have a question about now that we've kind of a lull in the action. What in the world is on the hood of AJ Henderson's car?
Take a look at it. Where is AJ Henderson?
P2 right there, the 23.
Okay, let's take a look at it. That is a cat.
It looks like a cat. Yeah,
It's a cat. It's not Patrick, which is Brandon Cattell's cat. This is a different cat.
Cattell famously had a drawing of Patrick done by Lefty Designs, extremely talented individual, on his car for the Carnomaly 500. Last time that was a thing here on E-Racer, so good to see someone have a cat on their car once again.
It's a black cat.
It's got cats everywhere on that car.
Strategy there? If you put a black cat,
there it is.
It's supposed to be like bad luck if you cross it or something, right?
Well, yeah, but
it's on the back too, actually.
It's on the side. There's two cats.
He's got two cats on the back.
Well, just hold your horses because this kitty's going to the front, baby.
That's right.
Oh man,
that was pretty good, actually.
That was good. I'll
good call,
accept that. That was great. Landon's 1 for 1. David is 0 for 3 so far.
I think I'm 0 for my whole lifetime, Sean, but thanks.
Wow, you said it, not me.
I appreciate you trying to gas me up.
No problem. The color of the Griswold family truckster was metallic P.
And that's PEA.
PEA. Not the one you're thinking.
Not urine.
Right.
P like the vegetable, or P like you need to drink more water?
P is the vegetable.
Oh. Okay.
The veg.
The veg. Oh, man.
What?
Will Norton in that silver car just threw it in on Michael Guest in a turn 3.
Again, I'm gonna give it to these drivers. This is a smart group. This might be the most put together group I think we've seen since last night.
Well, we've only seen one group since last night. This is the second group.
There were multiple groups last night.
Oh, you mean of everyone? Oh,
right.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. I'm scared to put too much positive praise out there right now because every time they hear it, they do something silly.
I've learned my lesson.
Capable of pure chaos.
This is Landon's race to potentially influence by putting out the positive energy there for these guys to feed on.
I have been trying, haven't I?
You have. You were
both
successful.
have.
Oh no.
You just did it. There it is. Pony ball. Jacob Schneider wreck off turn 4. God bless America. I mean,
Landon is 2 for 2.
This is how I know they listen. This is how I know they listen.
You start to feed them compliments, their heads get a little bit bigger, and
you break focus. It goes from mindless, elevator music while they're running laps and in the zone, and then all of a sudden you stand out and you go, "Man, these guys are really good," or "They haven't made any mistakes yet." Let's see.
Here is the mistake.
Off of turn 4, that's
Make
the
it
spot.
spider.
I mean, how many can somebody that knows their Firecracker 400 history make a compilation video of every car that we've caught on camera hitting the turn 4 exit?
I think that video would be far too long.
Yeah. A lot of footage to go back through. It's a very ambitious project.
My schedule's full already, so.
Yeah. I tell you, the better video is perfectly cut screams of Firecracker 400 broadcasts.
I mean, you would be 75% of them, yeah. I mean, the hype video was 80% you screaming in of itself, so.
But which is the funny part, because as I said yesterday, I don't talk a lot. I normally don't talk this much, and then you listen to me
because you scream a lot.
And I'm just screaming in every video about all this stuff. Here we go. Pit road. AJ Henderson leads them on. Cozy, Michael Guest, Garrett Maines, Will Norton, the top 5 onto pit road.
4 tires.
Again, past halfway, you got to take 4 tires here, right?
4 tires. I mean, I would be shocked if someone took 2. So we'll see if anyone rolls the dice here. Again, all about getting in your stall. Michael Guest overshoots by 2 stalls.
He tried to
right
pit
into
where
Cozy.
Cozy was. Yep.
Right into Cozy stall. So left sides or right sides are up on everybody. Yeah, 4 tires, definitely the call. A couple more overshoots in the back. Just imagine Blake McCandless and the wrenches, everything going on in the background. I think we have 1 2-tire call.
Jacob Reeves, certified madman.
Oh, boy. And he did not win the race off of pit road. AJ Henderson did. So that just destroyed his whole strategy there because Landon, he's going to get that dirty air just acting all in the front end of that car, and he's already at a grip disadvantage. I mean, I'm not a very big fan of this call at all.
I don't know. Well, I mean, ultimately, what's the net gain of it? I guess
Track position, hope for a quick yellow, but I don't know. I really don't know because we'll see, but I don't know. We'll see how this plays out, but he's already been involved in a little bit of an incident already earlier. Well, no, he was the guy that got through the big wreck. So never mind. So maybe he feels he's got the golden horseshoe in that car, and we'll see if this will play out for him.
I'll tell you who's absolutely loving that pit strategy call right there. John Gorlinski in chat, loving it.
John is just wants chaos, I think. That's all he's.
Well, he was the first to do it. That's why he loves. He was the first to do it, so now he owns that strat. It's basically the Gorlinski strat. That's all it is.
We're gonna call it that from here on out.
That's what he would like.
All right, John, you got your wish.
Well, he earns that because it worked. Okay, if it didn't work, then we wouldn't call it that.
And he also flipped in the previous Firecracker, but that's neither here nor there. We're going green again. Pace car's off. We'll see if this strat from Jacob works. Oh! Ooh. Will Norton gets turned into the grass.
What in the world just happened?
A missed shift. We've been harping on it all night.
Perfect, I don't want to say perfect, but a 360, so he's still rolling. And we've got a car coming off pit road as well. Cozy with a move for the lead.
There you go. Got to get it while the getting's good. Cozy around the outside. Henderson cannot defend that, and he's bringing Reeves with him. Remember, Reeves, 2 tires, slides down in front of Henderson. Henderson not interested. Gonna let him have it.
Jonathan Goke didn't take tires. He stayed out in that last stop. He's in 4th right now. So the strategy's Landon playing out in front of our eyes here. We got guys on 2 tires, no tires at the front of the field.
And there's still a lot of racing left. 15 laps to go. I think the biggest thing on 2 tires, I think you can make 2 tires work if you can hang on those first 5 laps.
Right.
That's really where the fall off is. And then it levels off and seems like you can survive pretty well. Wouldn't you say?
I would say so. I mean, it's hard to survive, and again, taking 3 wide like Goke is back there in that blue car by Kyler Wynn. He's able to keep it going. He's got the 23 following him through.
What is this?
This is a gaggle right here.
Oh, yeah, this is not working out for Jacob Reeves. He got kicked to the high side. He's shipping off positions at retail prices. Not what you want to be doing right now.
Is that overnight shipping too, David, or we got standard ground?
Well, only if you pay extra for it.
There you go.
See, as we're learning more about 2 tire strategy here, it's making me think that when we get into the Firecracker 400 and even the 200, where it's a extremely 3 times more competitive fields than we're even seeing here, 43 car fields, a 2 tire call is going to be crucial to navigate your way through the 400. Because if you can go from running 19th to 5th on a 2 tire stop and survive the first 5 laps of a restart, that's going to give you some good track position to set up for that next stint at any part in the race.
Whether it's help you avoid some wrecks as well too. We've seen plenty of times where guys have gotten ahead of stuff just by taking those 2 tires.
Well, 2 tires has not worked out for Jacob Reeves. He finds himself back in 21st, giving 22nd maybe away right there. Yeah, that didn't work as we keep an eye up front with Cozy and Henderson. Henderson's doing a great job, by the way. Don't want to overshadow that. Cat's on the car, 2nd place. Looking like a
controller in hand.
Well,
Is he on his
That's what he
controller
says.
today?
I don't know. Probably. Does that give him an inherent advantage on shifting the car since he doesn't have to worry about a clutch pedal?
I don't know. I mean, that's a great question. That's not from. Oh, we got trouble. Who is that?
That
Keith
is
Taylor.
Yep. We stay green.
Yeah, one car incident. Josh ain't throwing a caution for that. If he's not throwing a caution till the very end, it's till it's too late in the last race. He's not throwing
3
one for that.
wide. 3 wide move. Garrett Maines took it. AJ really didn't have much choice but to just let it happen. Garrett Maines challenging Cozy now out of 4. We are side by side for the first 3 rows.
AJ is on his controller tonight, and you know that's not just AJ Henderson to you. That is the controller king because he finished 4th in the inaugural.
Wow, what a move by Michael Guest.
Yeah, I'm watching that too. To finish 4th in the Firecracker on a controller. I mean, there's a reason he is the controller king. He earned that phrase too. As we look at, I don't know what the hell we just looked at.
Oh,
Man,
that was
unnecessary.
Bad spot for a bump.
And I will say, AJ, going back to what we were talking about, AJ on a controller, he beat me on a road course on a controller and made me think about just uninstalling the game for that. But he is extremely talented. Don't get me wrong; he is a great driver. He's up at the front for a reason.
Pretty impressive. And all. Yeah, he's better on a controller, which is not the optimal device to use. As Cozy got the right rear quarter panel of Garrett Maines. I mean, these guys are slugging it out here. Coming to 10 laps to go. Cozy was hanging on that quarter panel. AJ comes back to give the assist. It's a hell of a fight up front as we get to look at it from AJ.
Woo.
As he almost got a little clattering from Frisch. It's exciting.
I would say, why are these guys racing? But there's a whole group of guys here. The transfer spot is still up for anything. As Kyler Wynn nearly hip checks a car going into turn 1. I think that was Dallas Pataska up there that he might have gotten. But this is what we were looking for, guys, with these races. The transfer spot is anybody's game in this pack. This is good stuff.
What do you think AJ Henderson would do on a Thrustmaster T818 direct drive wheel?
He'd have a 10-second lead probably, by the way this is looking.
Oh my gosh.
You're not wrong. I mean, with a constant 10 Newton meters of unfiltered torque for powerful, accurate, consistent force feedback, that's what makes the Thrustmaster T818 so good.
I mean, imagine how well you'd feel all of the bumps on this racetrack. Holding this heavy car, you can see him moving around so much. Upgrading your system to a direct drive wheel like the Thrustmaster T818.
Oh,
man,
you're doing a big difference. They're 4 wide. They are 4 wide. Back to 3. What in the world? There's no way. That's Frisch. It's Wynn, it's Pacioli, but they're still 3 wide with Brad Slaughter, Maines, AJ Anderson. AJ's in the wall. Pacioli's
Oh, no!
They saved it. Pacioli spinning in the back is the caution. Another car spinning. That's Christopher Pfeffer. There was no way. That's the second time we've seen 3 wide like that. But they were 4 wide, Sean. 4.
I mean, to their credit, they backed out of it, but there was just little room for error there. We saw just how much these guys are accustomed to racing by each other, but there just was not any room. You got a pinch coming off of turn 4 when you're top of 3 wide. It just was not going to work. We'll see on the replay just how much room there was. But this poses a new question, guys. Do you come in now? I mean, this is genuinely a huge moment in this race.
Does everybody, first of all, does everybody have tires left?
I would assume so. I mean, Cozy has pit twice. We'll see a replay here. Already happening. There's Timmy
hit. Ugh.
That was a hard hit for Timmy, too.
It was. He was not happy with Colin Fern. Timmy already used up his quick repair in the first big wreck, and that's a lot of damage to sustain there without a fast repair.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's Colin that sort of gets into him on corner exit when Timmy has to sort of check for everything else that was happening. Just a compounding effect.
Kyler Wynn had to wrestle his race car out of multiple contact points off of turn 4. He's able to keep it going.
It's just there's no way that was going to work. That's just too many cars and too tight of a window.
We're staying out. So we know Cozy took fuel only his first stop, and he took tires the second stop, so he should have a set left. But I think we got a big chunk of guys coming down. I think that's Craig Lautenschlager leading him down. But Landon, I think these guys are at the point where they might think it's too late. They don't want to give their track position up. So I would say this is a good call at this stage of the race.
Well, for the leaders, yes, absolutely. I mean, really, at this point, anybody in the top 7 or 8, this is a good call. I think those outside the top 11 near the cut line, you're probably a little bit at risk of some of these that pitted, and they're going to be coming on tires. Again, I don't know who all, I see some left sides going up, so there's definitely some 4 tires going on here. And there's about 10 of them pitted.
A good call on both sides? Staying out's a good call for the leaders. Pitting's a good call for the guys in the back.
Yeah, I mean, help me out here. Who is the first car? Who's going to be the first car on tires? What position?
I believe Timmy Pacioli is going to be the first out of pit road. He's going to be in 19th.
So he's got 6 laps to get through 8 cars. He's got 4 tires on. We're going to be watching him. That'll be an interesting one. I think Cozy's safe. I think everybody in the top, 6 or 7 is definitely safe. If you're sitting, those guys that are 13th, 14th, 15th right now and they didn't pit, they're going to need some fortune, in my opinion, because not only are they trying to catch, and pass these cars in front of them on equal tires, they've got just 2 rows behind them is about 10 cars that just pitted for fresh Goodyear rubber.
There you go. That's the way it's going to be with 6 laps to go when they get the restart here. Field in the hands of Michael Cozy Jr. Brendan Burkhoff finds himself all the way up in second. Garrett Maines is third. Brad Slaughter, Michael P. Frisch rounds out the top 5. Green flag back in the air. Oh, a lot of activity. They're rubbing. They keep going. No, Dallas Pataska's around. Down to the infield. We stay green. A lot of jockeying for positions there. That's what led to that. That's an unfortunate break for Dallas.
They're 3 wide at the transfer spot right now. And it's still trying to sort out how they want to be in the lead. They thought they wanted to go single file, but down the backstretch, kind of some pushing and shoving going on.
3 wide for the transfer spot. That's Colin Fern on the bottom. Brendan Kohler in the middle. Get back to 2 wide now. That was Matt Kluse who was up top that just lost a couple of spots. A lot of activity here as we come to 5 laps to go. Side by side for the lead. Garrett Maines shoots back out front.
Garrett definitely with a great run in that car. He's been up front this entire race. This is great when we got 2 great races happening for the lead and for the transfer spot. Right now you see Maines with the lead, and right now Ryan Carwile holds that 11th position in that famous Steve Park Pennzoil car we're talking about, the yellow and black car at the end of this pack. So we'll see as this race winds down, guys, who is going to be willing to race how hard for these spots. As here we go, 3 wide for the lead.
Cozy down to the bottom, puts Maines in the middle. What a power move that was. Burkhoff up top. Loses the momentum. Cozy slides up the track a little bit. Frisch has to pedal. It did him a big favor right there. That was a friend move if I've ever seen one.
Oh.
This, that's a big rack off of 4. That's
Oh, no.
Rocker.
Oh,
no.
wow.
Who
That's
was
a
that?
tough
Oh,
one.
my God. That was Nicholas Wharf. He gets hit again.
Still
We got
no
a
yellow.
pile up out of 4. We stay green. Racing it out up front as half the field flies apart out of 4.
Wow. Okay.
You stay
Transfer
green.
spot.
Action's really hot and heavy. Right around that transfer spot, a lot happened there.
Here comes
They're
AJ
not done.
Henderson. He's
Oh.
trying to make his way around this field, get as far away from that transfer spot as he can. Right now, Brendan Kohler has it, but he's got a bunch of guys behind him vying for it. So we're going to replay here the wreck, what we just saw. Why are they 3-4 wide back there?
mean, that was like for what, 20th,
I
21st?
don't know.
Trying to make stuff happen.
We'll see someone plow into it there as we cut off it, but back towards the action. This is heating up at the transfer spot here, guys.
It really is. I mean,
man.
it is. This is. I just don't know how long they can sustain this. I mean, they are throwing haymakers right now at each other.
I like
all the way
inside
through.
here. I don't.
Oh yeah.
The top makes me nervous. You hate to. I don't know. On one hand, you want to fill gaps. That gap there in that 5th row has kind of been bouncing between the bottom and the top. You want to fill a gap and move up a row, because you hate to just stay on the bottom and then create a gap of 2 rows that someone can fill a gap of 2 rows and go potentially advance from 13th all the way up to 9th or 10th.
Guys,
But-
look at this. Landon, I'm sorry to interrupt here, but this
Go
is
ahead.
what we were talking about before. Dylan Parker pit under that last caution on fresh tires. He has driven his way into the transfer in that purple car back there. He's got a chance for more. What a strategy call. It looks like it might just
Wow.
pay off for him.
Yes, he has. 5th car, top side. Dylan Parker with 4 tires just drove up into 9th. Brendan Kohler is still in 11th as the field is going to get the white flag. One more lap here in the 6th prelim feature, rather. Do they make it back in one piece? That is the big question. Another car's in the wall. He's sideways. He saves it. Was Brad Slaughter. What a save in front of the field, right on Colin Fern's nose.
Oh.
He's still out of control. Fern drives through him. That's going to take out Parker. Fern into the wall. They keep rolling. Henderson's involved too. Who's going to get through this and get back to the line? Cozy takes the lead. Frisch, Maines win. All safe. Burkhoff safe. Where's the transfer spot? Who's 11th?
It's Norton and
There he is.
Henderson. Henderson, heartbreaker.
Henderson's
for
going to
AJ.
miss it. Will Norton's going to be 11th. They wreck across the line. Oh my gosh, what just happened? AJ Henderson is 12th and misses.
Man.
Michael Cozy Jr. gets the win as we look at, oh my God, what a wreck. Will Norton just flipping like there's no tomorrow. Cozy gets the win over win. The win over win. Okay.
Yeah.
But pure dramatics on the last lap. As Fern, you just got to keep your foot in it. And that's exactly what he did.
Wow. A lot of guys able to go to the apron, dive through to get through this. And we just talked about the 59 and how he was making those new tires work. And that's unfortunately how his race ends. But another guy that did that same strategy, Jonathan Goke, in the 31 car, did that same strategy. He was able to sneak through that and finish 8th. But oh man, that was something. Prelim 6 definitely did not disappoint.
It did not
Oh,
one
man.
bit. Let's take a look at your finishing results. Again, Cozy pulls down the win for Altus Esports. Kyler Wynn in second. Maines, all 3 of them were up front that whole race. Brendan Burkhoff, great run, represented himself well. He moves on. Frisch, Fern, Guest, Goke, Kloos, and Olsen round out the top 10. And then the 11th and most important spot again goes to Will Norton, who survives the melee on the backstretch. But that squeezes out AJ Henderson, who spent the majority of this race up front. But the Controller King misses out on a spot in the top 88. If you look through the rest of the names there, Brendan Kohler, really strong run, falls by the wayside. That escalated quickly.
I gotta see an onboard of AJ. Maybe it's just for my own sadness. The Controller King. I don't know if this is AJ, but
This is Will Norton right here.
Will Norton.
You see, this is the difference between not making it and making it. Right
Oh,
there. AJ's trying to
there it
get up
is.
to speed, and Norton just never had to slow down as much. We'll get a couple looks at this, don't worry, but I mean, it really starts with the Brad Slaughter thing, right? It starts with Brad Slaughter catching the wall, going into turn 1, and everyone else has to react. We see that so many times in these races. We saw it earlier in this race with Frisch, getting out of shape off turn 4, gets tight, has to check up. Huge reaction, huge cascading effect all the way back through the field. And the same thing plays out here with Brad Slaughter and the impact that it has, the ripple effect on so many people that thought they were good, thought they were in, and then they weren't. Sean, if you're Colin Fern and you got the car in front of you sideways like that, right in your lap, what do you do?
There's nothing much you can do, especially if you got to check up for him, especially when they're right in front of you on the last lap. I don't want to say you're helpless, but you kind of are. So it's so tough to get out of a situation like that. And we've seen so far all night that nobody is going to be lifting whatsoever in the final laps of this thing. So we've said it already, guys. The main heartbreak has been the main headline of the prelims tonight, and it continues through prelim 6.
Hey, and
Landon.
if anything, we've learned that nobody's safe. I mean, how many Coke Series drivers, professionals on this platform, have been the ones to straight up lose it on the last lap in these cars? So it is tough. Maybe that's a product of this. Isn't this is the, I don't want to say nobody runs these cars. Obviously, a lot of people run these cars. It's a really popular car, but just the pressure of the event, the time that they spend in other cars on the platform and the other tires, kind of just getting thrown into a high pressure event in a slightly unfamiliar car, and it definitely seems to level the playing field.
It does. I know there's a lot of people that are feeling a certain way about what they just saw, the decision, the split second or no second decision that you have to make when you're in Colin Fern's position of you got a car spinning basically in front of you or out of shape, and it's either you keep your foot in it and give yourself a chance to try and get through it, or you're going to check up and lose all that time and possibly not make it. It's a terrible spot to be in as we get another look at this thing going on board, or taking a look from a camera on AJ Henderson here. And he and Brendan Kohler in the 36. Yeah, it's just he didn't even lose that much momentum, but he lost enough, gets past.
Yeah. He did the right thing by not turning. I mean, at that point you got to drive through whatever's in front of you. But gosh, just getting stuck there and killing his momentum was just enough. All it took.
Maybe he could have talked about turning hard left off the corner, Landon, but you never know with these things, man, what these are going to do. Tough break for AJ for sure.
It is. Well, 2 races down, 2 more to go. Don't go anywhere. We will continue our coverage right here on E-Racer of the 2023 Firecracker 400, presented by Thrustmaster.
Our sport has always been fueled by our fans, and our house is no different. Visit the NASCAR Hall of Fame in Charlotte for the ultimate fan zone experience. This is our sport. This is our house.
In our family business, we settle feuds at 200 miles an hour. Visit the NASCAR Hall of Fame in Charlotte for the ultimate outing. This is our sport. This is our house.
Welcome back to the Firecracker 400, presented by Thrustmaster. Before we dive into the next consolation, want to bring you up to speed in case you missed it yesterday on how this whole process works. We got a video. Makes it really simple. Check it out.
It's officially Firecracker 400 season. So how do you make the biggest sim race in America? Hint, it's not easy. First, there are 2 days of preliminary races consisting of 10-lap heats, a 15-lap consi, and a 40-lap feature to narrow the field from over 300 competitors to 88. Those 88 drivers who survived the prelims enter week 2. Welcome to 2-round qualifying, where they take their shot at a 1-lap open setup qualifying run. The top 20 of those advance to the Firecracker 400. But we are not done. Next, there's bump day qualifying, where the 68 drivers who did not lock in have a massive decision to make. Sit on their original time or run again. The fastest 22 drivers at the end will make the big race, the Firecracker 400, where 43 drivers will race for their share of $12,500. And sim racing immortality. Who's it going to be? Tune in July 26th at 8 p.m. on eRacer to find out.
Welcome back. See, there you go. Nothing better than a well-formatted, well-voiced over video to explain everything. But if you're a visual learner, here you go. It's, like I said yesterday, spaghetti in boxes. We have the prelim races, qualifying, the heat races, which we haven't really showed you a lot of. But what you're seeing is on the right side of the screen, that consolation race, which is what we're about to kick off here, consolation race number 7. For all the remaining drivers who don't make it out of the top 6 in the heat races, this is their last chance to get into that prelim main event, the 40-lapper that we just wrapped up. So, 15 laps, top 10 advance into the prelim main. And out of that prelim main, we take the top 11, which was all the dramatics from the last race. Those top 11 go to the vaunted top 88 for single car qualifying next week. So we are right side of the graphic living right now in Consi land, then prelims. Next week, single car qualifying. There you go. Sean, starting lineup's yours.
Got another race here. Consi. So we got Devin Schmecker on the pole for this one. Edward Sanchez to his outside in row number 1. Jerry Shane's in the 00. Michael Gonzalez in that 72 car make up row number 2. Row 3 is Jerry Kramer. He has not gridded yet for some reason, but he'll get out. There he is. Jonathan Leisure, P6, row number 3. Row number 4, Chad White in the 26, rolling off in 7th. Chris Schreiber rolling off in 8th in the 46. Justin Knobloch rolling off in 9th and a 94. And Joe Richgels in the 31 will round out the top 10. Row 6, Tyler Williamson in the 90 rolls off in 11th. And the legendary Brian Hicks has made his way back to Firecracker competition. He rolls off in 12th. Christopher Fail, P13 in row number 7. Alongside him, Mike Singleton in the 22. Row 13, John Timms in the 77. Ryan Bloom to his outside, starting in 16th. Row 9, Kenny Reel in the number 11. Bobby Patrica in the 35. Next row, Raj Karuth, NASCAR Xfinity Series driver participating in the competition this year. He will roll off 19th. Kurt Quist to his outside in the 95. And 11th and final row, Shane Haas in the 34, and David Adam Peeler will round out this field.
Quite the field of drivers. Thank you, Sean. You go from a truck series driver like Raja Karuth, part-time Xfinity driver as well for us at Alpha Prime Racing, to the Brian Hicks driving experience and everyone and everywhere in between. Should be a fun race to watch as we're in a bit of a hold here. Just got to make sure we get everything right. Yeah, just a little hold. I mean, listen, y'all watch NASCAR. You're used to a hold by now after the last couple of weeks, right? This is nothing new.
Is there lightning in the area at Daytona now?
Yeah, that's possible too.
This is standard operating procedures. We get rolling here. Who you got your eye on, Sean? Who do you like here?
I don't know. I mean, everyone I've had my eye on has not done very well, so I don't know if I should have an opinion on it. But if I had to watch, I mean, Michael Gonzalez, Dead Zone Racing driver, has a lot of experience here. Participated in the last Firecracker in 2021. Had a great qualifying run. He's one to look out for. Justin Knobloch has a lot of experience in this car, a lot of experience in iRacing. Jonathan Leisure has ran these cars a lot. And you can't not have your eye on Raj Karuth. I mean, he brings that real world experience on iRacing a bunch. So he's one to look for getting through this field here. So we've seen so far, I mean, you know, the names will be there, but it all matters at how they handle any attrition they find. So definitely a toss up in this one as well. So anything can happen.
Did you actually give me a name, or did you just talk for 3 minutes and not say anybody?
I gave you like 4 names.
I'm watching Raja Karuth. I'm watching my boy Raja. Trained with him a lot at Chevy, and he's a focused professional real world driver. I know where it comes from. He spends a lot of time, really started his career on iRacing, I guess. But it's been cool to work with him in the real world. So I'm hoping to see him advance through.
Okay. Well, I mean, certainly my biased pick would be Raja as well, as he's one of our drivers. A huge student of the game is what I like to say about Raja. He's just truly a student of his craft, sky high potential, and doing really good things in the Truck Series, continuing to get better each and every week. I like the Michael Gonzalez pick, good old Gonzo, big Gonzo fan. So definitely some names to keep an eye on here as we get ready to go racing for another 15 laps. Into the restart zone we go. Green flag in the air. We are underway for Consi, number 7. No dramas. Good getaway for everybody. Like that.
3 wide already in the back.
You can always tell these Consi fields got a little bit less organized than the feature fields. It's the drivers. They got to be feeling a little bit more pressure even than those in the prelim features when these races start.
On the wall into turn 3 almost. That was a 31 of Joe Richgold's. Raja Caruth is flying right now. We're on board with him. Look at him just working the lanes. Look at all under Tyler Williamson. He backs off. But he went from the second to last row to 12th in 1 lap.
Brian Hicks is following me. He says, all right, man, you're going to the front. Idea. I'm going to follow you. Just open the door for me. No surprise there to see that. Of course, Raja got the very familiar Wendell Scott Foundation paint scheme as he dives underneath 3 wide under Justin Knobloch. What a move. I mean, he's not going to have any tires left, but golly.
How much do you need to actually consciously save tires here?
Not much. I mean, it helps to save a little bit if you're single file, but you can kind of push it as long as you can handle the conditions that come afterwards. As they both hit the apron. It looks like Caruth and Chad White both got it. Brian Hicks throws it to the bottom there. But if you could stay on the bottom and kind of manage the throttle, because you really save the tires with the throttle in this car. So if you could just kind of keep the rears, not heat them up too much, you're going to be fine. So Raj, I think, just got himself in a good spot. He might chill here for a while, but I mean, I think it's a good strategy what he did. Got himself the heck out of the back, and he's charging towards the front, and he's not done.
Well, there could be use the tires while they're good, right? That's the best opportunity to you're going to have the most grip. So we look at Brian Hicks diving low. You got to get those spots while you got the most grip, and that's what he was doing. I like the call.
Brian Hicks sporting his iconic paint scheme. He ran this in the 2021 Firecracker. Didn't really make it, but that is not Taz on the hood of that car in the funnel cloud. That is Brian himself in his Dale suit. It's just ahead. 3 wide going into turn number 1, just in front of Raja. That's Chris Schreiber. And I think that's Edward Sanchez as well. 3 wide early on in this race, David. Again, this has been action-packed.
It was Edwin Sanchez, your outside pole sitter. Had a lot of difficulty even getting the car going from the grid. That's a big bump right in front of him. That was Jonathan Ledger. Got shoved down to the bottom from Chris Schreiber. Raja getting a really good look at all of this, and now he finds himself up into the 6th position.
I want a block by Brian Hicks back there. Oh, my goodness.
Save back there into the tri-oval.
Landon, what would you have done if someone did that to you in a real race? I mean, would you voice your displeasure over the radio, take action, or both?
Yeah, all teams. I would have gone straight to all teams on that one.
Man, a lot of action, but it's clean. Clean action right now. It's our favorite kind.
These drivers are very good and don't make any mistakes.
Here we go.
Oh my God.
that was calculated right there.
I don't want him to make any mistakes. I want to see a good, clean race.
Man, Raja just bulldozing his way to the front right now. Gets underneath Edward Sanchez behind this. He's up to 4th.
I love it.
I love it. The thing is great is Raja is driving the car like a real race car driver that's driven in NASCAR would. He's using the air kind of through the middle and off of the corner, packing air up on their spoiler to get him loose on exit. And he's doing a really good job keeping his car rotating, getting it turned off the bottom to take advantage of those guys kind of getting offline.
He just shot Jerry Shanes forward like he put a rocket to the back of that car. You saw the 00 just pull away, take to the bottom. I feel like he's playing with these guys right now. He's just manipulating everybody else's cars with his own actions of how he's driving, and now he'll shoot to the outside, follow Gonzo, and take third.
He is not going to stay in third for very much longer. Raja is on a mission as Edward Sanchez into the wall. Somehow doesn't wreck. How in the world?
Saved it. I don't know. He saved it. He's going to be in trouble here because he's definitely going to be outside the top 10 after that. Coming to halfway right here, Sean. Raja P3.
So I was listening to the radio there, and Devin Schmecker immediately, when he saw the Sanchez incident, said, "How many cars do we have in this pack?" So we'll hear that a lot, especially in these races, no matter what we're watching. So if they see an incident happening and they see, cars getting separated, hey, stay in line, work together. We'll see a replay here as Edward just gets into I don't want to say the marbles, but we can kind of say that. That's the best comparison. Just no grip up there, and he displays it right there, just right into the wall, and goodbye momentum.
I would say that is preparations of a cost-benefit analysis of how hard he wants to race that 34 car for the lead.
All right. As an accountant, you just blew my mind, Landon. I wasn't expecting to hear cost-benefit analysis on a race car broadcast as Brian Hicks is doing things. Hicks is doing things. He is driving. That is the driving experience right there. Making moves.
As our buddy Travis Brown. Big meaty moves here out of Brian Hicks.
What do you think? What do you think Hicks is saying right now?
He's a lot of words I can't repeat right now, probably, if I know Brian like I think I do. But he's got the 95 of Kirk Quist behind him, and there's a bit of a gap now between he and Chris Schieber. So I don't know, Brian. He can very easily race himself in as we got trouble on the backstretch. That's Sanchez again into the tires, but Brian can race himself in easily, but he could also race himself out just as easily. So we'll see.
We've seen plenty of examples of both of those over the last night and a half. Start lap 10. And it's a good single file battle for the first 7 positions.
Kevin McAdams called Brian the imitator. Brian Hicks.
Ay. Poor Brian. Not poor Brian. He brings it on himself. He loves it.
He does. He really does. He's a glutton for attention is what he is.
He is. As the field bypasses Edward Sanchez. Continues on. Going to be 5 laps to go when they get back to the start-finish line. Raja still in P3. Nothing's really changed up front there. Everyone just chilling out. Minding their P's and Q's, waiting until the last lap to possibly do. Oh, here we go. Nope. Shane's thought better of it. I saw him pop out a line on Raja there. So we look at Brian Hicks, the glutton for attention. He's watching the broadcast, looking over. That's probably why he's driving erratically.
100% he is. He's going to yell at me after the race after this. Now, I'm going to have a lot of people yelling at me after this race, apparently, by history. But Landon, going back to Raja, we saw just how aggressive he was, but now he's just content to hanging out. So, trouble on the back. Jonathan Leisure sliding on the apron. He's not going to hit anything, I don't think. So we're going to stay green. But Landon Raja executed this perfectly. Drove from the back to the front, didn't get any trouble, and he's put himself in perfect position.
Yeah, I and he seems content to ride here.
Boy.
I mean, maybe not. I don't know. I think that was more defensive than anything.
He's loose. He's really loose in the tri-oval. Damn, here we go. For P2 on Gonzo, Michael Gonzalez, up the hill he goes. Does he fight it?
Of course.
Looks like he's fighting it. Hey, bucko, get back behind. Oh, we got tight.
That's going to open the door for Knobloch behind. Is he going to take it 3 wide? He thinks better of it. So good decision there.
I don't think he was going to. Raja was prepping to run the really defensive line to disincentivize that move. All right. Up to P2. Oh, that's a big run there. Got right to his bumper, didn't it? Raja, right on the back bumper. Here we go, side by side for the lead. Raja gets the lap.
Wow.
With 3 laps to go.
What a drive.
And there's a lot to benefit from this track position, on track position side, going into the prelim feature for Raja here. So we still, even if he wins this race, is going to be starting 25th. But, it's a big difference between finishing 8th in this race and starting 33rd.
Just to make sure we're clear, Raja started 19th out of 21 cars and was scored the leader the last time by.
Yep.
I mean, he's back to 4th at this point, but it's just an unbelievable march through the field for Raja Caruth. They're side by side for the lead. Oh, we had a blinker. Tyler Williamson there with the big blink on Gonzo. Nearly reappeared inside of him.
It's being heard over the radio right now. There's a lot of robotic sounding drivers out there. I guess it's in terms of the internet connection, but no worries right now. But Landon put it best here. You might ask, why are these guys racing as hard as they are? It affects their starting position for the features. So the further up you finish in this race, the further up you're going to start out of the transferees into the features. So it is worth it to get as much as you can going into the main.
Well, and there's still a little bit of risk because that cutoff line is still in this lead pack.
Oh, Reckon at the start-finish line. That's the 95 of Kurt Quist. Goes around.
No
he was
caution.
in the top 10. We stay green. It is the last lap. He was inside the top 10, no longer in the top 10. What's the bottle for a transfer spot? Scheiber gets hit out of the way. Jeremy Kramer coming through in that 04 car, bringing Joe Richels with him.
Joe's
Chris
going to pass
Scheiber
him.
fading. Yeah. That. Oh, my God.
Front. What is going on up front here? 3 wide for the lead almost. Rush yelling at Gonzo to push him, but he's going to finish second. Devin Schmecker's going to win this thing.
Who's going to finish 10th?
Jeremy Kramer right there. No one within a country mile. He is safely into the feature.
Wow. A huge turn of events coming to the white flag. Sees Kurt Quist go from the inside to the outside.
Just like you drew it up, said Landon.
Yeah. Just like you love when a good plan comes together. Wow.
Man.
So can Raja Caruth get through the next field to get himself inside the top 11?
I think it's going to be a little bit harder than this one was. We looked at your finishing
those
results there.
were the moves of a professional race car driver.
They were.
I mean, I was very impressive. It did seem like I think those last 5 laps he paid the price on tires. And you're not going to be able to do the same thing in this feature, but he could time it. He could start the race aggressive, knowing that you're going to get a caution. You're going to get a chance to put tires on at some point.
Quite the drive.
So
sure, he learned a little something.
Absolutely.
Got to learn. He's a student of the game. So I'm sure he took some notes while he was doing all that of what worked, what didn't work, what his tires were like there by the end of a really hard run. Now, gentlemen, we've reached the time where we put 34 cars. Nope, I'm wrong. 34. Yeah, I was right. 34 cars. Got to stay with confidence, David. 34 cars for 40 laps, and to set the top 11. Then we'll move on to the single car qualifying next week. Sean, as my voice goes to hell, take the starting lineup, please.
What a field we have here. Michael Conti on the pole, 2014 Coke Series champion. Matthew Zwack to his outside, runs these cars a lot. Row 2, Eric J. Smith, former Coke Series driver, Coke Series winner. Triple-digit number, but we gotta monitor these. Brian Blackford to his outside. Row 3, Jake Nichols, Sean Rafferty, 5th and 6th. P7, you might have heard of this guy, Bobby Zelensky in the number 36. He's in this race, looking to make his way into the Firecracker. Timothy Moore to his outside. Row 5, Daniel Buttafuoco, not in the 13, the 14 today. He's alongside Brandon Hawken, quite an accomplished racer himself. And another familiar name here, you might have heard of this guy, Ray Alfala, 4-time eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series champion, alongside Austin Johnson. They make up row number 6. Andy Trupiano rolling off P13 alongside Brandon Zimmerman in the 65. Row 8, Lucas Plussel, Rob Collier, 2 experienced 87 drivers. Row 9, Cody Harris, Matt Busa, another big name here in the middle of this field. Busa looking to drive his way through. Row 10, Kyle Trudell, Will Farmer, 47 and 41, 19th and 20th. Row 11, Dominic Howe, Joseph Sullivan. His last name is in all caps. You got to yell it in the server. Row 14, row 12, I should say, Malachi Drake and Ryan Vargas, Xfinity Series driver Ryan Vargas. He'll roll off 24th. Devin Schmecker, Raja Caruth, everybody that advanced from the Conti. Michael Gonzalez, Justin Knobloch, Tyler Williamson, Jerry Shanes, Brian Hicks, Chad White, Joe Rischels, and rounding up this field, David Jeremy Kramer, the final advanced seed of the feature.
This is a
Truck Series driver.
This is a stacked split.
This is a stacked field all the way. I mean, these have all been stacked fields, but this is a stacked field all the way through.
I need to know the SOF.
Cup, when they say it's the group of doom, whatever they say, this is like the group of doom right here. This is insane.
The winner of the Firecracker could very well come from this race.
I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but the next one is going to be just as tough. But let's pay attention to this one here, as we're about to go green.
Indeed, we are. Field in the hands of Michael Conti in his final year in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series. Can he add to this year by making it to the Firecracker 400? 40 laps separates us from that answer. We go green. Conti, Zwack, side by side into one.
Would we say this could be possible? I'm trying my best not to jinx anything, I promise, but there's a lot of big talent in this field. Could this be the cleanest race with the most competitiveness we've seen all night?
Yes.
Sure.
I think so. I don't know. I see drivers on a mission, like Raja. You got Ray Alfala, who 4-time is 0 for 2 in Firecracker 400, not just main events, 200s and main events. Has not made it through prelims yet in 2 attempts.
Not a good track record for Ray. But they say the 3rd time's the charm, so perhaps things will turn around for him here. I'm keeping an eye on Raja. I know we got our... What is this new lower third? The money lap. What?
Hey.
Love it. That's great. That's huge. The podcast, Landon, Cassill, Parker Kligerman, the most critically acclaimed motorsports podcast. Check it out, themoneylap.com, all major podcast platforms. I didn't know we had a lower third for that. That was incredible.
And by the way, it's also a newsletter that goes out 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So subscribe to The Money Lap. Go to themoneylap.com, subscribe to our newsletter, and we cover pretty much all motorsports. So we're not just NASCAR. We cover F1, IndyCar, MotoGP. It's a newsletter you can read in about 5 minutes and get you all the knowledge you need to know about global motorsports.
There you go. Loved it. Didn't know we had the lower third. That was very, very nice. Big fan of that. Big fan of the NASCAR Hall of Fame for sponsoring our transfer spot cam. Big fan of Thrustmaster for being the title sponsor of all the proceedings here. And we go on board with Andy Trupiano in 12th. Get a sense of the speed, the violence, and the momentum. But please, don't tell Dr. Disrespect I just stole his tagline.
The speed. I want to see how Austin runs the top here, because you can make it work. It just requires a lot of finessing this car around the bumps. See how bumpy the bottom lane is, and he tries to get the run off the corner. I think he's going to fall in behind. I think that is Daniel Buttafuoco just ahead of him. So I think the give and take is starting to make itself known at the front of the field, but around the transfer spot, David, this is getting more and more dicey as we go along.
Dicey. It's a good word
Dicey.
for it. Dicey.
Hectic.
Congested.
Ooh. Bottlenecked. What a block by Eric Smith at the front of the field, blocking Brian Blackford. Our own Brian Blackford.
The block with a lot of intent behind it, isn't it? Like, if you're blocking on lap 5, you clearly are just sending a message.
You're clearly going to hold off the rest of the field for the rest of the race if you're blocking on lap 5.
I also want to shout out Jetline Systems, our technology partner. Boutique builder of flight sim computers, providing us computers for our broadcast here throughout the entire Firecracker proceedings.
My boy Ryan Vargas up 8 spots since the start of the race. Raja 6 spots looks like he's gained. So our real world NASCAR drivers kind of finding their way through the field. I still look at the top 11, 12, and I wonder to myself, where do they fit in there? When I'm looking at Eric Smith, Michael Conti, Blackford, Nichols, Zelensky, Alfala, Hicks. I mean, come on.
Split is absolutely loaded. Like this might be the highest SOF of any feature race or any prelim race in this race's history. I mean, this is great. This could be a firecracker of itself.
Well, so we were working on getting some numbers there, and if anybody in Twitch chat knows, I'd love to see the strength of field for this feature.
Absolutely.
We have some strength of fields for the entire prelims, and in one thing that we have a little bit of secret sauce, but the team at eRacer does a really good job of balancing all these prelims. So I know it feels like every prelim is stacked and more stacked after the next, but they're actually typically pretty balanced. And I think that this entire prelim registration, not just this race, but the whole prelim itself, is within 30 I rating of the next one. So they've all been between 4,200, around 4,200 for the entire prelims. I'd love to get some final numbers on what this strength of field for this feature is, though. I would imagine it's a little bit higher than 4,200.
Guys, I'm going to say it. Damn it.
Caution! Put it out! They are wrecking. Hicks is involved. Justin Knobloch's involved. Malachi Drake's involved. Jeremy Kramer involved in turn 4. Jerry Shanes. So we go under caution for the first time at lap 8. Sean, I don't know what you were about to say, but...
You know what I was about to say. I said I was about to say we're going to have green flag stops, but the racing gods shot that down really quick.
Not on this one.
But
I would say
I know where you're about to go.
What's that?
Coming down pit road to get fuel here, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think it's 4 tires and fuel and start saving. Save big. Big. Save big.
I think we could see some fuel only. Let's see what we can watch. Watch the 3 car. The legendary number 3. Just absolutely... I mean, the 00's all over the rear of his car. I get it. So those guys just have to be more aware of the situation. You're towards the back of the field. There's really no reason to be charging the corner that hard. Give each other space.
I think it started with giving each other space. It's just, well, you're right.
Not a great move to get down.
You're right.
It's just,
it's
not a great move to just get down like that and put yourself in that spot where you're just going to get sandwiched. Like,
it's kind of like a road racing saying, Landon. You don't want to move in the braking zone, and kind of similar to that, you don't want to make a late move going into a corner.
Yep.
Pit stops. Here we go.
We're going to see some fuel only here.
Any gamblers?
Maybe that wouldn't be such a big gamble. If you're running 15th, 16th right now, take fuel only.
Smith overshoots.
Who's
Smith
that
overshoots.
Trupiano spun.
Austin Johnson, Andy Trupiano. And here we go. First off pit road is going to be Timothy Moore. Fuel only for Timothy Moore. Might want to have taken more service than that, but that's okay.
Wow.
Sorry. Michael Gonzalez.
2 tires.
Not only did we not see much fuel only, we only saw one real tire strategy play. I mean, this is 4 tires and fuel for everybody.
Take a look at the replay here. It's just
Yep.
Yeah, I think you got to put some front brake in for pitting.
Thankfully, these cars are transparent on pit road, or else that would have been a lot worse. Here's a great view of it. Shout out to our camera operators, by the way.
Is it transparent?
What else would
Wouldn't
you
that mean
call
we
it?
couldn't see him?
Holographic? Hollow?
So we're going green with 30 to go. I think these guys, I think they're plenty good on fuel. I think that's no problem.
Oh yeah, for sure. So if we were completed single-digit laps, it might be a question, but you don't really have to save that much. I think we should be okay on fuel here.
Give a quick shout out to everybody watching on the E-Racer Twitch channel. We appreciate you, but we also appreciate everybody watching on YouTube over on the Money Lap. We're about 60,000 strong over on YouTube watching right now. It's an incredible audience over there. So thank you for being here. On the YouTube side, we're about 35,000 strong on Twitch and growing. So thank you for being here. Thank you for watching.
Man.
Check out in the chat for the giveaway for the Thrustmaster T818 exclamation point giveaway. I'm doing it right now. There you go. Big thank you to Thrustmaster. Awesome. Awesome stuff. But just a huge thank you to everybody watching. It's been a fun night. We're far from finished, but we just want to say thanks for being here.
Absolutely. Looks like race control extended the yellow there to blow off pit road, get to run the jet dryers back down pit road one more time. It's just been slick, you know. We've happened to. You got to keep pit road clean, and I think the cleanup crews have been struggling with it. So, just we don't have a fuel window issue anymore. I don't mind the call.
Either Brian Blackford is trying to save fuel or he's trying to blow the apron off, apparently, help the jet dryers out a little bit. So, I don't know. Landon, we're seeing Brian doing that. Would he think this is going to be a fuel mileage race? I think they should be good with 30 to go.
I think Brian is conservative. He's a smart racer. I know he's done his homework, so it wouldn't surprise me if he's saving some fuel just to be smart. And, I think it's smart to save fuel just to keep some rear weight in the car and keep it from, that little bit extra fuel weight might help keep the car turning on a long run here. So, even if you think you're good by a lap, I'm probably saving fuel anyways. In the real cars in real life, for me, it's just a habit. I save fuel under caution no matter what. If we're going down the front stretch 200 miles an hour and spotter says the caution's out, the first thing I do is push the clutch in and turn the motor off, hit the kill switch. The best way to save fuel is when you're going 200 miles an hour.
Well said. Pace car goes pit road. We're ready to go racing one more time. Timothy Moore, with the big strategy play, finds himself controlling the field, gets a good getaway as a, pretty good restart. Nobody died. It's good.
Got some blocking going on from fourth on back here. Eric Smith does not let Brian Blackford get to his inside. Fairly orderly restart here, I would say. Say that. Here comes Michael Conti for the lead, not wasting any time. Knows Timothy Moore stayed out, and so does everybody else, and we'll be seeing you.
Yeah, we saw this a lot yesterday, too, when a car would stay out. It's like a shark sensing blood in the water. Everybody knows what this guy did, and they don't want anything to do with it. He's getting drop-kicked well down the running order before they even complete the first lap. I think I got out of fifth period French faster than this guy's getting out of the lead pack here.
Fifth period, huh?
Yeah, it was fifth period. Not a good time to be going to French class, I'll tell you that.
Wow.
That was also a long time ago. I don't think I could do that joke anymore. I think I'm too old to do that joke.
It's okay, David. It happens.
What do you think? Too old to be doing school jokes? Let me know in the chat.
I think you're good.
Thank you. Make sure if you're watching on YouTube to leave a like on this video. That does help us out quite a bit.
Comment, subscribe as well.
On board with Raja. Raja's been quiet. We haven't talked about Raja yet in this one. He's up to the 19th position, I do believe.
He's still making his way up through the field, just not as quickly as he did in the Consi, which is understandable. He's being a lot more methodical with his moves here. I think he's driven a good race, though. Landon, he started well in the back, just slowly picking his way up. So I could see the strategy he's going for this.
Yeah, I'm. Maybe,
Raja saves it. What a save! What a damn save from Raja Karuth. Oh my God!
Guess who that was that got loose off the corner?
Timothy Moore.
Timothy Moore. Staying out and paying the price, but what a save from Raja. He's done this a few times, both in sim and in the real car, so I'd say he's pretty skilled behind the wheel.
We get an update on Ryan Vargas, our other Xfinity Series driver and truck driver, I guess. An all-around NASCAR professional.
He is P10 right now. The Critical Path Security Monte Carlo. We can get a shot of it. He has unveiled this paint scheme today, painted by Davin Cornelius, drive-through, as we're on board with him. But he's done very well. Currently finds himself within the transfer zone, so he's run a good race.
Yes, smart little race car driver right there. He's got the Charlotte Phoenix deck lid. Okay, so we talked about this yesterday. Parker was having a conniption fit about deck lid logos facing the wrong way. Vargas and DT got it right, or Landon was. Look at the deck lid of Ryan Vargas. I know Zach's going to work hard to make sure we can see it. To satisfy you, they understood the assignment.
Camera friendly is that. So when we get a shot of there it is.
There you go. There it is. That's how you paint a deck lid on an iRacing on a pixel car.
On a pixeled car. Let's take another
look.
Look
at
here.
Raja's save.
I can't wait to see this.
This is gonna be good.
We got the onboard shot live, so I guess we'll see the exterior. And there you see the 74 with the upside down roof numbers, by the way. But just contact with those tires, and heck of a save by Raja, man.
Made it look easy. I mean, honestly, that's a save that 9 out of 10 people probably don't make, or don't make it look that smooth with a recovery. That was impressive.
I hate to point this out, Landon, but the chat says pixel car. That outdates David's joke from earlier. So.
Oof.
Is that is that how you know that I started out on NASCAR Racing 2?
Hey, I started out on that too. I don't know what that does for me, but
So did I.
It's a great game.
We all started on the same game, 1995. Let's go.
Oh boy, don't say that.
Sorry. I was also 37 years old when it came out.
Were you really?
Oh god.
No.
David's coming up on 60 in a few years.
You're aging a lot faster than the rest of us.
It's like the reverse Benjamin Button effect. Or wait, no, is that the Benjamin Button effect?
Benjamin Button's body gets younger as his actual age gets older.
Oh.
Looking at me, you would think I'm the oldest one of the bunch here with all the gray hair I have, but nope, I assure you, David is the elder statesman of the trio here.
Chat, without Googling it, rank us oldest to youngest. What you think? Oldest to youngest. 1, 2, 3. 1 being
Landon,
the
you're the only public figure whose age is on Google.
You're the only Googleable one here, Landon. You have a Wikipedia article.
Well, then we're all working it around me then, I guess.
So we going over or under Landon for me and David? Landon's the medium here, I think.
I feel like chat's smart enough to have figured it out by now. As Vargas about wrecked off 4. Raja goes 3 wide. He's into the right rear of Vargas. He spins the 99 of Brandon Hawkins. Vargas, Raja. Oh, they're wrecking really hard behind him. Austin Johnson involved. Cody Harris
still tied
involved.
Up.
Oh, my goodness. That did not work. That did not work. Oh, brother.
Raja says the guy on his outside came down on him.
Well, he's putting the blame on Brandon Hawkin there.
Well, I apologize for saying this could be one of the cleaner ones. I'll take responsibility for that. Let's see what happened here.
Tight squeeze.
Yeah, that's not a lot of room there.
Optimistic move. I would say that was an optimistic move.
How did Raja save that? He was dead sideways.
I don't know. Little damage to the right rear of the Vargas machine. Little damage to the left front of the Caruth machine.
Whoa.
Oh my God. Come on. We can't be wrecking that long after the wreck.
I need to see who zoomed out of here. Oh my God. Watch the very top of the racetrack here. Who is this that just zooms on by?
We'll never know.
We'll never know. Who is this? Is this Bobby?
I believe it's...
Oh,
I don't know who that is.
Kyle Trudell. Got a little bit
you know,
of it.
one of the reasons that going way max low in iRacing to miss a wreck is a good idea is because that grass in iRacing doesn't damage your car.
Mm-hmm.
It's also like hitting ice, which isn't great either.
It's tough to get through it. Don't get me wrong, but you know, in real life, you're gonna rip the splitter off or something.
Conti stayed out.
Yeah,
Conti
stays
didn't
out.
pit. The rest of the
Wow.
field pits behind him. Why would Conti stay out?
I don't know.
That's a
Matt Busa stayed out.
what a move.
Shenanigans.
Interesting. Saving a
Very
set of tires?
Do the Coke Series
Hey.
drivers know something? Do they know?
So both of
20
them
to go.
on the first pit stop took a set of... I think it's a good call. They want to save a set of tires. They see we're going to wreck at least one more time. Why not bank a set after 10 laps so you have the advantage over everybody? But the issue is, if you take your tires, then you got to come up through the field. So that's...
I mean, the majority of this field is taking their last set of tires here.
right.
Yeah, I don't love that
So
either. I don't love,
here's
I don't-
let me tell you though, this is where this is not a bad
Oh,
idea.
there it is.
Wow. Okay,
God.
yellow's out, bud. This is where this is not a bad strategy. Here's the thinking for this strategy. I think you're gaining some track position here, or you know they're already up front, so you're protecting some track position. On this restart, if Conti does what I think he'll do, he's going to go really early on the restart. The earlier, the better. Obviously, you know, there's no real restart zone in iRacing. It's a little bit tricky. You got to wait till the pace car goes. You can't go too early. But he's going to want to go as early as he can. That's going to get his best chance to just spread the field out, okay? And get some gap between him and, you know, second, third, fourth, like just gap between all of them. And then... you know, we've seen if you can survive those first 5 laps on different strategies, then it kind of levels off. And if he can stay in the top 5, 6, that's the safest place to be. Nobody's safe here completely, but that is the safest place to be when a wreck happens. And then you can make your decision, you know, hey, if there's still 15 or, you know, 10 laps to go, do we come down and get our tires then? The risk is everybody that just pitted, if it's still a field of 20 cars with 10 laps to go, I can't imagine pitting for 4 tires with 10 laps to go and restarting 20th. No matter how fresh your tires are. I mean, it's just a big risk coming through the field like that.
I'm never a big fan of giving up track position late in a race. I'm also not a big fan of using your last set of tires at the halfway point of a race. Don't really love that either. So that's an interesting box that Conti and Busa have painted themselves into here. They're either going to look like the biggest geniuses in this entire field, or they might be regretting that decision. But you don't know until you do it. So, I mean, these guys have been around long enough to know what they're doing and to have confidence in that decision.
Do you think their strategy would be any different if it was unlimited tires?
Yes.
If it wasn't, you think they would have pitted for tires if it was unlimited tires?
Yes. John, do you concur?
Absolutely. I mean,
If they're just giving them away, you take them.
Yeah, I mean, shoot, if what do you guys do in the garage land? If someone says, "Hey, we can get an extra set of tires here, go get it," you're grabbing the next dolly next to you, you're hauling ass over there. So,
well, it depends on which. Depends on depends on which side of the garage you're on, because you know, one
not
side
all
of the garage
teams are created equal here, Sean.
one side of the garage will grab their dolly and go get that set of tires. The other side of the garage goes, great.
Yeah.
Now
The other side of the garage goes running towards the car that just crashed to buy their tires. That's what the other side of the garage does, is they go find the team that doesn't need them anymore. mean, not all of us could just go out and, keep Goodyear running. That's just what some of the teams can do. All right, we're getting off that subject. Never mind. Anyways,
well, Conti is no dummy, so let's see.
No,
let's
he's
see
not.
what happens here.
They got to have a lot of confidence to have made that call. They got Bobby Zelensky up there in 5th. I don't know. Maybe a coordinated effort between the two of them.
Well, I think I was right about the restart there because it looks like Conti went off pretty early.
Parker's in the chat laughing at us, or me, or Shaw. I don't know who he's like. He's laughing. That's good.
He said L and then finished it in the next post. So I don't know what's going on there, but thank you for being here, Parker. Pleasure.
Yeah.
Thanks for sticking around.
Maybe he was trying to say El Bozo. I don't know.
A call that someone made was an L. I don't know.
I don't think he would say that. He doesn't strike me as an L guy.
Maybe, you never know. Be brushing up on the internet lingo.
True. Big internet guy. Side by side for 3rd.
Be real hip. Can't say that with a straight face. He says no L meant LOL. There we go.
Thank you. Oh, look at Zelensky popping out of lines. We get the drone shot down the back straightaway. We love that, Cam. Love that. You get a sense of the speed as Conti covered off the spot into 3 to hold off the advances of Zelensky, bringing Blackford with him. Zelensky, oh, the old hospital hop up the hill in front of Busa. Woo.
Zelensky should have no issue getting around Michael here with those new tires around the outside. So now this is going to ask another question. How is Conti's car going to handle in the dirty air he's going to experience? There you see Ryan Vargas in 11th in the transfer spot.
Oh, look at this! Through the middle! Who is that? That was Daniel Buttafuoco coming out of nowhere. Through the middle, bringing Ray Alfalo with him. We got some new players up front. My God, they just arrived on the scene. Conti checks way out of it out of 4.
Had they 3 wide for the lead.
This is insane racing. It just kicked off. Zelensky gets booted out of there as Buttafuoco leads the outside lane. Battle with Blackford.
So I think we can officially say, Landon, the tires did not work.
Oh! Rafferty around off 2. Zelensky gets absolutely demolished into the wall. No, I'm sorry. That's Kyle Trudell. There's too many interstate cars. Dominic Howe gets involved as well as we go under caution at lap 26. Oh, my God. Malachi Drake just got absolutely annihilated by somebody way far back. We have got things to look at.
What is with all these late developing wrecks? The wreck happens and then people are just plowing into them. It's happened in every race, it seems.
I don't know, but it started with whoever I said it started with.
Sean Rafferty off a turn.
Yeah, Sean
2.
Rafferty. Thank you, Sean. He was the first to go around.
All right, Zach.
Look at it.
What do you got here for us? So let's see. That's Conti, again, struggling on those tires. Brandon Hawken to his outside. Rafferty looks like he just checks up off the corner. I don't know if he got tight or something, but you see a hood flying.
For optimal.
That's not good. Oh, my God. Slow down. Avoid the wrecks, guys.
Yikes.
It's one car. I'm sorry. I got a little upset there. But, man.
You're passionate. We get it. We're all screaming internally.
So let's see how there's open track around him. There's no reason. Who's the car going? I think it was Chad White going backwards down into the grass there on the backstretch. What a wreck.
A bad time. Just a bad time for a lot of people as we go on board with Busa.
I think Busa was the one whose hood flew off.
Oh, it was. Goodbye.
Oh, wow. So that is was not a good strategy for Busa, but he's going to get a shot at a
quick repair now.
New car and 4 tires, I suppose. There's 10 cars. Okay, so we got about 10 cars coming down pit road. That that's not a bad thing for Conti and Busa here.
Well, yeah, because the people that are involved in the wreck got to fix their damage and/or take their fast repair. Well, or take their fast repair, I guess. But this will make the Sean Rafferty limping to a stall there. But this will make the call not as bad, I guess. I don't really know how to word that, but that'll help him.
Yeah.
With track position for sure.
It'll help the track position, but you're putting yourself on, pressure offense with what's gonna be 10 laps to go. Conti's gonna roll off somewhere around 18th. Busa somewhere around 19th, I suppose. So yeah, I mean, they're trying to get top 11, but this is a tough field, and at the end of the day, you only got 3-4 laps fresher tires. Green, hard green laps than the rest of the field, so they will have a little advantage. But
if anyone can do it, those two can. They're some of the most talented drivers, not only in this field, but on the service. Hey, there's Brian.
Brian Black Ford driving a purple Chevy.
Kind of doesn't. Oh, hey, that's the game he's making.
Whoa!
Look at that
Drafty car, another killer
Wow.
lower third.
That's awesome. We're getting word that
we made the
Brian
game.
produced these. Okay, well that's okay.
Talented guy.
I
Go wish
still,
list Drafty car on Steam right now. Go wish list it.
I still long for the day that Brian Blackford drives a black Ford, but
It'll
until
happen.
then,
It's ever gonna happen.
he's in a
Hopefully.
purple Chevy today.
I mean, it's weird enough for me to not see him in a green car, let alone
Little
Ford.
check it up.
What happened there?
Well, it looked like it wanted to accordion, and I'll be honest with you, that green car, I can't tell who it is, kind of left a big gap, almost saved the field from having a huge accordion.
I think that was Bobby.
That was Bobby Zelensky. Yeah.
Well, there you go. There's a little.
Oh, what a save by Gonzo!
No way.
Caution is out. He's sliding. Avoid him. Dear God.
What was that, like a left rear tire went down on a restart? Could have run something over coming to the green, I think.
The cleanup crew to get all the
You
debris
don't
off the
see-
track. I don't know.
You don't see that very often that early in a run. Certainly it wasn't just like a mistake or grabbing the apron. I think something might have broke.
No, he got flat ran over.
That'll
That's
happen.
the real problem. Is something broke? It was rear traction.
That's for sure.
It looked like it was Eric Smith behind him that just lifted the rear tires off the ground, and nothing Gonzo could do.
I think Raja Caruth had a really good look at that.
Of course he did.
Let's take a look. So watch that purple car right there. Just
Checking.
yeah,
You saw the flames shooting out of the exhaust there. They were all checking up for some reason. Were they? They were already in fourth gear at that point, weren't they?
they should have been, unless someone shifted
Maybe
too early
could've-
and screwed up
There you go.
somehow. But I
Could
don't
have been
know.
a missed. Well, it could have been a missed third to fourth gear shift.
Again, typically you're restarting from second gear, maybe first. But yeah, it's important to get through all the gears. What happens here? Oh man, that's Raja. And he made the decision, Landon, on what he was going to do, and he committed to it early.
He
and
was
it worked.
blind the whole way as well.
David, I've been given instructions.
Okay.
I've been given instructions to ask you about something.
All right. This is going good so far.
It's I gotta find it. It's been swallowed up in the chat there. Where is it? I'm looking over my screen right now, and you guys have just been so active in the chat, I can't see it. So I got to come back to it. I'm sorry, I ruined the whole thing.
That was a great bit, Sean. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing us on for that one too, Zach. By the way, great timing.
Yeah. That worked out good.
Worked out very good. I'm still looking for it.
Ouch.
I mean, it couldn't have been that great if you can't even remember it.
I mean, it's hard to remember it verbatim, David. I want to make sure we get everything correct in it. Yeah, I was instructed to ask you if you had any Werther's originals.
I wish.
That's what
I'd be a lot happier of a human being right now if I did have some of those up here on my desk.
What's the story behind that?
I'm just a big fan of them. I just like them a whole heck of a lot. I just think they're delicious.
No worries.
I think they're really good. You can have probably about 5 or 6 of them before you feel like you want to not have any more of them. They're not overpowering, but they're not understated so much that you're like, I'm not really getting anything out of this. If you're a fan of the flavor, the texture, the profile, right on the palate, it's so pleasing to me. I'm going to make sure that I have some next week for single car qualifying. Thank you for bringing it up.
That was a heck of a plug there. Unsponsored, by the way, for Dave's Chilled House.
But you know who we are sponsored by, Sean?
Who is that?
Thrustmaster.
Oh,
and their
yes, of
T818
course.
direct drive wheel.
The wheel Parker Kligerman has been raving about.
Yes. Yes. Parker, big fan of that wheel. I mean, and why wouldn't he be? As we go back to the restart. Remember, constant 10 Newton meters of unfiltered torque for powerful, accurate, consistent force feedback. What more do you need?
I think Thrustmaster provides voice boxes as well, occasionally.
I don't know.
They can probably work on that.
Stuff.
It's understandable. It happens.
Yeah.
So
What
what's
happens?
going to happen here? We've got 8 laps to go.
Look at the separation.
You way to call that restart.
Oh my goodness, look who's in the transfer spot. There is no way this is going to play out. Brian Hicks is going for the transfer. Are you kidding me?
And Raj is behind him. Oh, boy.
Oh,
you know
no.
not
Who
to go
does he
down.
go with?
Hold on to it, Brian. Raj is pushing you.
Helps with you, Brian. Helps with you.
Raj is going to push him all the way down to Tampa. Homestead? I don't know. Where could you push somebody from Daytona that's far?
Anywhere. The beach, A1A, hooligans.
Well, I think-
All right. That didn't really pan out.
Where were you hoping that would have gone, David?
I was somewhere along the lines of Raja was going to give him such a shove he was going to end up in a different county. I don't know.
So here's what's interesting. There's 7 laps to go, and we've...
Conti up the inside.
Ooh.
Raja's blinking. That's not good. Gives up the spot to Conti, who, remember, didn't pit, now pitted.
These guys are still a second behind the next group. So, you know, there's not enough room for both Conti and Carruth to get in the race right now. They need to catch the lead group for them both to make it.
Look at that. That's a hood. Oh,
he got
Hicks gets turned.
Oh,
He
there it
gets turned
is.
by Busa as the caution was already out further behind the track for some reason, I think. More cars spinning. That's, oh, damn.
He goes back to it. I think Lucas.
Excellent.
I think Lucas Plussel was involved further ahead off of turn 4.
What in the world just happened?
It seemed like Busa was maybe forcing the issue.
Was the caution not already out when Hicks got spun, or am I making that up?
It definitely was. It was something else that happened. Here's after the fact. Andy Trupiano pushing Brian. That's Busa, the blue car 97. Caution was already out. And I don't know.
That's just a tough spot. That's a tough spot for Brian. He was in the middle groove, and I could see where Busa saw a hole there and was going for it. But Brian had entered turn 3 with so much momentum. I mean, that was going to be really hard for Hicks for the 3 car to hold the middle groove. He needed
Guys,
that.
I got bad news. I got really bad news. We're misrepresenting the truth on the internet, and we're better than that. We hold ourselves to a high journalistic standard here. Apparently, the caution was for Brian getting spun out. Josh Mendoza was quick on the button, and so he didn't get wrecked when the caution was already out. Just want to clear that up.
He just assumed it was going to happen. Like,
He's that good. He knew it was coming. He's that good.
Well, that was I mean, it. I could see that for sure, and that is a pretty quick call, which I'm fine with that. I mean, that's not the point at this point, but
it was a caution. So yeah, it was.
Was a caution. It was happening. It was a good call.
Josh is in the future. That's it.
I think the focus for me is really on just kind of what happened, and I don't think that's entirely Booza's fault. I don't think, and I wouldn't even put that on Hicks either.
Racing deal.
Yeah, it was just a racing deal. I think what Booza either misjudged or wasn't aware of, and maybe not his job to be completely aware of it, but I think Hicks was just going into turn 3 with such a head of steam that he needed that space. He needed to go all the way up to the wall and dime in the corner to be able to make the corner. And Booza kind of stuck his nose in there and was hoping to put Hicks in a tight spot and force him in the middle.
You know what? I think we need an outsider's perspective. Let's bring Kevin McAdams in. He's been silent all night. Kevin, Brian Hicks just got wrecked. What do you think?
I mean, are we disputing that he got wrecked, or that he was the reason for the caution? Because he definitely was the reason for the caution. But it's an unfortunate situation. I know Booza, when you're a Coke driver, you're used to being up front in these things, and he's put in a really precarious situation. So, he's trying to go 3 wide where he can, but still got 4 laps to go coming this time, and this race is far from over. Carruth, Trupiano, Booza, Dominic Howe was really good in the prelims practices. Sean Rafferty, Michael Gonzalez, who was in the 400 last year or in 2021. A lot of drivers behind the top 11. This is going to be a crazy restart.
There you go. There's your official Kevin McAdams update. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin.
Nice to have Kevin part of the show here,
Kevin.
He's been a part the whole night.
So much good racing here, because the race for the win is going to be interesting. Oh, wow, and huge checkup.
What happened to Blackford? Did he miss a shift? Botafogo goes to the lead.
I don't know. Raj is on the flat and 1, trying to pass Vargas and Conti. Oh, my God. The big moves are being made right around that transfer spot. Keep the camera right there. Raja, Vargas, Knobloch, Conti. I mean, that was insane. Raja was driving below the yellow line into 1 to try and pass him.
And Vargas has the transfer spot right here. He's currently being shown in 11th right now, but look at the guys behind him. Here comes Matt Booza around the outside of Raja. So this transfer spot battle is going to get intense in a hurry, as Booza trying to get alongside of Carruth. He's got that push. Who's that behind him? Is that Dominic Howe? That's Andy Trupiano behind him. So these guys got to get this sorted out, or they might be in trouble of getting into the race here.
Right, 11th right now is Ryan Vargas. Behind them, that pack we got the camera on is 12th on back. Raja really had to check out big, gets into Booza. I mean, Trupiano's into Howe. Down the back straightaway, Andy Trupiano sideways in front of the field. We stay green. Still wrecking. Oh, my God, we have a blowover. Huge blowover. Sean Rafferty on his lid all the way into turn 3, and we still stay green.
Oh.
Hit again. We stay green, focused up front. Huge things happening out back. Inconsequential now at this point.
I would think this might be the same scenario we've seen before.
It's too late. It's too late for a yellow.
There's no... Yeah, you can't throw the yellow now.
Vargas remains in the transfer spot.
Wow. That was a lot of activity right there. It took a lot of cars out.
So Carruth, Booza, over half a second behind the transfer spot. I don't see how they could close this gap.
Carruth is going to be okay.
He's going to be there.
Raj is going to have the run. The field takes the white flag. Raj has got enough of a run. He will get there, but he's going to have to make something big happen. And there's going to be a lot of people that are going to try and stop him from doing it. That's it, the top 11 right there, and then Raja's 12th. Final time around Daytona in prelim feature number 7.
I would keep my eyes right on that 24 car back there.
Here he comes with the run. First one in his sights is Justin Knobloch. Raja dives down low. It's going to have to come off turn 4. What'll happen? Side by side all the way throughout the top 11. Raj is the back bumper of Knobloch, gets into him. He moves him up the hill. Knobloch turns left, says, no, you don't. It's a fight. Knobloch rolls over. Raj and spins. Busa gets through to get 11th. Wow.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God. As they wrecked like hell for the win, Daniel Buttafuoco gets the win. Busa benefits from Knobloch and Carruth coming together on the final run to the checkered flag and just sneaks in.
Wow.
Right.
What a finish.
Well, that was something.
Oh, wow. I mean, this is where the Firecracker prelims do not disappoint.
I missed this race so much. I'm so glad it's back.
Wow. Here's the Sean Rafferty blowover from 2 laps to go, I believe, as it all really went down off of turn 2. This was a huge blowover as they try to miss Andy Trupiano, just nowhere to go, up and over.
Wow.
Goes Sean Rafferty.
Going fast down the backstretch backwards is a perfect recipe for a blowover that gets hit again for good measure. This is the battle for the win. Ray Alfala, Daniel Buttafuoco. Brian goes to the inside, and Buttafuoco is going to get the win in that. And this was behind all the heck that was breaking loose for the transfer.
Heck.
Or in front of it, I should say.
So was that Blackford second?
Third. Here's
Third for Blackford.
Yeah, well, look at your finishing position. Your top 5 finished within 1/10 of a second. Here's your finishing results. Daniel Buttafuoco gets the win over Ray Alfala, Blackford in third, Jake Nichols, Bobby Zelensky, Eric Smith, Michael Conte. I mean, just that top 7 alone. Zwack, Vargas, Hawken round out the top 10. And Matt Busa benefits from the antics, the beating and banging between Raja Carruth and Justin Knobloch to get that 11th and final spot. What a feature.
David, I'm going to say it.
Say it.
Have you ever?
Not in the last 15 minutes. Wow. That was really good.
Here's Busa.
Another onboard shot. Yeah, look at him. Just thinking he's got no chance here. Just please somebody wreck. And they did. Ooh, man.
And just like that, he's in. Congratulations. Yeah. He did it.
Bam.
Oh, man. Just good measure. Jeez. Yard sailing into one.
Right there. Oh, my gosh. All right, well, that's 3 down. 1 to go tonight, Landon. What do you think? Yeah. I agree.
Couldn't agree more.
Well
one
said.
thing that I that stood out to me was that we've seen a lot of misfortune out of the heavy hitters throughout the entirety of the Firecracker prelims, and I feel like we might have to kind of do a deep dive after this and report back before qualifying how many of the heavy hitters have missed advancing onto the qualifying rounds. But in this prelim, as wild as it was, I think Raja Carruth was kind of the only, big name that didn't make it through.
Brian Hicks.
Other than Brian Hicks.
All right, fair enough. Well, we can take a look at, I think you're onto something there, Landon, of the drivers we, would expect to get through. I think there were less shocking names missing out this time out. Let's regroup, regather on the other side of this commercial break for the final Consi and final feature prelim of the week for the Firecracker 400. You are watching it all right here on eRacer, the 2023 Firecracker 400 presented by Thrustmaster.
family stories are your family stories, except with more confetti.
Relive racing history with a walk along Glory Road, or try your hand at our fan favorite racing simulator or pit crew challenge. Feel the passion and thrill of racing with stories and artifacts from the legends who shaped the sport in the Hall of Honor and Heritage Speedway.
Visit the NASCAR Hall of Fame in Charlotte for the ultimate outing. NASCAR Hall of Fame, this is our sport. This is our house.
Welcome back to coverage of the 2023 Firecracker 400 presented by Thrustmaster. David Schildhouse here, along with Sean Butler and Landon Cassill. We've seen some incredible racing here so far. Our wonderful production crew, headed up by our producer, Zach Johnson, has done a wonderful job of bringing it to us. Race control with Josh Mendoza and all the camera operators, bringing all the sights and sounds of everything here tonight and last night and for the next 2 weeks as well. But there's one more set of races to go here for the 8th and final Consi race and feature. So, Sean, the final race of the night, let's get a prediction here.
Oh,
Wilder or tamer than what we just saw in the 7th?
I think that's easier than picking a winner at this point, because you never know. But man, like, these guys have to send us off, off right, for tonight. It's been a great night of racing. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed everything. I know we have. It's been a fantastic. But I don't know, man. I'm going to say this could be more exciting. I think these guys got it in them.
We're looking at Heat 4 here, Landon. The final lap of Heat 4. So some guys trying to move right on into the feature and the rest go to the Consi here. What do you think? More exciting or less exciting than the last one?
Well, I think at one point it was more exciting because I don't see a whole lot of cars in the screen right now. So I would say this was a...
No, not the heat race, Landon. I mean the Consi and the feature.
Well, I think I don't know. I think this is just going to be another stacked field. I can't wait to see the drivers that are in it. I know the Cassill Motors house car of Dylan Gooden is in the field.
Oh man,
I'm looking forward to seeing him make it. I think he's actually already made the feature too. So I'm hoping for a good, clean race. That's what I want to see. We've seen a lot of chaos. We're no strangers to chaos with this car, this track, this event, this whole package. But I want to see a good, clean race. So, none other than Casey Kerwin is gonna grace us with his presence in this one as well. So, like I said, stacked field coming up.
I like that. You sound like a boxing referee. I want a good, clean fight.
I want to see a good, clean fight. Yes, maybe a green flag pit stop. I don't know.
Take care of each other at all times.
Keep your hands up. Obey all my orders. Whatever else they say. I've never been to a boxing match. I don't know what I'm talking about. Sean, do the starting lineup.
Sure. Tobias Matheson is going to be your pole sitter alongside JT Poole to his outside. Row 2, John Burris in the 811 and Joseph Selby in the 999, a row of triple-digit numbers. Love seeing that. Row 3, Dalton Collins in the 7, Anthony Stevens in the 31, starting in 6th. Row number 4 is Kenny Kibbe to the inside. Chad Gunningsman in the 20 in P8 to his outside. Row number 5, Chandler Paul in the 72 and Eli Sasick in the 9, rolling off in the 10th position. Row 6, Steve Waldrop in the 51, JD Knight in the 2. Row number 7, Ethan Moses and Brian Sabelski make up row number 7. And row 8, Derek Petrie, Jake Poulin make up row number 8. Going to row 9, Brent Brevick 2, I should say, and Mo Perry. Mooncar Personality, number 54, he'll roll off 18th. Dante Music, Tristan Baker will make up row number 10. And row 11, Braden McKay and Brendan Cooper. David will round out this field.
Thank you, Sean.
You're welcome, David.
All right, who stands out to you here? I know you sound like Jake Poulin piqued your interest as you were reading the names off.
Ooh.
I'll give you one name, Jake Poulin. You know, he's had success in these cars. He's an official in the FTF Cup Series, and he knows a lot about this game. And you know, I guess we could say he works for iRacing, so you know he knows a thing or two about it. So I like Jake in this race.
A Firecracker 200 winner
In
as
the
well.
iconic Papyrus car, bringing that back
where
out.
it all started. He's an old school fella. I like that pick. Landon, I feel like I know who you're going with.
And who's that?
Dylan Gooden.
I think I'd take Dylan.
Dylan's not in this race.
But he's in the feature.
Oh,
yeah. I mean,
future pick.
I'm thinking I'm definitely gonna pull for Dylan in the feature. This race, I was looking for Stephen Moore. Is he in this field or is he in the feature? Stephen, I believe Stephen is the driver that is racing from a hotel room.
That's
commitment.
Incredible.
That's a strategy. So I don't know if he's in this race, or we'll have to keep an eye out for that name as well.
All right, here we go. Tobias Matheson, man in control here. Green flag flies in the air for 15 laps. Top 10 move on to your feature event. Selby in the outside lane. A man who never hesitates to make fun of me in my own Twitch chat or in my own Discord or anywhere else he can do it. Leading that outside lane, he slots into second.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
It's some animosity there,
David. Enemies.
Really, really quick to get single file here.
Strategy, maybe. Nope. Here comes Dalton Collins. Not satisfied to ride single file. Drops down to the bottom to overtake John Burris. Burris fights back. Side by side for third.
That 31 car of Anthony Stevens, that is a loud paint scheme, if I say so myself. We got the green, the purple, the chrome metallic on that car. That is something.
Nice. I like it.
Do you?
I do. It reminds me of, I don't know. Doesn't remind me of anything. Never mind.
Wow. Well, whoa. Back in the pack. Jake Poulin. No, they're in the grass spinning.
Oh, Poulin saves it. Oh, Steve Waldrop just went roof first in the tire barrier. Ugly situation here. Chandler Paul involved. Braden McKay involved. Brent Brevick just came in 6 years later at 400 miles an hour and took himself out. Dante Music smoking like a chimney as we stay green up front.
I'm just perplexed at how many times people have plowed into wrecks tonight. This has to be some kind of record for Firecracker lore. I can't remember the last time there's been so many extracurricular wrecks after an initial one.
There has been a lot of extracurricular activities.
There you go.
Like that. I almost didn't even say it right.
Extracurricular. Lead change Tobias Matheson, overtaking Dalton Collins to get to the top spot. The 07 passes the 7. Zach says we're gonna have a replay. Let's take a look. Let's unpack this.
Like
Apron.
a Christmas gift. Gonna unpack it.
There's Jake in the 21. Would you call that a block?
No, in these cars, it may not have even been intentional. My God.
My God. You weren't kidding about the 400 miles per hour part.
I'm telling you, I try not to hyperbolize too much.
That's a word.
I'm telling you. Another change for the lead. Dalton Collins puts his blue Buick out in front with help from Selby. Another triple-digit car. What are we doing here?
Clean it up, Josh.
Rules are rules, man. Unbelievable.
Unless you're Blake McCandless.
No, he's special.
Okay.
Here comes the run. Selby. He's going to take it. Matheson has to check out of the throttle to not drive through Collins. Nice to see that. That was a very cynical thing to say. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Wise move.
Oh, Reckon Tobias Matheson's around, along with Chad Gunningsman. Caution flies, more cars involved. Ethan Moses did not Moses through that. JD Knight, Derek Petrie also involved.
Very tough, but we're going to get a shot. I mean, we don't see a lot of cautions in these consies. We're going to get a re-rack at this, and I think I'm going to come down and take tires. I mean, I might stay out if I'm leading it, but
I don't mind that call at all.
Anybody sixth on back, I think I want some.
Well, you know there's going to be guys behind you pitting to fix damage and all that. As you see, it just starts another car off the wall coming out of turn 4. Another one for that counter, and it just
right. I mean, just look at how many cars are damaged, involved. There's not a big track position penalty to come down and pit.
Oh, they're wrecking under caution.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my God! What is that? Dante Music is on a warpath driving through people. Uh-oh.
What the heck is happening?
Dante
Tristan
Music
Baker?
has... What happened? Okay, I've seen this before where a car doesn't even see other cars on the track and just drives through them. I've seen that before. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that's what it was.
Oh, boy.
But I have no way of knowing for sure. Oh, my.
Oh, the leader comes down. Oh, but they... Absolutely. This is a great call from the leader, I think. I think this is the call. I think 4 tires. He's going to be coming back out. Look at the gap down pit road. He's not going to be losing any spots on pit road unless he spins out into his pit stall. Clean in the box there. Looks good. Didn't have to back up.
Oh, man. If I found the source of the incident, and it's unique.
Yeah, it sounds like he dropped connection.
Yeah, I've seen that before. It's been a long time, and it looks terrible. Yeah. Like it looks like he's just driving through cars like a Panzer tank, but it's on his screen he sees nothing. You just have to understand and appreciate in this sim, he sees no cars and he's just driving normally, but everyone else gets affected by it. It's terrible.
So here we go, triple digits with 4 tires, pitted from the lead, coming off pit road. He's still going to restart top 5.
Here's the source.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, you're driving blind at that point. He's just trying to.
And then
here he comes.
Just put a snowplow on that thing. And then there's all sorts of stuff happening behind as all this is happening.
And
what a sequence of events.
Here. Yeah. A very weird consi.
Out of all the consies we've seen this week, this is certainly one of them.
This is one of the consies of all time?
It is.
Okay. Well, looks like mostly everybody's going to catch up here. And they're going to have another half of this race to figure it out. I wouldn't imagine, barring a massive pileup, that we will see another caution flag out of Benjamin Easterday. Back to it. Great jump for Dalton Collins. And second place, John Burris. They both get away really nice.
Big jump. Which that's the best way to neutralize. That's the best way to neutralize those guys challenging on tires.
Yeah. I mean, they'll get there, but it's just going to take some time.
Would you say he's a setting duck?
I would say he's not a flying duck.
Well, you can tell the field is starting to condense just a little bit here.
Again, all these guys in the top 4 stayed out under that last caution. The tires are from Kenny Kibbe on back, and they're side by side right now, so that's not beneficial to them at all.
And they're reeling in that pack of 5 cars really. I mean, a rapid clip is Kenny Kibbe catching them. Look at this. He's doing 5 miles an hour, 6 miles an hour faster than the car in front of him. Brendan Cooper going to bypass him really easily with the help from Chad Gunningsman. We have a pack reformed. You got to get on the binders here. You're going to drive through someone. Here we go. Oh, boy.
Oh, and
boy. There's the ripple effect.
Just like that, we are all back together.
Trouble.
Oh, in the back of the pack, you see it on your screen. A couple of cars. Braden McKay, JD Knight. We stay green.
So we have Matheson on the transfer bubble. Or one behind here.
That is actually the battle for the transfer. That's Jake Poole, and that's 11th and 12th. So those are the only two that have a shot at it.
Got to be top 10 if you're going to move on to the feature event. Brent Breivik, the one holding 10th right now.
It's a former Firecracker event winner, the Firecracker 200, past champion, Jake Poulin.
Right. Oh, he's going to thread the needle right through the middle. What a move from Jake Poulin.
Wow.
Splitting Breivik and Chandler Paul. That was a put him up on the dash and do it type move right there.
The major league stuff right there from Jake Poulin.
Oh, 3 wide a little bit further ahead of Poulin. That's Gunningsman on the outside, Petrie in the middle. They figure it out as it's 5 laps to go.
Big run here coming from Joseph Selby, I think that is. Here comes Selby to the outside, 3 wide in the middle. Anthony Stevens there. Kenny Kibbe on the bottom on those fresh tires.
Boy. Oh, Selby's got his lift. He's in the wall. Look out, everybody. There goes another car off to the inside. Oh. Look out. Huge contact. Oh, my God. Petrie up onto his roof, loses the hood. Left front tires detached. We stay green as he slides to a halt in the grass. Selby falls back to 10th right on that transfer line. Yikes.
What a hellacious hit there.
That was... Makes you glad it's virtual.
Here comes Kibbe to the inside. Burris for second. We'll get a replay of just what happened to Derek Petrie. Contact with the wall.
Bit it up front, too. Sorry, Sean. We're wrecking in second place. John Burris involved Kenny Kibbe. Kibbe was the first one around in second, and that takes out most of your top 10 right there.
Wow.
Oh, my God. Unbelievable turn of events here in Consi number 8.
How many late Consi incidents have we seen?
Oh my gosh, I cannot believe what just happened. It kicked off with Kenny Kibbe, the one on fresh tires.
Oh boy, okay. So
lot to look back. We'll first look at, we got a couple looks here. This is Joe, I'm sorry. This is the 99 again.
Derek Petrie off the corner, has to check up a little, gets tagged from behind a bit, and that car just disintegrates.
That's a huge hit. I mean, that's one of those wrecks you look at and say, it looks like he went faster going into the wall, like the car sped up. Kibbe, was that a bad crossover from the car behind him? What happened?
I don't think so. I think that was Kibbe that got turned. He just wasn't clear enough and just got hooked a little bit, and that's triggered this whole thing.
Oh my gosh. I mean, the cars from way back are still piling in too.
This is Tobias, I believe. Oh, we lost it. We're back.
Sort of phased through a car. That's helpful.
That's unique.
I mean, the amount of damaged cars, you're going to have 3 clean cars here, maybe 4. A lot of cars coming to pit road to affect repairs to their cars to try and get out there. You just got to get in the top 10. We're going to see cars that probably finish in the top 10 that are severely damaged at this point.
If you banked your fast repair, you are relieved.
So are we getting a 1-lap shootout?
Yeah. The lights are off atop the pace car. It's going to be a 1-lap dash to settle it. We saw this last night, Landon. We saw a 1-lap shootout for a Consi win. And we're going to
What a way to finish the prelims of the Firecracker 400 with the Conti leading into the final prelim feature.
What the heck? Again, under caution?
Chandler Paul, Brandon McKay, Jake Poulin caught a... What in the world?
How?
What are we doing out here, guys?
We wrecked twice under yellow with multiple cars.
Come on, man.
Notifications to my Twitter coming in. Sean is even getting sorry Sean's in the broadcast booth.
So David, let's hype this up.
Yep.
Because this is our last prelim of the 2023 Thrustmaster Firecracker 400. We're looking at a Conti. This is your last set of drivers, the last chance to make it in to the last feature, where we'll take the top 11, move on to qualifying, and we got a one-lap dash to decide this.
That's it. One shot at it.
And it has been a survival race.
As they used to say in NASCAR Thunder 2004, you either win it or you wear it. Here we go. One lap to settle it in Consi number 8. Who will get back inside the top 10? Great getaway for your leader, Dalton Collins. This feels very spread out. The damaged car is playing a role as we get up to speed for one lap wonder.
Tristan Baker is currently your transfer spot holder. He's in 10th. He's got Kenny Kibbe, who is outside a slow car just in front. So they're going to pass him.
Look out. Okay. That moves everybody up a spot.
So they should be good now. Top 10, they're side by side. Mo Perry's way too far back. Actually, hold on.
Fast. He's coming. Here he comes. Mo Perry with the run from a lifetime. Tristan Baker is going to have to block it. He can't do it. Selby's slow. Selby's going to miss out. Everybody's slowing up to the line. Dalton Collins wins. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Joe Selby, what?
Selby, I don't know what happened to him, but his failure is Mo Perry's success. As Collins wins, I don't even know what to describe that run to the checkers was. But Mo Perry, with the run of a lifetime, puts himself in the top 10.
And a heartbreaker for Joe Selby, who is... Oh my gosh, I can't imagine. The time that he puts into this event, the laps that Joe has put into this event, found himself in misfortune. I mean, this is a driver that's capable of, not just being there, but running very well in his prelim.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
That is truly a shocker. As you looked at the order, it's Collins, Sasek, Gunningsman, Matheson, Zabelski, Poulin, Kibbe, Moses, Mo Perry, and Tristan Baker, the 10 who move on. Oh my goodness. And now that sets the stage for one final race here tonight. The 8th and final prelim feature. Sean Butler, who is in it?
Oh, we got another big one. Nathan Lyon, your pole sitter there alongside Philip McCandless, Blake's brother. No stranger to winning big races in these cars. He's looking to do it again. Ashton Schleiss, Casey Kerwin, current reigning defending NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series champion, rolling off P4. Femi Olot rolling off P5 alongside Seth Knoll. A lot of experience in this car for him. Santi Tires rolling off in P7 in the 35 alongside TJ Bursky in the 24. Timmy Holmes, Josh Chin making up row number 5. A lot of talent in the midfield here. Brian Mercurio in the 41, and alongside Ryan Zabot in the number 12s, rolling off, or in the number 5, rolling off in 12th. Good row here in row 7. Jesse Atchison, William Schmidt in 13th and 14th. Jordan Worth and Stephen Moore. 17th and 18th next row. Dylan Good and Kevin King. Mid-pack start for Kevin. He's got his work cut out for him. Row 10 sees Jack Yandon Profit in row number 10. Row 11, Spencer E. Burns, Dylan Thomas in the 06 and the 1. Storm Patterson, Alexander Vandersant in the 24th starting position. And, of course, your advancees from the Conti: Dalton Collins, Eli Sasek, Chad Gunningsman, Tobias Matheson, Brian Sabelski, Jake Poulin, Kenny Kibbe, Ethan Moses, Mo Perry, and Tristan Baker.
Wow. What a field. I mean, really. By the way, that's the 69 is Stephen Moore. That is our driver from a hotel room.
Storylines.
So great storyline there. Dylan Gooden in the Cassill house car. Cassill Motors, your friend in the car business.
There you go.
Nice.
And then a plethora of pros and experts. And a little razzle dazzle. Let's see him go.
What we like to see here. Green flag in the air, the 8th and final feature race for the Firecracker 400, presented by Thrustmaster, is gone. What a shot of that one. Nathan Lyon leads him down. Philip McCandle slots into second, right ahead of Ashton Schleiss. Casey Kerwin, the red car, in the second lane by himself.
Shocking. Casey Kerwin in a Cars-themed car. Who knew?
Yeah. Never would have guessed.
By the way, we do have a SOF report in this race. It's a 34:41, courtesy of Jesse Atchison. Posted it in the race chat, so thank you, Jesse. We got some insight just how big this field is.
Big. Very big.
Large. Rotund.
Gargantuan, even.
Ooh. Monumental. Adjectives for large.
Substantive, if you will.
Oh, man.
A lot of money in the chat on Jack Stand. That would be Mr. Atlantis King.
Mr.
To our
Atlantis
knowledge.
King. Yes.
Yep.
So pretty
How does
excited
Jack
to see.
Stand compare to Crash Neon?
You know, I feel
can we
like
get a predictor going, Josh? Can we get something, a poll?
Could be something similar going on there. Not saying it's the same person. I'm just saying it's a similar scenario.
I don't know how
We need a
Jack
poll
Sitt,
in the chat.
I don't know how Jack Sitt did in his prelim.
Thank you, Sean.
I got to get one in there.
That was the worst one yet.
That's by design.
I mean, that was just... I wouldn't even say that one.
I learned from the best, David. You taught me well.
So Jack running P15 right now. It's not a bad spot.
Chat's loving that one. Thank you, guys. Appreciate
God,
it.
that was so bad.
It seems like with this car and this track, and we're going to have a lot more time to talk about this through the Firecracker 200 and the 400, you know, long races coming up. That second groove is doable. It's not the preferred groove. It's doable, but it also takes a very specific line to make it work. It's not just a perfect arc through the corner, is it, David? Like you're not.
No.
It's a little bit diamond, like you're kind of straight, and you just have to leave yourself like a car with the room to drift up. If you try to enter too high, the car doesn't want to make a nice arc through that corner. You have to have a bit of a diamond shape.
No, you're forcing the car to do something it just doesn't want to do. I mean, that's what a lot of this is forcing these cars to do something they're not really designed to do, especially on a surface like this with the bumpiness and the harsh ride conditions. But it is a lot of input. I saw a video earlier tonight posted by Adam Cabot from his race, and just the amount of effort and physical exertion he was putting out just driving normally, not even battling somebody to get his car through these turns at the World Center of Racing. It's unbelievable just to run a good lap, how perfect you have to be. But it's not just one smooth move, as Seth Noel is a smooth operator up the middle, 3 wide, into that third row, gets the door slammed on him by Femi, not having it.
And a wise move to
big
kind of
move.
just a wise move there, top of 3 to kind of just bail out of it, not force the issue.
Too early to force the issue. This is a 40-lap race. We also do have the poll going, and the poll is... Oh, well, poll just ended.
Wow.
Crash Neon wins by 1.
Closer than we thought.
That was... I would have liked a longer poll if I could give constructive feedback in a positive environment.
Houston Hammer, Dead Zone Racing, Femi, the elusive Chevy Thunderbird.
Oh no!
In the
Oh
Dale
no!
Senior scheme there. Come on, Femi. I guess they were going for a Lumina for that car, but
it's about as good as Brian Blackford driving a purple Chevy.
there you go.
Reminds me of our last broadcast together when Landon came up with the Ford Thunderuma.
That's what I was trying to think of. I remember you were looking at Bobby Zelensky and you couldn't make out what that car was. 3 wide.
What are we doing here?
We're racing. Oh!
Oh no, they're not. They're spinning. Who was that? That was Dylan Gooden, I think. That saved it. No, it wasn't. Somebody else. That was Santi.
Santi.
Oh,
Santi.
No caution for Santi either. He'll get one. He'll be all right.
The Robert Cattell Roofing Ford Thunderbird. I'll give you one guess
how's the
where the connection is there. It's fine.
Okay.
I get asked all the time, the salesman that Brandon Cattell and Robert are. By the way, Robert's a good guy. Father of Brandon, owner of Robert Cattell Roofing, obviously.
That's good. Here's a look at the Santi spin.
Car on the inside, silver and black car. Did he get help? He had to have.
Yeah, I don't think he just turned left.
Definitely not like that.
I mean, as much as Rick Allen would like to say, he turns left, I don't think he did it right there.
Aggressive goes around, apparently.
Indeed.
I don't know how aggressive he was there, but he did go around.
Who is that behind him?
That is Jack Stand, who's found his way in the top 10.
Right.
Wow.
Just kind of
driving,
tinkering around with the top 10 there.
Oh, what is happening here?
Philip McCandless had to check up big time.
Oh, Jordan had a slice. Slice saves it, throws the caution. Oh, the wrecking behind. Back it down, boys. Back it down. William Schmidt goes around, hits the wall. They are piling up like hell behind him, though. Dylan Thomas is in it. Tristan Baker, Tobias is in it. Oh, my God. Mo Perry's involved. Jake Poulin involved.
Ryan Zabot right there in the Tide car.
It starts up front with Jordan Worth getting a little bit of a bump, I think, down into Ashton Schleiss. They got the caution out because of the dangerous situation, but just they can't get it woed up. Do you pit?
Lap
Look at
10.
Yeah,
Sure.
I mean, this is your window. You got to pit here, 4 tires and fuel.
Who was this? Oh, man, was it Jack? No, Jordan just didn't know Schleiss was down there, I guess.
Did he just turn left?
Yeah, that's very odd.
What is he doing?
If Brian Hicks is spotting him, I can see why that happened, but I don't think that's happening.
Oh, that's a fair point. Hold on.
Yeah, look at this.
Jordan has no...
Oh, he did
doesn't have a
get
spot.
hit. He did get hit.
Okay. All right.
So that was Jack Stand just got into the back of him.
A menace. Jack
is
Stand.
Wreaking havoc out here.
He took a stand, and it cost a lot of people a clean car.
Does that make up for my terrible one? Is that just as bad?
No.
Okay.
So pretty much everybody coming down pit road here looks like. All takers. We're going to see where the strategy begins. There's a lot of experienced drivers. I could see some pretty creative strategies out of this group.
I'm going to go the opposite route of what I did last race, Landon. I'm going to say everyone's going to take tires. Because I was not very accurate on my fuel call the last race, so we'll see. Everyone a lot more orderly into their stalls, not too many overshoots.
We see one of them might have missed their stall because that seemed a little
Looks
early
like Dalton
there.
Collins missed it. Here comes...
Just one with 2. 4
Alexander
tires on
Van de
Kerwin.
Stant.
So, yeah, 1, 2 so far. Everyone else on 4.
So here's this is the quick reminder of, or really quick refresher strategy-wise before we go to another look at this replay. The strategy we're looking at here is, this is a max window. They're all good to go on fuel. I'm going to say they're all good to go on fuel.
Yes.
They're all taking a set of tires. So pretty much everybody's sitting with one set of tires left. So, just like I think it was the last prelim, where now it's when do you put on your last set, or do you put on your last set? If we go 10 laps, there's still 30 laps to go. If we only go 10 laps and have another caution, you put on your last set then. Do you wait longer, or you just never come back?
Well, we were questioning that, at the end of the last Consi, and we saw what Mo Perry was able to do, to get himself in. So you never know. It is worth it sometimes to bank that last set of tires. So we'll see if that'll benefit Dalton. And here's from Jack as there wasn't much contact. There it is. And that's plenty to send. Yeah, Jordan would just turn left into Ashton there. So good save by everyone towards the front. And unfortunately, David, the casualties were further back behind that.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a lot of jockeying around. I mean, I'm not blaming Mr. Stand on that by too much, but as per usual, the one who causes it gets through it. That seems to be how this stuff works.
Davey Davis is not happy in the chat right now.
He's very unhappy. As we go back to green, it must be said, there's some passionate people. Nathan Lyon just shoots out of line. Lions out of line. That's fun. To go to P2, challenging Vattersant there, who took fuel only. Now with the run on the outside with help from Casey Kerwin. No surprise there.
Collins' car is just a parachute with that damage going into 3 with no tires. The front end looks like it just hit a pole perfectly. I mean, if he could fall in line here, it might not work out as bad as we think. Probably wrong, though.
You ain't been right all night, buddy. I'm sorry to tell you.
You're right. Oh, look.
Hey.
The money lap.
How about that?
Extended highlights, news, storylines, and more. The Money Lap. Go to themoneylap.com, subscribe, and you'll get our newsletter 3 days a week. Mondays is like a highlight video.
Caution, Landon. Caution on the track. They're wrecking in 3 and 4. Dylan Thomas involved. Spencer E. Burns involved.
Oh, wow.
God.
Not in the middle of the
another
ag
glancing blow. They go wrecking in 3 and 4. To put us under the second caution of this race.
That's Dylan Thomas that was parked in the infield there. He's able to get it back going.
I'd say definitely a little too early to take your last set of tires.
Yeah. If you were just on pit road, you are staying out. That would be my call. Nobody asked me, but that would be my call.
I think you're right on this one, David.
Thanks, Sean.
Yeah, no problem. Do we have a visual representation of what just took place?
Hopefully not a representation, but actually just a...
What actually happened?
Yes, a reproduction.
Oh, okay. I would like to see a playback of that incident.
Zach is doing his best, Sean.
Yeah, he's only yelled at me. I mean, he's not yelled at you guys. He likes you guys, but being the tyrant that he is,
you throw him an attitude all the time.
He off camera, he does the same thing to me all the time. Snarky.
Maybe you deserve it. Have you considered that?
I've considered a lot of things, David. That is not one of them. Unfortunately,
you haven't considered the fact that the way he treats you is in fact a consequence of how you present yourself to him.
I've treated him with nothing but respect, as we'll call this accident here. Let's see what happened.
Contact.
Classic. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, he will never be purchasing Tide again. I can tell you that.
Definitely not. Some guys actually did check up in the back of the field there. We see Dylan getting wrecked there. Gets good right here. It's just, oh,
golly.
It's a good thing it happened right there. We'd have lost a camera.
Zach, who is working that camera that just perished?
Oh.
Kenneth Bueno. It's Kenneth Bueno that was responsible. Thank you, Kenneth Bueno. That was no bueno for him.
Okay, now it's getting to the point where mine is sounding not as bad as the last 3 from David.
So an update
on.
on our most dedicated racer, the 69 of Stephen Moore is up to 17th. So, and Stephen is the driver that is racing from a hotel room.
Actually, at around this lap update, he'll be shown in 15th, at least by my timing score. I don't know how reliable that is. But still, where did he start? He started 16th?
Kind of started around there. He's kind of spent his evening in that spot. It's not a bad place to be.
There it is. Look at that setup.
Hey,
Wow.
that is dedication.
That is something. Cable
So I
management is A+.
We don't know why he's on the road. He said that he had some poor planning on his part with the dates and the Firecracker. So I suppose, since he's letting us fill the gaps, we can just make up on the broadcast right here whatever it is he does and why he's at a hotel. But Stephen Moore racing from a hotel room and trying to race his way into the Firecracker 400.
That's fantastic.
I like it. Green flag is back out here, starting lap 16. Nathan Lyon, Casey Kerwin, Femi, TJ Bursk, Philip McCandless. Here comes Seth Noel on the outside with the push from Timmy Holmes. Saw Timmy in the eNASCAR iRacing. I got that wrong.
Yep.
Hold on. Restart. In the
There's
eNASCAR iRacing Coca-Cola. Damn it. I did it again.
It's okay.
You know what I mean. We saw him there on Tuesday.
I appreciate you being here, David.
Yeah.
Lead change. Seth Nola the outside. Making that high line work. Landon, you guys were talking about it earlier about making that outside lane work. What goes into it. Seth, one of the better, 87 drivers. He knows how to get around here, especially on that outside. It wouldn't surprise me if he's able to hang in there alongside Nathan for the lead.
Yeah, I think it's doable. I just think you have less ways to shape the corner running the top. The bottom, running the bottom, I think that you can have a little bit of an arc. You can bend the entry a little bit more, wrap the yellow line. I think you can diamond the corner a little bit. There's a couple options for running the bottom, but for running the top, I think is a very specific shape. And that's why it's tricky, because it's doable and you can see the best drivers make it work. But it's just tricky.
David, look who's in 5th.
Who's in what?
Look who's in 5th.
5th? It's Jack
Fifth.
Stand in the richenergybook.com Chevrolet.
What a drive.
Look at it. Oh, speaking of Jack, they're jacking each other up in the inside lane between Seth Noel and Nathan Lyon.
Josh Mendoza making a call in race control with his mouth full of food. Thank you, Josh. Hey, it's us.
Hey, here we are.
Hello.
I'm here.
I'm kind of watching this side by side here. Jack has been moving his way through the field, I think mostly on the bottom. I haven't seen it all, though. And now he's found himself kind of third row on the outside. He's got Jordan Worth behind him.
Started back in 19th, did Jack. So biggest mover of the field, easily. Has a couple of wrecked cars in his wake, but
Don't we all?
Yeah. Yep.
Hey, Jordan Worth. Jordan's recovered. Remember, it wasn't that long ago we were screaming about him getting jacked. You think he's going to repay the favor?
I don't think so. I mean, Jordan's usually
I don't think so either.
mellow-headed guy. So from a distance, you might recognize that paint scheme is being inspired by one of Dale Jr.'s 2002, 2001 schemes. But that says Davey on it in honor of good old Davey Davis, Davies Doobies. Good buddies. So most of all Jordan's cars have just Davey on the side. So
yeah. Jack has made most of his progress on the outside, I'm being told here. So and I've watched the last couple corners, and the way that he holds it tight to the bottom, to the car underneath him, is a little risky, but he's in good company up here. It's a little risky, but that's why he's been so effective on the top. I'm pretty impressed. It's been good.
Should we get
Landon-
on board from
I
Jack?
was about to ask if we need to crank it.
Let's crank it. Let's crank it up.
Let's crank it up, Zach. Zach, crank it.
It's almost bedtime. Let's crank it up before we go down for the night.
Yep.
I mean, that is unbelievable to hear how much they're lifting, playing with the throttle.
Are we done cranking?
I'm just finished, and I think that is so impressive how much these drivers have to work it around this track. Playing with the gas, playing with the throttle, playing with the brake.
God damn it, Landon.
You all right, David?
Oh, man. It's just like yesterday all over again. We are immature.
Oh, jeez. But Landon is correct. You know, as the run goes along, you're gonna hear and see a lot of these guys braking. You know, it's. I know it sounds crazy at Daytona using the brake, but you kind of have to as the run goes along. Gets that front end planted to get all the grip out of the front tires you can, and that's going to set yourself up for success on these long runs. So definitely not as crazy as it sounds in these cars. Oh man. Action.
Activity.
Side by side, still for the lead down the backstretch here as we're on board with Brian Mercurio in the 41, resident New York Jets fan.
Oof, yeah, Dr. Bob.
Yep.
Hashtag not my champion from way back.
Oh man. Bonus points if you understand that reference.
Yeah, for real. There's probably 17 people to do.
At least. I'm kind of impressed with this side by side here, Landon. Sorry, I was going to just kind of mention what you were probably going to say too. With all this side by side toward the front, this high line, as we've been harping on, not as detrimental as we made it seem earlier.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about this grouping. You know, the way they're driving it, but the top groove has been solid. And obviously we've seen, you know, not just hold strong, but with Jack Standy, we've talked about him all night. He's used it as a pretty good utility to get through the field. So yeah, I'm also impressed with Santiago Tiras. It's up to 18th. That's a guy who spun out early, lost all that track position. Kevin King kind of started towards the back. He's just moved himself inside the transfer spot.
It's
or near
quiet. It's quiet, but not too quiet. As I say that, there goes Femi Olot to the inside of, I think it's TJ Bursky in the 24. He looked 3 wide, but thought better. This has been very organized so far. You know, we talked about it earlier, and then crazy stuff has happened. I immediately say that we're 3 wide for the lead. I don't know what the heck is going on. But this is...
Oh, that's tight. No way.
It's a little squeeze.
They squeezed the heck out of Timmy Holmes right there. There ain't no way.
Yep. And this is where Jack has been squeezing them all night a little bit. Oh, good. They've... little room.
Sean, you okay?
No, not okay. Oh,
Go
boy.
unprofessional. This isn't bottom split. Come on.
Sorry.
Here comes a run from Dr. Bob. Up the middle, splits. Jordan Worth and Nathan Lyon. Uh-oh, Worth. Oh, caution.
Oh.
Put it out. Huge wreck. Oh, my gosh. That's a big wreck. Stephen Moore's involved. They're still... Oh, my... slow down. Slow down. They're still wrecking.
Jake Poulin made it through. Would you look at that? Landon telling the chat to calm down.
That's the biggest gaslighting we've ever seen in Firecracker history. Look at a replay here of what just happened.
Well, we're pacing still.
Oh. Hey.
Been a long night for Zach, been a long night for us. Here we go.
He's doing good. Oh, it's a bad bump again from Dalton Collins. Oof. And then it just keeps wrecking. That was Josh Chin, the king of chins, the one that got turned around. He's the king of head on into the wall right there.
All right.
Oh, we got activity under caution, Sean. They're doing stuff.
Chad Gunnisman, Brian Sabelski. What is with all these under caution wrecks? I don't understand it.
Because they come flying up on the back of the field and don't realize the cars don't stop on a dime.
I mean, like, these people drive daily in their real cars. If there's a traffic light, you would just fly into the line. I don't understand. Pit stops.
Kevin, to you on pit road.
Well, I'm not live, but let's see what we got going on. A lot of guys coming in for pit stops. Josh Chin with a lot of damage. Spencer E. Burns coming in. Jack Stand is in. Jesse Atchison has missed his box. William Schmidt misses his box. A lot of guys have missed their pit box. 4 tires and fuel, most likely the call for a lot of these guys. But this is probably the last pit stop for a lot of these guys. Sean, I don't know if you agree or disagree, but going to be about 11 laps to go, 10 laps to go when we go back to green.
I mean, if we get 4 tires now, I do agree with that. You know, last stop for everybody. Dalton Collins, he's pulled a Gorlinski. He's got the 2-tire call. He's gotten himself the lead. But Landon, we've seen 12 laps to go. That has not worked throughout the course of the night.
Yeah, I mean, I think it surprises me, to be honest with you, that even with 10 laps to go, you got to come in and put tires on. The only saving grace, and we'll be following this all through the Firecracker coverage, that if you can survive those first 5 laps on, off sequence strategy with tires, you can make it after 5 or 6 laps, because the fall off does level out. So, whether it's a quick yellow that kind of burns the goodie off of everybody else's tires, gets you a chance to re-rack it from the lead again, or if you can just survive and hang on those first 4 or 5 laps, get a good restart. I mean, we talked about it before. I'm thinking about going really early on this restart to get the field spread out. Maybe not so early. You don't want to create a slingshot effect where you're just going to get hung out to dry at the end of the backstretch, but definitely it is a strategy.
Thank you, Kevin. That was a great pit report on the spot. Dalton Collins, the guy that started the last wreck, is leading.
Funny how that works.
Incredible. Truly incredible. That is racing.
Ryan Vargas asking the important questions in the chat.
Yes.
Thank you, Ryan.
Ryan wants to... Never mind. So...
And that's a sitting duck right there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
We'll be seeing you.
Dispatched him. Bye-bye. So
but this, this may not be bad for Collins. If he gets a little bit of dirty air, it could balance his car out fairly well. And if he can just... Well, he's kind of getting freight trained here around the outside, but... Gosh, I feel like if he gets slot in 4th or 5th on those old tires and survive for 3 or 4 laps, he might be all right.
10 laps to go in the 8th and final prelim feature event for the 2023 Firecracker 400, presented by Thrustmaster. Little argy-bargy there in the top lane for 3rd place, or the 3rd car in that lane, rather. Timmy Holmes. I'm sure Sean's rolling his eyes right now that I just said that.
Yep.
Gotta know your audience.
Get a little pinchy punchy there. Oh! What a Dalton Collins on 2 tires.
He's insane.
No.
He's a maniac. He's out of control. The caution's flying. Philip McCandless around. Collins smokes the wall as the rest of the field's going to pile in here again. Schleiss is involved. Josh Chin again involved in this one as they scatter through 3 and 4. Cars actually slowing down, which is nice to see. But Dalton Collins, I think, was the powder keg that exploded there.
Looks like Jack Stan might have been involved, or at least lost some momentum there. Santee is 13th.
Santee's had a heck of a race, man. Was literally in last after getting spun, and now he's just on the outside looking into the transfer spot. I mean, that is reserve right there. Dalton said he was fine until he got driven through. Well, let's be the judges of that. So this is a little further back.
Yeah.
Phillip got hit by Nathan Lyon, which hooked Dalton. Seth Knoll nowhere to go. Ashton Schleiss.
But you know why Phillip got hit?
Yeah.
What was that?
That's problematic. Was that Spencer E. Burns in the 06?
No, that was Jack Stan.
Here's Phil.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, it's like the same thing we saw earlier tonight with Colin Fern and heaven help me, I forget who it was that was sideways in front of him.
His wheel was cut completely to the left. Look at that. You could see it from the replay there. Just look at the...
It's like some slight right front damage there from Phil. Could have been a lot worse.
Brad Slaughter. Thank you, Kevin. Kevin, the keeper of important information. It was Brad Slaughter earlier tonight that was sideways in front of Colin Fern. Much like we saw there, Dalton Collins in front of Philip McCandless. And, yeah, you slow up. It's the natural reaction. But not everyone behind you can do it in the same speed. They don't know it's coming.
And Dalton has taken his car to the garage. They have loaded it up, and they are driving through the Daytona Tunnel as we speak.
Unfortunate. So is Spencer E. Burns.
Right behind him.
Tough.
I made a big mistake, guys, before we came on the air. I didn't eat any dinner tonight.
Why?
I came straight home from work. I hopped into the booth here, and here we are. You know, I didn't get a chance to get a good meal. We've just been going the whole time. So it's been I don't know. I got to figure something out.
It's irresponsible.
What
honestly.
should I get? I could still get something. I mean, not ideal now, but I don't know. Something quick, I guess. I don't know. Any good suggestions?
We're approaching midnight. We're approaching midnight here. It's about to be Friday. What's a good Friday morning meal?
Friday morning? I don't know.
Take another look at it here from Santee.
This is Santee, yeah.
Yo.
Look at that.
Wow.
So good. So good.
That was something.
Landon would be proud of that. Went straight to the bottom.
There you
Great
go.
job by Santee. That's a cagey veteran right there.
And that
all right,
got
David.
him into the show.
David, call this one potentially our final restart.
Into the box they go. Casey Kerwin leads the field down. It's going to be 7 laps to go. Kerwin, Worth, Bursk, Holmes, and Femi. Your top 5. Oh, big move. Terrible restart for Nathan Lyon. William Schmidt jumps to the outside with help from Santee. That's where it's really kicking off around that 6th spot.
Oh, he's going to leave Santee, too. He's just going to pass Nathan and leave Santee out to dry there single file for the first 6 spots.
Don't know what happened to Nathan Lyon there. Just didn't get up through the gears. Got hung up somewhere. I think they'll get it gathered back in. That's a 6-car breakaway up front.
You know, David, I feel like we saw a breakaway in one of our last races that ended up being a huge pack. So this chase group is going to suck up to the field, and it's going to create a bit of a accordion effect. There are going to be some positions changing.
Yeah, they will be changing because you got to go. If you're not in the top 11, Oh, we got one spinning. Caution flag flies. It's Storm Patterson. Patterson up against the wall in 1 and 2. Tagged Dylan Gooden. Gooden still wrecking on the exit.
Hold the brakes, Storm.
And everybody else tiptoes by as we go under caution once more. But it really kicked off, I believe, with Storm Patterson, who clipped Dylan Gooden. Somehow, I don't think we tore up more cars.
Justin Melillo is furious in the chat.
He's big angry. Known brake holding truther, Justin Melillo.
Slow and in the way, Justin Melillo. Not my term, it's his. Let's see what happened to Storm. Received some help. Is that Mo Perry? Oh, man.
Just at this point, you keep it up against the wall. You don't turn it back down.
Who was that he clipped? Was that Jaden Profit? That was.
Might have been. The right front completely broken on Dylan Gooden's car. You just keep the car up against the wall at that point, man. It was Jaden Profit, the Sunkist car, that took the blow when he came back across the racetrack. When you're already up against the fence, you just bring a car to a halt up against the wall and don't get anyone else involved like that.
Last thing you want to do is bring an out-of-control car spinning down in front of an entire field. They're asking if Jack's stand is safe. We'll get a Jack update. He's back in 22nd position, so Jack has his work cut out for him.
Probably the worst part for a guy like, Dylan or anybody trying to recover here with these another shot at, kind of a green-white checkered scenario, even though we don't do overtime here, is just no tires left.
You got what you got.
And plus, it's way too late to take tires anyway, even if you did. So, what was this?
That was Gooden. The continuation of the Gooden wreck after he got hit by Storm. That's where he broke the right front right there, and that second big hit on the exit of 2. Just an innocent bystander and all that, really, in the Cassill Motors house car.
Luckily, he still had his fast repair, so able to keep that thing going to keep himself in it. He's going to be back in 28th right now as it stands.
He still could get into the top 11 at this point. I'm not even joking.
Josh Mendoza is questioning where Dylan got a tire from because apparently he was out of tires.
The fast repair saved him.
We have to investigate that.
That is interesting. So what exactly did he get? Do you get a set of tires with a fast repair?
No, it's part of the damage model. The tire is considered part of the damage model. So if you break the damage model, it doesn't necessarily replace the tire. It just remodels a new tire onto the car. Like, just visually. Time is of the essence, gentlemen. It's going to be 3 laps to go on the restart. I do believe we're racing this thing all the way through to the end. I don't think we're going to see another caution flag at this point. There's just not enough time left. So
got weather moving in.
Well, the storm it's already blew
through.
Oh
my God, David. You're just racking them up at this point.
You really set that one up for me. Here we go. Pace car is off. TJ Bursk leads the field. 3 laps to go in the 8th and final prelim feature event for the Firecracker 400 presented by Thrustmaster. Who will make the top 11? It just thundered at my house. I'm not even joking.
There you go. Persky, Kerwin, Holmes, Worth, Femi Olot, William Schmidt, Nathan Lyons, Santee, Eli Sasek, Ryan Zabo, and Alexander Vander Sant, your top 11. And there you see the transfer spot in the NASCAR Hall of Fame transfer cam. Pay close attention to that as we have the main battle up at the front. Trouble.
Wrecking down the back straightaway as the clock hits midnight here on the eastern coast. The clock strikes 0 for Tristan Baker as he comes to a stop at the back straightaway. This field is not stopping, though. We are racing this thing to the end. The transfer spot on the line. Alexander Van de Sant currently scored in the 11th position. 2 laps to go. All eyes up front. The transfer cam showing you the battle. It's getting close. It's a 3-car pack. Philip McCandless is trying to find a way through. He can see 11th right in front of him. Through the middle, Philip McCandless trying to make it work. You know how bad he wants this, Sean.
Oh, man, it's desperation time for Phil. It could happen right in front of him. Looking to the inside, looking to the outside of Josh Chin. Josh is going to put the block on. White flag is out. Who is going to get the final transfer spot into the Firecracker?
It's between Van der Sant. Josh Chin's there, 3 wide in the middle. He's going to get bounced around.
No way.
It spins. Phil McCandless is through. McCandless makes it through on the bottom. Unbelievable fighting behind him, but Phil McCandless profits when others crash. 3 wide for the lead up front. They sort it out. This is it. Put all the chips in the middle of the table, boys. Here comes the big run. Who is it going to be?
Might have a shot at it. Oh, he's in the wall.
Into the
Phil's
wall.
got it.
Phil is going to make it happen. Up front to the line. Timmy Holmes gets the win. They crash. McCandless gets 10th. Ethan Moses gets 11th and will go to the top 88. Unbelievable. Dramatics there for Philip McCandless. And Ethan Moses, they punch their ticket to the top 88 next week for single car qualifying as we look at a replay of the seas parting. Josh Chin makes it happen by spinning, slows up the other drivers. Oh my goodness.
Stop me if you've heard this before. Philip McCandless benefiting off of people wrecking themselves at the final lap of an 87 big event. That's never happened.
Hey, it's just a huge parking lot on the back straightaway you saw there. Just a massive wreck. And a great run to the line. Timmy Holmes pulls down the win over TJ Burst. Casey Kerwin in 3rd. Femi gets 4th. William Schmidt in 5th. Nathan Lyon, Jordan Worth. Santi with a great recovery to get 8th. Eli Sasak in 9th. Philip McCandless in 10th and 11th. The final driver making it to the top 88, Ethan Moses over Ryan Zabot and Alexander Van de Sant, who were crashing on the final lap.
Wow.
Missing out, Ashton Schleiss, Kevin King, Seth Noel. Brian Mercurio misses out as well. Jesse Atchison. Jack Stand in 27th. Heartbreak for the Jack Stand contingent here tonight. And that, my friends, concludes week 1 of coverage for the 2023 Firecracker 400 presented by Thrustmaster. The prelims, Landon, they're done. And
Wow.
now we move on to something completely different. Done is the fixed setup racing. Now it's all about building a setup for single car qualifying.
Yeah, I mean, this is now it's time to get serious. These drivers have had to endure so much already with heat races and with no cautions and the consolation races. This prelim, we've seen how wild they are. Like you said, with fixed setups, they've had to learn to drive this car and master this car in one way. And we're throwing all that out the window next week because starting tonight, we've got 88 drivers that are building open setups, and they're going to do single car, 1 lap qualifying. We're going to qualify all 88 of them, and we're going to lock in a set of cars on day 1. That'll determine the pole in the front row. And the ones that don't make it will be able to re-qualify the second day. So we got 2 more days of broadcasting next week that'll set the starting lineups for the Thrustmaster Firecracker 400 and the Firecracker 200, which will be for the drivers that don't make the 400.
Man, oh man. I mean, this was such a treat for us to broadcast and to call. I'm sure there's a lot of heartbreak out there, Sean, for the guys who didn't make it. Elation for those who did. As somebody who's participating in this, who made it yesterday, what do you think a guy like Philip McCandless is feeling right now, knowing he was out at the white flag and now he's in?
Knowing Phil, he probably is used to it by now because he just has that kind of luck in these races for some reason. I'm sure he's elated, though. It's great to see Phil make it this year. Phil and Blake obviously going to be both in it. A lot of big names though missing, as we've been talking about the whole night. It seems Heartbreak is the headline for this. It's going to be a lot of elation for a bunch of guys that made it in, but you see just from this race, Jesse Atchison, Kevin King, Seth Knoll, a bunch of guys, Brian Mercurio, former Coke drivers, a bunch of them missing the Firecracker. That just shows you guys how tough it is to make this race. You could be some of the best in the world, but if the chips just don't fall your way, it's nothing really you could do about it.
Yeah, it's a very punishing experience here, and like we said yesterday, you don't necessarily win the Firecracker 400 here this week, but you can certainly lose it this week. And for a lot of guys, they just lost. They're out. And now we focus on the top 88 and move into single car qualifying next week, starting Tuesday night. So we are back in just 3 days to bring you the next round of action here for the 2023 Firecracker 400, presented by Thrustmaster. Single car qualifying on Tuesday, bump day on Wednesday. A lot of big decisions have to be made. Do you stand on your time? Do you run another lap 7 p.m. next Tuesday night? That is where we are going to be. We hope that you come back to join us right here on the eRacer Twitch channel and the Money Lap YouTube channel as well. Really fun stuff. Hope you enjoyed it. We really enjoyed bringing it to you. And with that, we will sign off now that it is Friday morning and we have gone 2 days, well, 3 days. We've gone a lot of days on the air with you. We're just getting started. Next week, single car qualifying right back here. Look forward to bringing it your way for everybody behind the scenes at eRacer, for my friends up here in the booth, for Sean Butler stepping in, for Landon Cassill, Parker Kligerman. I'm David Schildhouse. Thanks so much for watching. Have a great weekend, and we will see you next Tuesday for single car qualifying for the 2023 Firecracker 400, presented by Thrustmaster.